Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 83, Lockhart's book signing. Gilderoy Lockhart. The name sounded vaguely familiar. Vade thought for a moment and focused on recalling the little he knew of the plot. This man seemed to replace Quirrell as Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professor, but he was a complete fraud without the slightest genuine ability. Every one of his books had been written using memories stolen from other people. All right, that was all Vade remembered. For some reason, his teeth began to ache. Were Hogwarts standards for hiring professors really that low? Did they not conduct background checks? Compared with Lockhart, Quirrell had at least possessed genuine skill. He might have been a villain, but no one could call him incompetent. Vade stopped thinking about such nonsense. After sending the owl away, he continued working stubbornly on the Patronus charm. He vaguely felt that he had grasped the trick and was only one step away from summoning a Patronus. At the end of August, Vade packed his luggage and returned to the leaky cauldron. "Good afternoon, Vade." Tom greeted him while polishing a glass. "Good afternoon, Tom. I will need a room for tonight." Vade took out a galleon and flicked it with his finger. The gold coin landed neatly inside the glass Tom was polishing. "When did you learn that trick?" "Around this time last year." Vade set down his trunk. "Please have someone take this upstairs. I need to buy a few books in Diagon Alley." "Are you here for Gilderoy Lockhart as well?" Tom asked teasingly. "What? There is no need to be embarrassed. Plenty of today's customers came specifically for the famous author, men and women, young and old alike." Tom smiled broadly. His popularity is no joke. The pub has seen more than twice its usual number of customers today. "Tom, you misunderstand. I do not follow celebrities. I am only going to buy my second-year textbooks." Tom stared at him for several seconds, then gave him an amused look. "That makes it even more of a coincidence. He is holding a signing at Flourish and Blots. I hear he is signing copies of his autobiography. If you go now, you should arrive in time." "Heh." Vade sneered inwardly. A fraud's autobiography was certain to be filled with nonsense. It had no value whatsoever. He did not even want to buy the Lockhart books on the school list. They were all other people's experiences, and he had no interest in them. Unfortunately, refusing to buy them would make him stand out and hinder his efforts to remain unnoticed. Although an entire school year had passed and most of Hogwarts had forgotten Trelawney's prophecy, Vade was certain Dumbledore had not. Until he possessed enough strength, he would have to keep a low profile for as long as that old man remained alive. Vade entered Diagon Alley through the courtyard behind the leaky cauldron and headed directly towards Flourish and Blots. He had fewer than 20 galleons left in his pocket and did not dare spend recklessly. When he reached the bookshop, he found the entrance packed with people. A huge banner had been stretched across the upper floor windows. "Gilderoy Lockhart. Signing copies of his autobiography, Magical Me. Today, 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. I should have come later," Vade murmured. "Or earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Do not push, and mind the books," an exhausted assistant called out. The crowd of enthusiastic readers had clearly put him through a great deal. Gilderoy Lockhart was signing books at the back of the shop, and the winding queue stretched all the way to the entrance. "Excuse me, please let me through." "Madam, thank you." A short man holding a camera squeezed through the crowd. "Sorry, young lady. This is for the Daily Prophet." Lockhart displayed his trademark smile. The camera flashed, capturing the scene. Then he seemed to notice someone in the crowd, and his smile faded slightly. Well. Harry Potter. Harry Potter." The photographer turned around and quickly spotted a boy behind him with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. He immediately pulled Harry out of the crowd and waved for him to move forwards. The crowd parted on its own amid excited whispers. Everyone who had come to Flourish and Blots at that moment was a Lockhart admirer, but the famous Harry Potter obviously enjoyed privileges ordinary readers did not. Before Harry understood what was happening, he had already been guided to Lockhart's side. "Smile brightly. We are certain to make the front page." Click. The flash went off again, capturing the two famous wizards together. "Ladies and gentlemen, what an extraordinary moment this is." Lockhart put an arm around the bewildered Harry's shoulders and addressed the crowd of admirers. "Young Harry Potter came all the way to Flourish and Blots today for one reason alone, to buy a copy of my autobiography, Magical Me. I did not. I came for no such thing." "Stop making things up." Harry complained inwardly. He was so embarrassed that he wanted the floor to swallow him. He desperately hoped someone would rescue him, but seeing the worshipful expressions of the readers opposite him, he knew that was unlikely. Applause broke out, and Lockhart's smile grew even brighter. Now, I should mention that Magical Me has remained at the top of the Daily Prophet bestseller list for 27 consecutive weeks. When Harry came to buy his books today, he had no idea that I would be presenting him with a complete set of my works. The applause became even louder. In fact, Harry and his classmates will soon receive a real, live version of Magical Me. Ladies and gentlemen, I am immensely proud to announce that this September, I shall become the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Amid thunderous applause, Lockhart placed an entire stack of books into Harry's arms. Harry accepted the heavy burden in a daze and walked towards the Weasleys with a blank expression. Impressive. Truly impressive. Vade looked at Gilderoy Lockhart, who showed not the slightest hint of guilt and behaved as though everything he had said were perfectly natural. If this man had lived in the Muggle world, he would undoubtedly have flourished as a professional con artist. Forget it. It had nothing to do with him. A fraud who dared accept the cursed position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts certainly possessed courage, if nothing else. The quality of Defense Against the Dark Arts lessons this year was worrying, but that was not entirely bad. At least Vade would have more time to study Quirrell's notes thoroughly. With that thought, Vade approached an assistant and handed over the second-year Hogwarts book list. I need these books. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 by Miranda Goshawk costs 1 galleon. The rest are all works by Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart. Each costs 2 galleons. Bloody hell. Why not simply rob him? Perhaps I misheard. Did you say 2 galleons per book? Isn't that rather expensive? They are admittedly a little costly, but they are worth every sickle. The contents are all based on Mr. Lockhart's personal experiences and are well worth reading. The assistant pointed towards the readers still waiting in line. Do you see that? That is what we call a reputation. Although Mr. Lockhart receives a considerable share from every book sold, our manager is also one of his admirers. To be continued. Chapter 84, an easy mark, bonus. Vade's heart stirred, and the way he looked at Lockhart changed. I was too short-sighted. This man is an easy mark. Previously, he had not taken Lockhart seriously. The man was merely a fraud, and an incompetent one at that. He was not worth mentioning. But now things were different. He was an incompetent yet wealthy fraud. Moreover, this fraud was about to take up one of the most dangerous professions in the wizarding world, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. This meant there was a high chance that something would happen to him. It also meant there was a high chance that his wealth would become ownerless. Last year, Vade had robbed Quirrell and gathered enough galleons to advance to Sequence 6. This year, he could do the same to Lockhart. Perhaps then he would no longer have to worry about Sequence 5. He already had experience robbing professors, and he would feel no guilt whatsoever about robbing a fraud. Lockhart, who was signing books for his admirers, suddenly felt a chill run down his back and shuddered without warning. Returning his thoughts to the present, Vade looked hesitantly at the assistant. These books cost 15 galleons altogether. Can you make them any cheaper? What do you think? I think you can. Of course I cannot. I am only an assistant, not the manager. I do not have the authority to give customers discounts. Otherwise, the difference would come out of my own wages. All right. Reluctantly, Vade took 15 galleons from his pocket. After buying these books, he would have fewer than 5 galleons left. Then something occurred to him, and he stopped before paying. I want a new copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2, but you should have second-hand copies of Lockhart's books, shouldn't you? The assistant smiled awkwardly. We do. How much are the second-hand copies? 2 sickles each. If they are badly damaged, 1 sickle. I will take the 2 sickle copies. All 7 books, 2 sickles each. Vade promptly handed the assistant 2 galleons. The assistant turned towards the shelves. Before long, he returned with 1 new book and a stack of old ones, along with 3 sickles and change. Having saved more than 10 galleons, Vade immediately felt much better. Carrying the books towards the shop entrance, he widened his eyes in astonishment. A contest between 2 men was taking place directly before him. On one side was the red-haired Arthur Weasley. On the other was the blonde Lucius Malfoy. As for how Vade knew who they were, Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley family stood behind Arthur, while Draco Malfoy stood behind Lucius. The 2 men were fighting, knocking over several bookshelves and frightening the customers into retreating. Gentlemen, stop. Please stop, the assistant shouted anxiously. At least do not fight in here. Break it up, gentlemen. Break it up. Hagrid strode inside and forcibly separated them with his enormous hands. Arthur's lip was split, while one of Lucius's eyes had become slightly red and swollen. The two glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Lucius walked over to the Weasleys' youngest daughter and shoved several battered textbooks into her old cauldron. "Take your books. They are the best your father can give you." After saying that, he left the bookshop with Draco. Vade suddenly felt that the second-hand books in his hand had grown a little heavier, and he rolled his eyes inwardly. What was wrong with second-hand books? The knowledge inside them was exactly the same. After returning to the leaky cauldron, Vade placed the books in his room, then went downstairs to the kitchen to prepare lunch. A plate of shredded pork with green peppers, a plate of sweet and sour pork, a bowl of rice, and a glass of apple juice made up his simple lunch. He was halfway through eating when Harry and the others entered the leaky cauldron. "Vade." Hermione greeted him. "Why are you here?" "What an unusual question. Am I not allowed to come here?" Vade asked in amusement. "I went to Flourish and Blots to buy my books and happened to witness a rather blood-stirring scene." "That is exactly what I said," Molly Weasley complained angrily. "Fighting in public sets a terrible example for the children." "Lucius provoked me first," Arthur said righteously. He turned to look at his children. "Remember, patience can solve many problems, but fists can solve even more. Of course, that only applies if you can win." "Arthur, how can you still say that? Did you even win just now?" "If Hagrid had not appeared, I would have beaten Lucius so badly that even his own son would not have recognized him. You know I have never been afraid of a Malfoy." "That is right. Dad was very brave just now," Fred and George said. "Be quiet. Do not mention this again," Molly warned sternly. "You had better return home quickly and finish packing for school. Especially you, Ginny. You still have plenty left to prepare." "See you at school, Vade," Fred said. "Yes, Mum is angry," George added. Harry followed the Weasleys to the fireplace inside the leaky cauldron. Molly took out a pinch of glittering powder and threw it into the flames. The fire immediately turned emerald green and rose high into the air. "Percy, you go first." Percy stepped into the green flames, shouted, "The burrow," and vanished. The others repeated the same process, disappearing one after another into the emerald flames. "What was that?" Vade asked curiously. "Flow powder. It was invented by Ignatia Wildsmith in the 13th century. Many wizarding homes and magical buildings are connected to the Flow network. By using a fireplace and flow powder, you can travel to any connected location," Hermione explained with a smile. "However, the fireplaces in wizarding homes usually have enchantments that prevent strangers from entering." Vade nodded as though he understood. In simple terms, it was a simplified teleportation array. Why did Harry leave with them? Does he not live with his aunt and uncle? Well. Hermione fell silent for a moment. "Ron and I wrote Harry many letters, but he never replied to a single one. We thought something might have happened to him. Ron wrote to tell me that he was going to rescue Harry, then he went to Harry's aunt and uncle's house with Fred and George." "Rescue? Is that not a little exaggerated? You would not think so if you knew what the situation was like." Clear anger appeared on Hermione's face. The Dursleys were truly awful. They locked Harry inside a very small room and even sealed the window. It was no different from being imprisoned. "We both lost our parents, but I suddenly feel that I was rather fortunate," Vade said sincerely. "Harry would probably envy the life I have now. He certainly would." "Wait. How did they rescue Harry?" "We are not allowed to use magic during the holidays." "You would never guess," Hermione said wearily. "They went there in a car, a flying car." To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 85, The Blocked Barrier. King's Cross Station. Harry and the Weasleys hurried into the station with their luggage trolleys and arrived at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Quickly, quickly. "The train is about to leave," Mr. Weasley said anxiously. There was less than a quarter of an hour before departure. "Fred, George, Percy, you three go first." The three of them pushed their luggage trolleys forwards and jogged straight through the barrier. Mrs. Weasley gave Ginny an encouraging look, and she also rushed through the barrier and disappeared. "You first, dear." Mrs. Weasley walked briskly forwards, with Mr. Weasley following close behind. Only Harry and Ron remained outside platform 9 3/4. "Let's go." Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, quickened their pace, and charged towards the barrier. It was like crashing into a real wall. Their trolleys bounced backwards, and both boys were knocked to the ground. "Hey, what are you two doing?" a nearby guard shouted. "Sorry." Harry clutched his arm and came up with a reasonably convincing excuse. "The trolley got away from us." The guard shook his head and stopped paying attention to them. The entrance to platform 9 3/4 was also enchanted. Had their collision not been so conspicuous, the guard would not have noticed them at all. Why can't we get through? Harry asked in confusion. I don't know. Ron patted the solid barrier. The passage has somehow been sealed. Could you two move aside? Harry and Ron turned around. Vade stood behind them carrying a trunk. Dark circles hung beneath his eyes, and exhaustion seemed to radiate from his entire body. Vade, have you not been sleeping? Harry stared at him in surprise. How did you end up looking like this? Heh. One quill, one lamp, one night, and a miracle. Vade proudly straightened his back. Do I also have to tell you that I completed an entire summer's homework in one night? Gulp. Harry and Ron swallowed involuntarily. What a ruthless man. At that moment, Vade's astonishing feat earned their deepest respect. You're too late. The passage seems to have been sealed, Ron said. What did you say? Vade immediately stepped forwards to examine the barrier. Its solid touch made him frown. He quietly activated spirit vision and discovered that the barrier was still a portal leading to platform 9 3/4, but the entrance had been covered by some kind of magic, cutting off the passage. Breaking through it would not be difficult. He could simply overwhelm it with stronger magic. The problem was that he had no idea who had cast such an inconsiderate spell, nor did he know what their purpose was or whether they were still watching from the shadows. He could not act rashly. Besides, he could not casually solve a problem that Harry and Ron had failed to overcome. That would not fit his plan of keeping a low profile while quietly building his strength. Then he noticed an unfamiliar aura hidden behind the barrier. The colors of the aura were relatively normal, but its size was clearly different from that of a human. Not human. Judging from the aura, could it be a house elf? It was not targeting him, or it would not have blocked Harry and Ron as well. That meant it had come for one of them. What rotten luck. He had been caught up in this for no reason. Vade slapped the barrier and said with barely concealed anger, why? I wasn't late either. Why am I being shut out too? Ding. The large clock on the wall chimed. The hour hand pointed to 11, while the minute hand pointed to 12. Now we are late, Harry said anxiously. The train leaves at 11. We've missed it. It's over. The train has gone. What are we supposed to do if Mum and Dad can't come back for us? Ron looked dejected. Do either of you have any muggle money? Do you think the Dursleys would give me pocket money? Both of them turned to look at Vade. You're lucky that I have a habit of carrying cash. I still have £5,000, which is enough for us to eat and stay at a hotel. Vade sighed helplessly. Let's leave this place first. We're drawing too much attention. After that, you can use your owl to send Professor Dumbledore a letter. I'm sure the headmaster won't mind if we arrive a day late. Right. Let's go back and wait by the car, Harry said. Ron froze for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. The car. Harry, I think we can drive to Hogwarts. Wait. Vade interrupted them. You don't mean the flying car, do you? How did you know? Hermione told me, but that isn't important. Are you too mad? If we fly a car to Hogwarts and get caught, we'll be expelled the moment we arrive. Underage wizards are allowed to use magic in a genuine emergency, Ron argued. Really, it's mentioned in the restriction of underage sorcery. But does this count as a genuine emergency? The problem can clearly be solved with a single letter. At worst, we'll start school 2 days late. No. I can't miss Ginny's sorting ceremony. Exactly. We can't miss it, and it's still better to avoid being late if we can. Vade looked at the excitement they could barely conceal and almost laughed. You just want to fly a car to Hogwarts. I'm almost embarrassed to expose you. Are you coming or not? Harry asked. If we hurry, we can still catch up with the Hogwarts Express. I'm warning you, if the car flies into the sky, a lot of muggles will see it. That won't be a minor problem. It'll be fine. The car has an invisibility booster. The modifications really were impressively thorough. Vade raised an eyebrow. Let me make this clear first. If anything goes wrong, don't drag me into it. We know. The three of them left the station and reached the turquoise Ford Anglia parked by the road. They placed their trunks inside the car's boot, which had been expanded with an undetectable extension charm. Ron sat in the driver's seat, Harry took the front passenger seat, and Vade sat in the back with Harry's owl. Ready. Ron gripped the steering wheel excitedly. He seemed to be asking Harry and Vade, but also himself. Ready. No. Ron was just about to start the car when Vade abruptly stopped him. First, neither of you has fastened your seatbelt. If something goes wrong and you fall out of the car, it won't be a pretty sight. The two hurriedly fastened their seatbelts. They had been so excited that they had completely forgotten about safety. Also, can you let your owl out? At the very least, leave Mr. Weasley a letter explaining why the car has disappeared. We definitely need to send that letter, Ron agreed with lingering fear. His father would be easy enough to explain things to, but his mother would be another matter entirely. Using Ginny's sorting ceremony as an excuse might be convincing enough, or it might not. At the very least, it could lessen the scolding and punishment awaiting him. Finally, I need to change my equipment. To be continued. Chapter 86, Hitching a Ride, Bonus. Are you ready? Ron asked uncertainly as he looked at Vade in the back seat, wearing a mask, wizarding robes, and a black cloak. Ready enough. This way, even if something goes wrong along the way, no one will know who I am. Vade crossed one leg over the other. Drive, Weasley. Why do I suddenly feel like your servant? Vade took a sickle from his pocket and flicked it onto Ron's seat. I am not taking advantage of you. That is my fare. It is a little low, but I am only traveling as far as the Hogwarts Express. Once we catch up with it, you can drop me off. If all goes smoothly, that will be the end of it. If I actually rode with you all the way to Hogwarts, there is no telling what Professor Snape would say to me. Ron immediately suppressed his dissatisfaction. One sickle was worth 29 nuts, enough to cover half a month of his pocket money. Harry, are you ready? Harry handed the letter he had written to his owl, Hedwig. When Mr. Weasley gets here, give him this letter. Hoot. Hedwig seized the letter in her talons and flapped towards a nearby building. All right. We can go now. Ron stuck his head out of the window. After confirming that no one was on the street, he pressed the silver button on the dashboard. The car vanished and rose unsteadily into the blue sky. The ground and surrounding buildings rapidly receded, and before long, the car was flying high above the city. However, only a few seconds later, the car reappeared. Ron hurriedly pressed the silver button again. The car became transparent once more, but it did not last long before flickering back into view. My God. Do not tell me you have never tested the invisibility booster. There might be something wrong with it. Hold on. Ron stamped on the accelerator and drove the car into the clouds, where the muggles on the ground would no longer be able to see them. What do we do now? We need to see the train before we can tell which direction to go. Head left, Vade said. Do not descend until we are out of the city, or this car will definitely be on the front page of the Daily Prophet tomorrow. How do you know we should go left? Obviously because Hogwarts is to the left. The train can hardly be traveling in the opposite direction. Ron stopped questioning him and turned the steering wheel, sending the car flying to the left. After an unknown amount of time, the city had been left behind. A winding railway line appeared across the green countryside, with the Hogwarts Express traveling along it like a long red serpent. The train is below us, Harry said. I see it. Vade let out a long breath. I am getting out. Leave my trunk in the car and return it to me when we reach Hogwarts. Also, good luck. Are you sure you want to get out? Ron asked doubtfully. We are flying through a sea of clouds. Not many people could leave a car from up here. I do not mean to discourage you, but normally, driving continuously for 2 hours is enough to make someone tired. You will have to keep going for at least 8 hours. You will also need to check your direction from time to time so that you do not lose the train. There is hardly any room to move, you cannot eat, you cannot rest, and you cannot even use the toilet. Most importantly, this car has been swaying all over the place since we left. I seriously doubt whether it can make it all the way to Hogwarts. Gulp. Ron's throat bobbed. He had no idea whether he could endure sitting behind the wheel for 8 consecutive hours. Harry, I think we could take turns every 2 hours. Sorry, Ron, but I do not know how to drive, Harry said awkwardly. The Dursleys would never let me touch the steering wheel. You still have another option. Turn around and go back. Are you joking? I would rather drive for 8 hours straight, Ron said stubbornly. At least arriving at Hogwarts in the car would preserve some dignity. Giving up halfway and slinking back would be humiliating. Suit yourself. Vade stopped trying to persuade him. Whatever happens, I am definitely getting out. I need food, something to drink, and rest. But Vade, all the train doors are closed. We cannot exactly leave you on the roof. Harry said. I am not like you. I came prepared. Vade pointed at the cloak draped around his shoulders, then opened the car door and jumped out. Instead of falling, however, he floated in midair and flew alongside the car. Wow. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. Vade closed the door and knocked on the front passenger window. A friendly reminder. You still have a Nimbus 2000. If being trapped inside the car becomes unbearable, you can fly outside for some fresh air. I think I will pass, Harry said with a bitter smile. He could not leave Ron alone inside the car. All right. See you at school. Vade flew down towards the Hogwarts Express. How is he doing that? Ron asked enviously. There cannot be many wizards capable of flying like that. It probably is not a flying spell. That cloak must be giving him the ability to fly. I did not know he owned something like that. Vade landed on top of the train without making the slightest sound. He walked forwards while using pendulum divination to search for a suitable compartment. Only when the pendulum showed an obvious deviation did he stop. He removed his mask, then lowered himself beside the compartment window. Of the two first-year girls inside, one screamed in panic when she saw a figure suddenly appear outside. The other remained relatively calm, although she also froze for a moment. The compartment door was violently pulled open, and Fred and George rushed inside. What happened, Ginny? Who was foolish enough to bully our sister? Ginny patted her chest and pointed blankly towards the window. Vade. Fred exclaimed in astonishment. What are you doing out there? It is a long story. Could you let me in first? The blonde girl inside the compartment opened the window. Vade braced both hands against the frame and hauled himself through. Fred and George pulled him down onto the seat between them. Explain. This is what happened. The barrier leading to platform 9 3/4 suddenly sealed itself. Harry, Ron, and I could not get through, so we missed the train. Harry and Ron took Dad's car. Fred asked. And they are flying above us right now. That is brilliant, George. It is, Fred. How did we never think of that? They have truly outdone themselves this time. The start of term is going to be interesting. Is that what people call taking pleasure in someone else's misfortune? The blonde girl asked calmly. No, of course not. How could it be? We are simply envious. Mum and Dad would never allow us to drive to Hogwarts, especially after this. Mum is going to be furious, and Dad is going to have an enormous headache. Still, it probably will not be too serious. They have a long journey ahead of them, but they should be all right. Ginny, is this a new friend of yours? This is Luna Lovegood. She is also a first year, Ginny introduced her. Her family lives near Ottery St. Catchpole, not far from ours. To be continued. Chapter 87, The Levitation Cloak, Bonus. Vade, when did you learn flying magic? Fred asked curiously. There aren't many wizards in the magical world who can truly fly. It wasn't flying magic. It was equipment. A broomstick. We didn't see you riding one. The cloak, Luna said. Vade looked at the young witch in surprise. How could you tell? I know something about magical creatures. I could tell that your cloak was made from dragon hide. Good eye. Vade gave her a thumbs up. It is indeed a levitation cloak made from dragon hide. It grants the wearer the ability to fly. It must have been expensive, wasn't it? It cost me quite a lot. I had to buy all my second-year textbooks second-hand. So how much did it cost? George asked with interest. Vade thought for a moment. The raw materials cost 100 galleons. If I value the labor at 200 galleons, then it comes to roughly 300 galleons. 300. The three Weasleys in the compartment widened their eyes in astonishment. The figure had clearly exceeded their expectations. Luna gave an almost imperceptible nod. Did you make it yourself? I have some talent for alchemy, but even so, making a levitation cloak took me quite a lot of time. You made it yourself? That's incredible, Fred exclaimed. With craftsmanship like that, you could sell these. You can place an order with me a month in advance. I'll even give you a 1% discount. Thank you, but barring a miracle, we won't be able to afford one before we graduate, Fred said weakly. Even if the Weasley family went without food or drink for 3 months, they might still be unable to save 300 galleons. Vade was not disappointed. He had never expected to make money through alchemy during this school year. He was only a second-year wizard with no background, connections, or reputation. No matter how good his creations were, he would have no way to sell them. It would be better to use the time to slowly build his reputation and improve his alchemy. Once he possessed both skill and fame, would he still need to worry about finding buyers for his creations? A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Katie stood outside the compartment. Fred, George, Wood wants you. We have to go. We still haven't settled this year's Quidditch training schedule. Fred and George stood up and left. Vade looked at Ginny and Luna, who were sitting opposite him. You don't mind if I sleep here for a while, do you? I didn't sleep at all last night. I don't mind, Luna said. Thank you. Please wake me when the train arrives. Vade yawned and lay down directly on the seat. After staying awake all night and enduring the first half of that thrilling flight in the car, he desperately needed rest. An unknown amount of time later, stars appeared across the night sky. The Hogwarts Express sounded its whistle and slowly stopped at Hogsmeade Station. Vade felt someone shaking his shoulder. He opened his eyes and saw the two young witches, now dressed in their Hogwarts robes. "Have we arrived?" "We have," Luna replied with a nod. That was a surprisingly comfortable sleep. The three of them left the train and joined the other students on the crowded platform. "First years, gather over here." Hagrid held up a lantern and called out in his booming voice. The new students quickly gathered around him. In accordance with tradition, Hagrid would lead them across the Black Lake. Vade followed the other students along a rough path, where more than 100 carriages were waiting. The creatures pulling them were completely black and painfully thin, with dragon-like heads, equine bodies, and black bat-like wings. Thestrals. Vade thought to himself. Only those who had witnessed death could see these magical creatures. To most students, the carriages probably appeared to move on their own. Still, Hogwarts was remarkably extravagant to use more than 100 Thestrals to pull its carriages at once. "Vade, where have you been hiding?" Vade turned around and saw an indignant Daphne. After a summer apart, the girl had grown slightly taller and seemed livelier than before. The corners of Vade's mouth lifted unconsciously, and his mood became much lighter. "Were you deliberately avoiding me? I searched every compartment, but I couldn't find you anywhere." "That's because I boarded the train halfway through the journey. It would have been strange if you had managed to find me. Something happened this morning, and I missed the Hogwarts Express when it left the station." "What happened?" Vade patiently explained while inviting her into one of the carriages. As soon as he closed the door, the carriage began moving on its own. Halfway through his explanation, Daphne's expression darkened. "Something is wrong. Under normal circumstances, the entrance to platform 9 3/4 would never be sealed. Muggles cannot pass through it, so there is northwest reason to close it, especially before the train has departed. Someone was trying to stop Harry Potter from reaching Hogwarts. I was simply caught in the middle, but there was nothing I could do. I don't even know who that wretched person was. Would you like me to investigate?" "No, there's no need." Vade waved his hand. "They were targeting Harry Potter, but if you investigate, I might become involved as well. Are you simply going to let it go?" "Believe me, Daphne, nothing connected to Harry Potter is ever simple. Sometimes it is better to endure a little inconvenience and take a step back. Pretending not to know anything is far less exhausting." Daphne froze for a moment, then gave him a peculiar look. "Your personality really is quite similar to my father's." "Your father?" "That's right. I think the two of you would have plenty in common." "Plenty in common?" That was not something to joke about. Her father might already be living off his wife, but Vade had not yet decided whether he wanted to do the same. Vade complained inwardly, then continued telling Daphne what had happened afterwards. She listened in growing astonishment. "You came to Hogwarts in a flying car." "Correction, Harry and Ron did. It had nothing to do with me. Once we found the Hogwarts Express, I left the car. You also made a levitation cloak that grants its wearer the ability to fly." Daphne stared at him in disbelief. "You have only been teaching yourself alchemy for a year, yet you can already make a levitation cloak. The Greengrass family's collection helped me enormously. They were only a few books." Daphne's voice softened. She did not believe that a handful of books alone could accelerate the development of an alchemist so dramatically. It was different. "The Hogwarts library and the notes I found on the 8th floor of the castle gave me a broad understanding of alchemy. But to truly unlock those treasures, I still needed a key. The books from the Greengrass family were that key. But the decisive factor was still your talent for alchemy. I won't deny that." Vade spoke proudly, then reached into his pocket and produced a black cloak as though performing a magic trick. To be continued. Chapter 88, The New Professor's Popularity, Bonus. An undetectable extension charm. Daphne looked at him in surprise. "When did you learn that?" "No, you have been hiding far too much. Even a 7th-year student might not be able to master that charm." "Careless." Vade immediately realized his mistake, but found an excuse the next moment. "You are overthinking it. I paid someone to cast it for me." "Who?" "Don't you know that is illegal? People in Nocturne Alley do not care about that." "You went to Nocturne Alley?" Daphne's voice rose sharply. "Do not tell me you went alone." "Of course not." "It was." A string of names flashed through Vade's mind before he chose one that sounded barely plausible. "It was Hagrid. I happened to meet him while I was in Diagon Alley, so I asked him to do me this small favor. I did not personally enter Nocturne Alley." Daphne relaxed slightly. "Do not let anyone else find out. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Vade smiled, then placed the black cloak in Daphne's hands. "I made 2 levitation cloaks. This one is a gift for you, as thanks for lending me those books. A glimmer appeared in Daphne's eyes, and she immediately accepted it. She was just about to stand and test it when Vade pressed her back into her seat. I understand how you feel, but we are still inside a carriage. Surely you can wait until we arrive. Daphne's cheeks reddened slightly, and she gave a soft huff. I am not that childish. The carriage followed the path towards a pair of wrought iron gates. Beyond them lay a long uphill road. By the time the carriage stopped, they had reached the castle. The towers were clearly visible against the darkness of the night. This was the first time the second-year students had taken this route. They silently followed the crowd up the steps, passed through the oak doors, entered the vast and shadowy entrance hall, and proceeded into the magnificent Great Hall. The ceiling reflected the sky outside. Thousands of candles floated in midair, brightly illuminating the hall. For long tables stood below, with golden plates and goblets gleaming upon them. All the staff except Hagrid and Professor McGonagall were seated at the staff table. Gilderoy Lockhart now occupied the seat that had belonged to Quirinus Quirrell. The students separated naturally and headed towards their respective house tables, leaving the seats at the front empty for the first years. Vade glanced towards the Gryffindor table and let out a long breath of relief. Fortunately, I left the car when I did. Otherwise, I would have been dragged into their trouble. What was fortunate? Daphne asked in confusion. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley are not here, Vade replied quietly. Daphne immediately understood. Harry and Ron had flown to Hogwarts in the car. Logically, they should have arrived first because they did not need to stop at Hogsmeade Station and travel by carriage. However, they were nowhere to be seen in the Great Hall. That could only mean something had gone wrong along the way, so Vade had indeed been fortunate to leave the car when he did. See him? Draco said with a soft laugh. There was a faint trace of disdain in his voice. Gilderoy Lockhart. He is our new defense against the dark arts professor. He is a famous author and certainly knows how to write books. The queue of admirers asking for his autograph stretched from the back of Flourish and Blots all the way to the entrance. My mother is one of his admirers, Tracy said. His books are genuinely well written and very popular. Let us hope he is better than Quirrell. Theodore looked thoughtfully towards Lockhart at the staff table. I do not know why, but there is something false about him. Vade immediately glanced at him. What remarkable intuition. Your instincts are wrong, not, Pansy said bluntly. How could someone who wrote so many accounts of real adventures possibly be a fraud? I hope you are right. Otherwise, we will waste another entire year of defense against the dark arts. A few minutes later, Hagrid returned to his seat. Shortly afterwards, McGonagall entered with this year's new students. She placed a four-legged stool before them, then set the dirty sorting hat on top of it. Just as it had the previous year, the sorting hat opened its mouth and began to sing, describing the qualities of the four houses in simple lyrics. When the song ended, McGonagall unrolled a sheet of parchment. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool. It will sort you into your house. Harper Babson. Slytherin. Colin Creevey. Gryffindor. Luna Lovegood. Ravenclaw. Ginny Weasley. Gryffindor. Applause and cheers continued to sound until every new student had been sorted into their house. At that moment, Snape seemed to notice something. His lips twisted into a cold smile. He rose, said a few words to Dumbledore, and left the staff table. Once the sorting ceremony had ended, McGonagall removed the stool and the sorting hat. Dumbledore stood. Welcome, welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts. Before the feast begins, there is one matter I would like to clarify. I believe you have all already guessed that a new professor has joined Hogwarts. That is correct. He is Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. As soon as he finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the Great Hall. Lockhart's fame preceded him. He was a celebrity in the wizarding world, and many of the students admired his books, so their support was only natural. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. Lockhart smiled broadly and pressed his hands down. It is an honor to serve as Hogwarts Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Students who perform well in my lessons will not only earn house points, but may also receive an autographed photograph of me. Ahem. Dumbledore coughed twice. There are no other matters requiring special attention this year. Let the feast begin. Steaming food appeared on the tables. The students and professors began enjoying the meal, and the atmosphere in the Great Hall became even livelier. McGonagall. Dumbledore looked towards her and spoke with some helplessness. I believe we should deal with a certain matter first. We should not keep Severus waiting. You are right, Albus, McGonagall said gravely. On the first day of term. How could they dare? At the same time, inside the potions professor's office, Harry and Ron stood nervously in front of the desk like prisoners awaiting judgment. They had suffered truly extraordinary bad luck that day. The entrance to platform 9 3/4 had inexplicably sealed itself, preventing them from boarding the train in time. They had been left with no choice but to fly the car to Hogwarts. Their own experience proved that Vade had been right. Flying through the sky had seemed exciting at first, but after only a few hours, the novelty had completely disappeared. Besides being hungry and thirsty, they were drenched in sweat from the heat. They had finally reached Hogwarts, but the car had also reached its limit. It had never flown such a long distance in a single journey before. To be continued. Chapter 89, The Howler, Bonus. The engine stalled, and the car crashed into a huge tree. Ron hurriedly drew his wand and tried to cast a spell, but before he could do so, the force of the collision snapped it in two. That was already bad enough. Worse still, the tree could actually hit people. The situation quickly became perilous. The car exhausted every last bit of its strength to carry them beyond the tree's reach, but it had also reached the limit of its patience. It opened its doors by itself, threw them and their trunks out, then dragged its battered body into the forbidden forest. They had lost the car and had no way to explain that to Mr. Weasley, but they did not dare enter the forbidden forest to search for it. They could only carry their trunks into the castle first. Although they did not reach the Great Hall in time, they had just managed to catch the end of the sorting ceremony when Snape silently appeared behind them. The embarrassment and terror of being caught red-handed left them feeling as though they were sitting on needles. You were seen by, at least 7 muggles. Snape unfolded that evening's Daily Prophet. It contained a photograph of the car flying into the sky. Do you have any idea how serious this is? This was reckless. You could have exposed our world. Not to mention that you damaged a very valuable tree. The Whomping Willow was here before either of you was born. We suffered more than the tree did, Ron said aggrievedly. The Whomping Willow nearly killed us. Silence. Snape snapped. I can assure you that if you were Slytherins, and your fate rested in my hands, the two of you would be taking the train home tonight. Harry and Ron took a step backwards, intimidated by his anger. Just as they stood there at a loss, Dumbledore and McGonagall appeared in the doorway. But they are not members of Slytherin House, Dumbledore said. Headmaster, they ignored the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. Given that they... I am very familiar with the school rules, Severus, Dumbledore interrupted. I wrote some of them myself. However, as head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall should decide upon the appropriate punishment. Explain yourselves, McGonagall said wearily. Professor, we had no other choice. The barrier to the platform was blocked, and we could not get through, Ron said gloomily. We missed the train. Absurd, Snape said with a cold laugh. That barrier has never been sealed in all these years. It's true. We have a witness. Harry's voice weakened. Vade can prove it. He was also trapped outside the barrier. That is even more absurd. Snape almost laughed from anger. Vade arrived at Hogwarts by carriage and is currently attending the feast in the Great Hall, unlike the two of you, who were caught and brought to my office. That's because he got out of the car after we found the train, Harry said anxiously. Before Snape could question him further, he added, he has a cloak that lets him fly. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall exchanged glances, then both turned towards Snape. Severus, Mr. Moria is a Slytherin. Would you like to call him here and ask him about this? That will not be necessary, Snape refused at once. He had to protect his own student. At most, Vade used a different method to catch the train. He was not late, nor did he damage the Whomping Willow. Then why did you not send us a letter by owl? McGonagall changed the subject. Harry, I seem to remember that you own an owl. We didn't want to miss Ginny's sorting ceremony, Harry explained weakly. What a pity. You already have, Snape said sarcastically. As for whether you will be expelled. You will not be, for the time being, Severus, Dumbledore said. Harry and Ron let out sighs of relief. As long as they were not expelled, everything else was good news. Professor, term had not officially begun when we arrived. That means we won't lose house points, will we? No. The corners of McGonagall's mouth lifted slightly. But I intend to make certain that you remember how serious your actions were. I will write to your families tonight, and both of you will serve detention. McGonagall did not allow them to attend the feast. Instead, she conjured some food and drinks. You will eat here, then return directly to your dormitory. Let us go, Minerva, Severus. The feast has already begun, and I would rather not go hungry tonight. Snape glared fiercely at the two boys before Dumbledore and McGonagall led him out of the office. By the next morning, news that Harry and Ron had flown a car to school had spread throughout Hogwarts. Many students were impressed by their audacity while eating breakfast in the Great Hall. Others did not share that opinion. Draco, reading the newspaper, could not help laughing aloud. Flying Ford Anglia astonishes Muggles. Well done, Weasley. If I remember correctly, your father works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. Wouldn't this count as knowingly breaking the law? I'm truly worried about your family. What will you do if your father is dismissed from the ministry? Shut up, Malfoy. I'm only offering a friendly warning. How does anyone manage to cause this much trouble? As soon as he finished speaking, an owl carrying a red envelope struggled into the Great Hall and crashed headfirst into a pile of crisps in front of Ron. That bloody bird is useless, Ron said disdainfully, then took the red envelope from its beak. Gulp. He seemed to recognize what it was and swallowed nervously. Oh no. The owl is still alive. Hermione prodded the bird, which lay panting on the table. But you really ought to replace it. Who knows whether it might drop dead in the middle of delivering a letter. It's not the owl. Ron looked close to tears. It's a howler. Open it, Ron. Neville looked at him sympathetically. Once, I ignored one my grandmother sent me. The consequences were awful. With trembling hands, Ron opened the envelope. Ron Weasley. Molly's furious voice thundered through the Great Hall. The red howler folded itself into the shape of a large mouth and roared at him. How dare you steal that car? I am absolutely furious with you. Your father is facing an inquiry at work, and it is entirely your fault. If you do not start behaving yourself, and if you do anything like this again, we will bring you straight home. The shouting stopped. The red mouth tore itself to pieces, while Harry and Ron stood frozen in place, their ears ringing. To be continued. Chapter 90, Mandrakes, Bonus. This is what happens when people refuse to listen. Vade sighed and shook his head. I warned them, but it seems they were not mentally prepared for the consequences. They were too focused on showing off, Daphne said, getting straight to the heart of the matter. They imagined making a grand entrance in front of everyone, only for things to get out of hand. Vade neither agreed nor disagreed. He looked at her and asked, have you tried the levitation cloak? Daphne nodded excitedly. I secretly tested it several times in the dormitory. It is easier to control than a broomstick, and I can fly wherever I please. I thought you would be eager to show it off. I am not that shallow, Daphne said irritably. Wait, you did not give it to me so I could advertise it for you, did you? The thought crossed my mind, Vade admitted frankly. The eldest daughter of the Greengrass family would make the perfect spokesperson. Someone might soon place an order with me. At 300 galleons for each levitation cloak, it would not take long for me to accumulate some starting capital. But after thinking about it carefully, I decided it was unnecessary. I am a student, not a businessman. I do not have enough time at Hogwarts to keep making levitation cloaks. You really do need to understand your priorities, Daphne said seriously. Compared with earning money, your studies are more important. Vade looked completely in agreement, but inwardly, he did not think much of her argument. There was nothing wrong with what she had said. The problem was that he did not rely on studying to improve himself. To him, money might be slightly more important than knowledge. McGonagall distributed the timetables to every student, officially marking the beginning of the new school year. Slytherin's first lesson was herbology, shared with Gryffindor, and held in the greenhouses. When Sprout arrived, one of her arms was wrapped in several layers of bandages, with Lockhart following beside her. Good morning, children. Lockhart greeted them with a broad smile. I was just demonstrating to Professor Sprout how to treat an injured whomping willow. I happened to encounter this unusual plant during my travels, although that does not mean I know more about herbology than she does. Vade's face twitched when he heard this. Good grief. That was shameless even by the standards of bragging. There was not a speck of dirt on Lockhart's clothes. How exactly had he treated the whomping willow? Had he stood at a safe distance and instructed the expert? Sprout was usually good-natured, yet even she looked visibly annoyed. That alone showed how poor an impression Lockhart had made on her. No real ability, but always eager to show off. Vade silently attached that label to Lockhart. Today, we will be working in Greenhouse 3, Sprout said expressionlessly, taking out a key and opening the greenhouse door. The students entered curiously. It was their first time inside this greenhouse, which contained many plants far more dangerous than those they had previously studied. As Harry was about to enter, Lockhart stopped him and kept him outside talking for several minutes. Today, we will be repotting mandrakes. Sprout carried a potted plant over and placed it on the table. Who can tell me about the properties of the mandrake? Hermione was the first to raise her hand. Everyone seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Miss Granger. Mandrake, or mandragora, is a powerful restorative. It is used to return people who have been transfigured or cursed to their original state. It is also extremely dangerous. Anyone who hears the cry of a fully grown mandrake will die. Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor. Since our mandrakes are only seedlings, their cries are not yet fatal, but they can still knock you unconscious for several hours. I have provided each of you with a pair of earmuffs to protect your hearing. When it is safe to remove them, I will raise both thumbs. Put them on now, please. Quickly. Once everyone had put on their earmuffs, Sprout began demonstrating how to repot a mandrake. She grasped the green leaves and pulled firmly. The mandrake looked like a miniature, extremely ugly baby. Its skin was wrinkled, and it screamed at the top of its lungs. Sprout placed it into another pot, packed soil around it, and buried it until only the leaves remained visible. She signaled for everyone to remove their earmuffs. Work in groups of 4. Follow the process I just demonstrated and repot the mandrakes. Make certain that your earmuffs remain securely in place. Vade formed a group with Daphne, Theodore, and Tracy. After confirming that none of them could hear anything, he pulled the mandrake from its pot. At that moment, the Card of Blasphemy in his mind trembled. Mandrake leaves could replace one of the supplementary ingredients for Sequence 5. He had struck gold. Vade was secretly delighted. Although he did not yet know the exact quantity required, there was no shortage of mandrakes in Greenhouse 3. This could potentially save him 1,000 galleons. He had always focused his attention on the Forbidden Forest. Now it seemed that Hogwarts still contained many valuable places he had yet to explore. Vade placed the mandrake into a new pot, while the other 3 helped pack in the soil and fertilizer. The 4 took turns repotting the mandrakes. By the end of the lesson, all of them had dirt on their clothes. Are we going to that room on the 8th floor? Daphne asked. Not today. I need to visit the Forbidden Forest, Vade replied. I have not seen Griffin all summer. I should check how much he has grown. Would you like to come with me? Daphne looked at the dirt on her clothes. No. I am going back to take a bath. All right. Vade headed towards the Forbidden Forest alone and happened to encounter Hagrid removing pests from the cabbages in his vegetable patch. Vade, you are here to see Griffin, aren't you? Hagrid waved happily. He has grown again. He is even larger than a thestral now. You might not know about thestrals. They pull the carriages that bring you to Hogwarts, but only people who have witnessed death can see them. They are magical creatures. I know about them. Besides, I can see thestrals. Hagrid fell silent for a moment. Wait for me. I will take you into the Forbidden Forest to find him. There is no need to go to so much trouble. Vade drew his wand and fired 3 green sparks into the sky above the Forbidden Forest. Is that a signal you arranged between yourselves? Of course. Me entering the forest and him coming out are 2 entirely different things. Before long, they heard the cry of an eagle. Griffin flew over the Forbidden Forest like a streak of golden light. Hagrid nearly jumped with excitement. He is the fastest creature in the Forbidden Forest when it comes to flying, and he can run faster than the centaurs. Only a unicorn can match him. Griffin slowly descended in front of Vade, bent his forelegs slightly, and bowed. Since when have you been so polite? I taught him that, Hagrid said. It is how a hippogriff shows friendliness. Then he added somewhat dejectedly, but he does not seem to like carrying me. Vade fell silent. Of course not. With that build, Griffin could hardly carry a half-giant. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 300 power stones. Chapter 91, No Ordinary Narcissist. Vade reached out and stroked Griffin's feathers. You have grown again. It looks as though you have been doing well in the Forbidden Forest. Griffin raised his head proudly. Apart from a handful of creatures, he was one of the most dangerous beings in the Forbidden Forest. As a creature near the top of the food chain, it was only natural that he ate and lived well. Do not get too full of yourself. Remember what I told you. Vade laughed. I made a piece of equipment for you. Would you like to try it? Griffin nodded excitedly. Vade took a bag from his pocket and opened it, revealing a silver saddle. Merlin's beard. Hagrid exclaimed. It reminds me of the padded seat on my motorbike, only much more luxurious. The main materials are dragon hide and mithril. It is engraved with numerous magical inscriptions and can expand or shrink according to the creature's size, allowing it to fit the body perfectly. Most importantly, it can be put away when it is not needed, so it will not affect the wearer's appearance. Griffin stared speechlessly at his master. Was this equipment really made for him? Vade also felt slightly embarrassed and hurried to explain. I did not have enough materials, so I could only make the saddle for now. But I promise you will have the complete set in the future. With that, Vade drew his wand and gave the saddle a gentle flick. The silver saddle separated into several pieces and flew towards Griffin. It expanded around his back and waist, then joined together again. Try it. I do not think it will interfere with your movements. After a short running start, Griffin soared into the sky and performed several difficult aerial maneuvers. A short while later, he landed steadily. The saddle on his back transformed into white light and vanished moments later. That cannot have been cheap, Hagrid said. I made it myself. The raw materials cost roughly 200 galleons. You made it yourself? Hagrid stared blankly for several seconds before reacting. You are not joking, are you? I have some talent for alchemy. After studying it for so long, I can make a few things. That is remarkable. It is not bad. Vade walked over to Griffin, and the saddle automatically reappeared. He swung himself onto Griffin's back and thoroughly tested the results of his work. He made precise notes on its comfort, stability, and defensive capability so that he could improve it later. After lunch, Vade happened to hear Draco's voice while passing through the castle courtyard. Form a queue, everyone. Potter is handing out signed photographs. I am not. Harry said angrily. Shut up, Malfoy. You are only jealous, said a Gryffindor first year holding a camera. Jealous of what? I certainly do not want an ugly scar on my forehead. Here they go again. Draco always seemed determined to cause trouble for Harry. Vade sighed helplessly. Had Harry not been the shield he had carefully chosen for the fool, he would have pretended not to notice. What is happening here? You had better ask Malfoy. He is always looking for trouble. You should worry about yourself, Weasley, Draco mocked. If you misbehave again, your mother will drag you home. Eat slugs, Malfoy. Ron raised his wand angrily. The smile vanished from Draco's face, but when he noticed the tape wrapped around Ron's wand, he could not help laughing again. He had never regarded Ron as much of a threat in the first place. Now Ron was using a broken wand, and it was doubtful whether he could cast any spell properly. Weasley, let me give you some advice. You need a new wand. Well. Draco, I should remind you of something. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly be no match for you, but this is clearly not a normal situation. If his wand explodes while he is casting at you, you could be caught in it as well. Draco's expression changed slightly. Only then did he realize how dangerous a Weasley holding a broken wand might be. What is going on? I heard someone was handing out signed photographs. Lockhart strode over. When he noticed the camera in Colin Creevy's hands, his smile grew even broader. Harry. I understand exactly how you feel. Without allowing Harry to protest, Lockhart wrapped an arm around his shoulders. Mr. Creevy, take a photograph of the two of us. We will both sign it for you. Before Harry could react, the camera flashed. The last time he had been photographed like this was at Flourish and Blotts, but this time it had happened even more abruptly. Taking advantage of the distraction, Draco retreated into the crowd with his two followers. He even gave Harry a smug smile, leaving him so humiliated that he wanted the ground to swallow him. That afternoon, Slytherin attended its first defense against the dark arts lesson of the school year. A portrait of Gilderoy Lockhart hung above the blackboard. The Lockhart in the painting was just like the real one, constantly showing off his smile. The students chatted noisily inside the classroom. Lockhart's books were highly influential, and many of them were looking forward to the lesson. Lockhart entered the room wearing golden wizarding robes. Allow me to introduce your new defense against the dark arts teacher. Me, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Forest Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I do not boast about that. I did not defeat the abandoned banshee by smiling at her. Vade felt slightly sick. This was far beyond ordinary narcissism. However, the other students did not know Lockhart's true abilities, and his flamboyant introduction earned admiring looks from several of them. I see that you have all purchased the complete collection of my works. Today, we will begin with a short test to see how carefully you have read them and how much you have understood. Instead of teaching, he handed everyone a test paper and gave them 30 minutes to complete it. Vade looked at the questions and rubbed his forehead. Lockhart's favorite color, Lockhart's ambitions, Lockhart's achievements, Lockhart's birthday, the gift Lockhart most wanted. He withdrew his previous judgment. This was not narcissism. This was an illness. Vade casually set the paper aside. He had never expected anything from Lockhart's lessons, and now he regarded them with complete contempt. What is this supposed to be? Daphne asked with a peculiar expression. He is giving us 30 minutes to answer questions like these. A waste of time. Vade snorted, then took a notebook from his pocket and began reading it. What is that? Vade Moria's alchemy notes. They contain things far more useful than Lockhart's personal preferences. I suggest that you spend your time and energy on yourself as well. I doubt we will learn anything useful in defense against the dark arts this year. Daphne glanced doubtfully towards Lockhart at the front of the classroom. He cannot possibly be that incompetent, can he? To be continued. Chapter 92, A Classroom Disaster, Bonus. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the test papers and began looking through them in front of the entire class. Tut. No one remembered that my favorite color is lilac. I mentioned it in Year with the Yeti. My ideal birthday gift is harmony between all magical and non-magical people. That was stated quite clearly in Chapter 12 of Wanderings with Werewolves. As Lockhart went through the papers, he linked every answer back to one of his best-selling books. Some students were already beginning to look at him with distrust. This was their first lesson, yet he had shown no teaching ability whatsoever. Others, however, listened with complete concentration. They were clearly devoted admirers. A blank paper. Lockhart froze. Mr. Moria. Which one of you is Mr. Moria? Vade, who had been writing in his notebook, paused when he heard his name and raised his hand. Mr. Moria, would you care to explain why you handed in a blank paper? Because I did not know the answers, Vade replied frankly. I am sorry, Professor, but I grew up in the Muggle world and know nothing about your glorious achievements or personal interests. I thought it would be better to answer honestly than to fill the paper with nonsense. I would only be making things up anyway. But do not worry, Professor. I will make certain that I understand all these questions before the final examination and give you an answer sheet you can be satisfied with. Lockhart's smile stiffened. He felt that his dignity as a professor had been challenged, but he had no evidence to prove it. See that it does not happen again. Lockhart continued through the papers. Before long, he found one that greatly pleased him. Hermione Granger. Excellent work. 100 marks. Where is Miss Granger? Hermione immediately thrust her hand into the air. Her arm trembled with excitement. Vade looked over in surprise. He could not understand how anyone had managed to earn full marks on such ridiculous questions, but since the person was Hermione, it was not entirely unexpected. She had undoubtedly read every one of Lockhart's books, so it was hardly surprising that she knew the answers. Still, poor girl. She had no idea that her idol was a complete fraud. Since they were friends, he should warn her if he had the chance. At least then, the truth might not hit her quite so hard when she finally discovered it. 10 points to Gryffindor, Lockhart said delightedly. Then he put away his smile and drew his wand. Now, pay attention. My task is to teach you how to defend yourselves against the foulest creatures known to the wizarding world. He tapped the covered cage on the desk with his wand. Repeated impacts from inside made the students below instinctively shrink back. In this classroom, you will face the most terrifying creatures imaginable. But remember, while I am here, none of you will come to harm. Please try not to scream. It may provoke them. Lockhart pulled the cloth away from the cage. Inside was a swarm of steel blue pixies, each no larger than a hand. They jumped wildly around the cage, chattering shrilly. Cornish pixies. Seamus could not suppress a laugh. The tension and fear on the other students' faces also disappeared, replaced by relaxed and mocking smiles. Not everyone had seen such creatures before, but judging from their size and appearance, they could hardly be considered dangerous dark creatures. At most, they seemed comparable to garden gnomes. Laugh all you like, Seamus. Pixies can be devilishly cunning little troublemakers. Let us see how you deal with them. As Lockhart spoke, he reached for the cage door. At the sight, an image of complete chaos flashed through Vade's mind. Oh no. His face twitched, and he immediately pulled Daphne under the desk beside him. He had no intention of stopping what was about to happen. He wanted to see how Lockhart handled it. What are you doing? Daphne had barely finished asking when the pixies burst wildly from the cage. They flew throughout the classroom, wreaking havoc. Quickly, drive them back. They are only pixies. Lockhart cried in panic. The classroom had already descended into complete chaos. The pixies tore books apart, smashed windows and glass jars, and ripped pictures from the walls. Neville suffered the worst of it. Several pixies grabbed him by the ears and hung him from the chandelier. Everyone was too busy protecting themselves and hiding beneath desks to pay any attention to Lockhart. Good thing you reacted quickly, Daphne said with relief. She drew her wand, ready to cast a spell. She had spent much of the previous school year secretly practicing in the room on the 8th floor and was confident that she could handle the situation. This was the perfect opportunity to astonish everyone. Wait. What are we waiting for? To see Lockhart's true ability, of course. When could there be a better opportunity to test him? Hearing this, Daphne lowered her wand and turned her attention towards Lockhart. He waved his wand nervously and shouted a complicated incantation. Pescapixie Pesternami. Nothing happened. A pixie even snatched his wand and threw it out of the window. Lockhart immediately ducked beneath the teacher's desk, moving faster than some of the students. Daphne stared in obvious disbelief. This is our defense against the dark arts, Professor. As you can see. What about all those books? Were those really his personal experiences? You know perfectly well that they are only books. What proof is there that he experienced any of those things? You could write one yourself if you wished. Traveling with Merlin, befriending death. Do those titles sound any less impressive than yetis, trolls, or vampires? No one could prove otherwise. Daphne smiled without replying. She was not bored enough to do something like that. However, she did confirm one thing in her mind. We can give up on defense against the dark arts this year. Actually, there may still be a way. Vade smiled meaningfully. The bell rang. As though they had received a signal to retreat, the students rushed towards the door. Lockhart stood up as though nothing had happened and called out to Harry, Hermione, and Ron, who had just reached the exit. Would you three please put the rest of them back into the cage? After saying that, he hurried out first and closed the door behind him. What do we do? Ron asked in alarm. Immobilis. Petrificus totalis. 2 spells were cast at the same time, freezing every pixie in midair. Not bad. Daphne lowered her wand and looked approvingly at Hermione, who had cast the other spell. For a muggle-born witch. Vade, you two have not left yet. Only people who cannot solve the problem need to run. Those who can deal with it have no reason to leave. Vade glanced at Hermione and said pointedly, Lockhart has certainly broadened my horizons. He ran faster than any of the students. Perhaps he wanted to give us some practical experience. A complicated look flashed through Hermione's eyes. He has done many incredible things. They are all written in his books. Hermione, let me ask you a simple question that is still worth considering. Can anyone prove that the experiences Lockhart wrote about actually happened to him? Could someone let me down first? Neville called from the chandelier. Why am I always the unlucky one? Daphne cast a spell at the chandelier, and Neville dropped to the floor. It was not particularly far from the ground, so he was not injured. Goodbye. We are not responsible for putting the pixies back into the cage. To be continued. Chapter 93, The Professor Who Preferred to Remain Anonymous, Bonus. Extra bonuses for the amazing support last week, and more to come if we can keep it up. That Saturday, Draco rose early and eagerly changed into the Slytherin Quidditch team uniform. You joined the house team? Vade asked in surprise. Seeker. Draco smiled smugly. This year, I am going to teach Potter a lesson on the Quidditch pitch. Draco, let me tell you an unpleasant truth. Harry Potter has considerable talent for flying, and he has already trained for a year longer than you. Besides that, his broom is a Nimbus 2000, which is better than most of the brooms used by the house teams. None of that matters. I am talented at flying as well. After a few more training sessions, I refuse to believe I cannot beat him. Besides. Draco smiled with complete confidence. My broom is a Nimbus 2001, which is faster than his Nimbus 2000. And it is not only mine. My father bought Nimbus 2001s for the entire Slytherin team. Impressive. You have completely outclassed them in equipment. Are you going to practice now? Of course. Would you like to come and watch? I think I will pass. I am not particularly interested in Quidditch. Besides, I agreed to meet Daphne in the courtyard and get some sunlight while we are there. The Slytherin dormitories and common room are excellent in every respect except one. There is no sunlight. You and Greengrass. Do not overthink it. My relationship with Daphne is actually the same as yours with Pansy. Was it really the same? A string of question marks seemed to appear above Draco's head, but he did not ask any further questions. After breakfast, Vade went to the courtyard with Daphne. Once they had found a bench, he took a notebook from his pocket and handed it to her. This is what you said could solve our defense against the dark arts problem. Open it. I promise you will not be disappointed. Daphne opened it doubtfully, and her expression gradually filled with astonishment. The notebook clearly recorded methods for practicing numerous defensive spells, including, but not limited to, the Shield Charm, Banishing Charm, Fidelius Charm, Anti-Apparition Jinx, and Patronus Charm. It was no exaggeration to say that anyone who mastered the contents of this notebook would have no need to attend defense against the dark arts lessons for the next several years at Hogwarts. Where did you get this? I will tell you, but you must not tell anyone else. All right. Daphne nodded repeatedly. It was given to me by a professor who preferred to remain anonymous. A friendly hint, he has a deep connection with the position of defense against the dark arts professor. You mean Professor Snape? Professor Snape. Yes. Exactly. You guessed correctly. Vade suddenly felt rather awkward. He had planned to blame the notebook on Quirrell and had even prepared an explanation. After all, Daphne could hardly question a dead man. He had not expected her to identify Snape immediately. What else could he do? He could only go along with it. She was unlikely to ask Snape for confirmation. Professor Snape really does treat you well. He even gave you such valuable magical notes. Daphne sounded slightly jealous. In the minds of most Slytherins, Severus Snape was undoubtedly the person best suited to teach defense against the dark arts. However, Dumbledore had rejected his applications for the position for 3 consecutive years. Dumbledore had little choice. Did Snape not know that Voldemort had cursed the position? Dumbledore had very few people beneath him who were both capable and trustworthy. What would he do if Snape met with disaster after taking the post? Alas. Vade sighed theatrically and ran a hand through his hair. Professor Snape appreciates my talent for potions, but my aptitude for magic is much poorer. That is why he gave me this notebook. How much of it have you learned? Daphne asked. Everything except the Patronus charm. He certainly could not say that. Otherwise, the persona he had maintained for so long would collapse instantly. I have not started yet. Most of my time has gone into alchemy. Did you think making a levitation cloak was easy? Besides, I have you. You promised to protect me. You have not forgotten, have you? Daphne pressed her lips together to suppress a smile, but quickly composed herself. No. You have to learn. This is what Professor Snape expects of you. All right, all right. I will learn. Vade pretended to think for a moment. The Patronus charm. I will begin with the Patronus charm. But my father told me that charm is extremely difficult. I suggest starting with something simpler. My instincts as a seer tell me that the Patronus charm will be of great help to me. Daphne rolled her eyes. He had used that excuse far too many times. Forget it. She would simply have to work harder and protect him properly herself. While the two of them studied magic and alchemy, the Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch teams happened to encounter each other in the courtyard. Oliver Wood's expression darkened when he saw the Slytherin team wearing their uniforms and carrying broomsticks. He had spent the entire summer developing a training plan, yet it was apparently not perfect enough. He had failed to account for unexpected interference. The confrontation between the two teams quickly attracted the attention of many students in the courtyard. Ron and Hermione hurried over to watch. Where are you going, Flint? Wood asked. Quidditch practice. We booked the pitch for today. Do not get worked up. I have a note. Flint slyly produced a written permit. Wood angrily snatched it from him. I, Professor Snape, grant the Slytherin team permission to use the Quidditch pitch today in order to train their new seeker. A new seeker. Wood's attention immediately shifted. Who? The 6 members of the Slytherin team stepped aside, allowing Draco to walk to the front. Malfoy. Harry asked in surprise. That is right. Draco smugly adjusted his grip on his broom. There is another change this year. Only then did the Gryffindor players, along with Ron and Hermione, notice that the entire Slytherin team had brand new broomsticks, each bearing the words Nimbus 2001 on its handle. Nimbus 2001s. How did you get those? Ron asked in astonishment. A gift from Malfoy's father, Flint replied with a grin. Weasley, unlike some people, my father can afford the very best. No one on the Gryffindor team had to buy their way in, Hermione said. They earned their places through skill. Draco's expression darkened. He turned and glared coldly at Hermione. No one asked for your opinion, you filthy little mudblood. A sheet of parchment covered in writing swept past Draco's face and interrupted him. It circled him like a boomerang, then flew towards the bench behind him, where Vade caught it steadily. He placed the parchment back in its original position inside his alchemy notebook, drew his wand, and cast a spell that reattached the page to the binding. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 94, The Fair-Minded Slytherin, bonus. What are you doing? Draco demanded angrily. Do not misunderstand, Draco. I am saving you. If you say that word, the Gryffindor team's main objective today will no longer be Quidditch practice. It will be you. And if that happens, I can promise that I will not join them, but I will not help you either. If you are prepared to be beaten up, then go ahead and finish what you were about to say. If not, swallow it and never say it again. Draco glanced at the Gryffindor team. Fred and George had already clenched their fists, while the others were glaring at him furiously. Was that really necessary? She had been the one to embarrass him first. Was he not even allowed to retaliate? Hermione, I also suggest that you take back what you said. Draco is a good flyer. During last year's flying lessons, his performance was better than most of the class. Besides, he said last year that he intended to join the house team. These broomsticks are simply gifts. They are not the reason he was selected. Whose side are you on? Ron asked. Vade pointed at the Slytherin crest on his uniform. I am a Slytherin. As everyone knows, Slytherins always stand on the side of fairness. Is that right? Ron looked confused. Slytherins were usually described as underhanded, calculating, and driven by self-interest. Since when had fairness become one of their defining qualities? Is it not? Daphne asked in return. Admit it, Weasley. You are simply jealous. Enough. Let us return to the matter at hand, Wood interrupted. Flint, we booked the pitch. We have written permission. Do you? You are stealing our practice time. This is blatant. Do not be so angry, Wood. The pitch is large enough for 2 teams. Impossible, Wood said sharply. He had spent the entire summer developing new training methods and tactics. Practicing beside Slytherin would be no different from displaying them openly to the enemy. What a pity. I suppose we will have to ask Professor Snape to settle the matter, Flint said with an aggrieved expression, though he could not suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Everyone at Hogwarts knew which side Snape would support. George, please go and find Professor McGonagall, Wood said confidently. They had support of their own. No problem. There is no need to make things so complicated. I have a rather immature suggestion, Vade interjected at an inconvenient moment. Why not settle it with a match? Whoever wins gets the pitch for today. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at him. Why are you all staring at me? You are already in uniform and carrying your broomsticks. You may as well go straight to the pitch and play. However, I suggest holding 2 matches. One with the Seekers, so that both sides can properly demonstrate their strength. The second without Seekers. No golden snitch, only bludgers and the quaffle. The first team to reach 300 points wins. The combined score from both matches will decide who gets the pitch. I have no objection, Flint said with a smile. Neither do I, Wood replied, unwilling to back down. The 2 teams left the courtyard and headed noisily towards the Quidditch pitch. Hermione looked at Vade with a complicated expression. What was Malfoy about to call me? Nothing pleasant. You do not need to concern yourself with it. Thank you. Hermione nodded, then followed Ron towards the pitch with her books in her arms. When did you become so good at smoothing things over? Daphne asked. What do you mean by smoothing things over? This is called being considerate. Slytherins excel at judging the situation and choosing the most sensible course. Are you certain you were not simply helping Granger? That was part of it, Vade admitted. I do not have many friends, and she is one of them. Only a friend. Vade froze for a moment, then laughed. Would you believe me if I said she was my girlfriend? Daphne gave a soft snort. No. Then she is only a friend, Vade emphasized. A friend. She was clearly a potential rival. Daphne suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Hermione and Vade might only be friends now, but that did not mean their friendship could not deepen in the future. She and Vade were only close friends as well. Her parents had forbidden her from entering a romantic relationship for at least 2 years, while Vade's intentions were impossible to read. He had shown no desire whatsoever to turn their friendship into anything more. That meant someone might steal him away within the next 2 years. How could she not keep a close eye on him? Vade, who was revising a draft in his notebook, suddenly shivered. His hand stopped moving. Was that my imagination? Over the following weeks, Daphne found every possible excuse to drag Vade to the secret room on the 8th floor so they could practice the spells recorded in the notebook. Each time, she checked his progress with the Patronus charm. Expecto Patronum. Vade cast the spell with a serious expression. A faint silver-white mist gathered at the tip of his wand and formed a shield roughly the size of a full-length mirror. Failed again. Vade shrugged. That is already quite good. In less than 2 months, you can cast the Patronus charm reliably. You have not summoned a true Patronus yet, but many adult wizards cannot do that either, so there is no reason to feel discouraged. Daphne tried to reassure him, then turned to the section of the notebook explaining how to practice the Patronus charm. You need a happier memory. I have already tried every memory I can think of, but you just saw the result, Vade said, mixing truth with lies. Every time, I feel as though I am about to succeed, but I always fall just short. You may need some pressure, Daphne said thoughtfully. The Patronus charm is specifically used against Dementors. Perhaps if... That is not funny at all, Vade interrupted. Daphne remained unconvinced. Perhaps you simply have not practiced seriously enough. Whenever you are in this room, you are always studying alchemy. You have already filled several notebooks, yet I have never seen you put the same effort into practicing magic. I have already mastered all of it. Why would I need to keep practicing? Vade complained inwardly. He had even mastered the Patronus charm during the first week of term. He simply could not demonstrate it in front of Daphne. More importantly, his Patronus was a griffin, and wizards whose patron uses took the form of magical creatures were almost always exceptionally gifted. Until he found a way to alter its shape, he could only pretend that he had failed. I practice very hard in the dormitory. With my talent, do you think I could summon even this much silver mist otherwise? That is true. Daphne did not doubt him. Come on. It is time for the Halloween feast. I heard Dumbledore arranged for a skeleton dance troupe to perform this year. To be continued. Chapter 95, The Chamber of Secrets opens, bonus. Bonus for 300 horsepower. The Great Hall. Jack-o'-lanterns floated in midair, swarms of bats hung upside down from the ceiling, and a troupe of skeletons performed energetically on stage, creating the perfect Halloween atmosphere. The long tables were covered with sumptuous food, and the students and staff of Hogwarts enjoyed the feast amid laughter and cheerful conversation. Vade was about to put a piece of pudding into his mouth when Daphne nudged his arm. What is it? Have you not noticed that several people are missing from the Gryffindor table? Vade turned to look and thought, just as expected. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had disappeared again. Perhaps they have something important to do. Attendance at the Halloween feast is not compulsory, is it? Who knows? The feast lasted for nearly 2 hours. Once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the students streamed towards the doors in groups. For some reason, however, the crowd suddenly stopped in the corridor. The surrounding noise seemed to have been silenced in an instant. What happened? Vade squeezed to the front of the crowd. When he saw the scene before him, his face twitched. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood trapped in the middle of the crowd. A large pool of water covered the floor, while 2 lines had been written on the wall before them in what looked like blood. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Beneath the message, a black cat, Mrs. Norris, hung upside down from a torch bracket. Her body was completely rigid, and her eyes were wide open, as though she had suffered a terrible fright before dying. Good grief. They were standing at the scene of the crime. Who could the culprit possibly be? What a difficult mystery. Vade looked sympathetically at Harry, who was standing closest to the cat. He was completely certain that Harry was not responsible, but given the circumstances, Harry was undoubtedly the prime suspect, whether he liked it or not. Enemies of the heir, beware, Draco read with a cold laugh, looking at Hermione with obvious satisfaction. You lot will be next. What happened? Filch pushed through the crowd. Potter, what have you? Before he could finish, he saw the black cat hanging from the bracket. His lips began trembling uncontrollably. Mrs. Norris. You killed my cat. No, we didn't. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Argus. Dumbledore arrived with the professors and stopped Filch before he could move. Dumbledore glanced at the message on the wall. After a moment of silence, he said, Everyone, return to your dormitories at once. The students immediately left the scene and headed towards their respective common rooms. Only Harry, Hermione, and Ron, the 3 suspects, remained behind. She is not dead, Argus. She has been petrified, Dumbledore reassured him. Ah, exactly, Lockhart interjected. A pity I was not present. I know the very countercurse that could have saved her. Dumbledore gave him a doubtful look, while the other professors openly displayed their disdain. They did not know the true extent of Lockhart's incompetence, but he had shown off his supposed knowledge in front of every professor more than once. He repeatedly wandered into their areas of expertise, offering unqualified advice and criticism, and had successfully earned the dislike and contempt of every member of staff. But I cannot say what petrified her, Dumbledore continued. Ask him. Filch pointed at Harry. He did it. You saw the writing on the wall. It wasn't me. I swear I never touched Mrs. Norris, Harry explained anxiously. We went to nearly headless Nick's death day party. When we came back, we found her like this. Really, hundreds of ghosts at Hogwarts can prove it. Potter. Snape shook his head mockingly. The ghosts cannot prove what you did after leaving the death day party, can they? With all due respect, Headmaster. Apart from these 3, every other student and member of staff was attending the feast in the Great Hall. They were also discovered at the scene. That is quite a coincidence, is it not? Harry opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but had no idea what to say. He had followed a hoarse voice to the corridor. The voice had sounded cold and terribly hungry, and it had spoken of killing. But he had been the only one able to hear it. Ron and Hermione had heard nothing. Mentioning it now would only make him sound as though he were inventing excuses. They are innocent until proven guilty, Severus, Dumbledore said calmly. Snape gave an irritated snort and fell silent. My cat has been petrified, Filch said even more furiously. Someone must be punished. We can cure her, Argus. As I understand it, Professor Sprout is growing an excellent crop of mandrakes. Once they mature, they can be used to brew a potion that will restore Mrs. Norris. For now, however, I advise everyone to remain extremely careful. After returning to the dormitory, Vade asked Draco about the Chamber of Secrets. Draco was bound to know something. When he had seen the bloody message, he had shown almost no fear. He had looked completely certain that he was not an enemy of the heir. I thought you were not interested in matters like this. I still need to know whether I count as an enemy of the heir. I would rather not end up hanging from a torch bracket like Mrs. Norris. If you are a Slytherin, probably not, Draco said confidently. Why, sir? Crabbe asked in confusion. It concerns a legend about Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts. More than 1,000 years ago, the 4 founders built this castle. They recruited students and trained them at Hogwarts. Over time, however, disagreements arose between them. Slytherin did not wish to accept children from Muggle families. He believed that magical education should be limited to old wizarding families, meaning purebloods. Crabbe and Goyle both turned to look at Vade, plainly wondering how someone like him had ended up in Slytherin. Why are you looking at me? The Sorting Hat recognized my potential at once and insisted on placing me in Slytherin. There was no stopping it. I do not doubt that you belong here, Draco said. Although you are a half-blood, you are unexpectedly popular in Slytherin. At the very least, you are doing better than those 2. Vade laughed inwardly. If he could not even do better than Crabbe and Goyle, then he truly would have failed. The other 3 founders disagreed with Slytherin, so he left Hogwarts. Before leaving, he built a secret chamber and placed a monster inside it. When his heir came to the school, the chamber would be opened, and those unworthy of studying magic would be purged. That legend is certainly frightening. It may also be true, Draco said. My father told me that the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. He did not tell me who opened it, but that person was expelled. The one who died was a mud. Draco, Vade said helplessly. When are you going to break that habit? What are you afraid of? Vade took a deep breath. I am afraid I might not be able to stop myself from punching you, because the people you are insulting may include my friends. Granger. You cannot be serious. Vade remained silent. Draco swallowed awkwardly. So even if the chamber has been opened, the heir should only target Muggle-born witches and wizards. Vade did not agree. The heir was still a person, not a machine that merely followed instructions. Once they controlled the monster inside the chamber, who knew what else they might choose to do? To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 96, 3 Blessings at Once. For some time afterwards, the students discussed the attack on Mrs. Norris every day. The Chamber of Secrets was a fascinating new topic. Moreover, Filch's behavior constantly reminded them of what had happened. He wore a bitter, resentful expression every day and seemed ready to scrutinize the smallest mistake any student made. Many students became interested in the Chamber of Secrets. Every book in the library related to the school's history was borrowed, and the waiting list stretched several weeks ahead. Harry Potter became famous once again. No one knew who the heir of Slytherin was, but he was undoubtedly the most suspicious candidate. Lockhart also revealed Mrs. Norris's true condition. During a defense against the dark arts lesson, he boasted that he had brewed Mandrake restorative draft hundreds of times and could certainly free Mrs. Norris from her petrified state. Had Snape not taken the task from him, Lockhart claimed, his own potion might have worked even better. However, most students paid no attention to what he said. Snape might not be easy to get along with, but no one doubted his skill. Lockhart's ability, by comparison, was far more questionable. Vade's eyes lit up. He had been worrying about finding an opportunity to obtain Mandrake leaves. He had even begun considering whether to break into Greenhouse 3. After class, he went directly to the castle dungeons and knocked on the door of the potions professor's office. Come in. Vade opened the door and entered. Compared with the previous year, the office had barely changed. It remained cold, dim, and oppressive. Mr. Moria, what is it? Snape set down the newspaper in his hands and looked at him with mild surprise. Professor, I heard that you intend to use mandrakes to brew a restorative draft for Mrs. Norris. Who told you? Lockhart told the entire class during our lesson. That idiot. Snape's expression darkened, and he ground the words through his teeth. He genuinely could not understand where Dumbledore had found such a ridiculous man. Lockhart possessed no real ability, yet he had somehow obtained the position of defense against the dark arts professor, the post Snape had wanted for years. The position might have been cursed by Voldemort, and Snape and Lockhart might have been the only applicants that year, but Dumbledore had still preferred that useless peacock over him. What did he send you here for? Professor, you misunderstand. My visit has nothing to do with Lockhart. I came to ask for an opportunity, the opportunity to help brew the restorative draft. Vade smiled somewhat awkwardly. As you know, second-year potions lessons do not involve mandrakes. You seem rather confident. I have some confidence in potions, although I would still require your guidance. I will inform you when the mandrakes mature. Professor, I would also like permission to visit Greenhouse 3 and study the properties of mandrakes. Is that so? Give me a convincing reason. Vade considered the question for a moment. In Greek mythology, Circe was said to have used mandrakes while refining an elixir of immortality. Snape frowned. An elixir of immortality is far beyond you. Besides, ordinary life-extending potions do not increase a person's natural lifespan. They merely stimulate the body and awaken its remaining vitality, allowing the drinker to live slightly longer. Professor, I know that a true elixir of life requires the Philosopher's Stone, but I still want to see whether another material could replace it. It is useless. I have already studied every reasonable possibility. Snape shook his head, his expression complicated. The evidence shows that the Philosopher's Stone is the essential component. Even the genuine elixir of life has certain flaws. The Philosopher's Stone was not the essential component. Life force was. Vade disagreed inwardly, but maintained a serious expression. Professor, your failure does not necessarily mean I will fail. A road does not exist until someone walks it. Once enough people do, the path becomes clear. What shameless arrogance, Snape said with a sneer. Perhaps that is why I was sorted into Slytherin, Vade replied frankly. Ambition. When did you become so interested in the elixir of life? No one lacks interest in it. I simply have more reasons than most. I promised a girl that I would help remove the curse in her bloodline. The elixir of life is only one possible direction. An indescribable emotion flashed through Snape's eyes. This student was very much like him, except that Vade had been far luckier. Since the boy had already said so much, Snape could hardly refuse to help him. He immediately wrote out a permit and signed his name. Take this to Professor Sprout. She will respect my authorization. However, you should help her with some of her work. That will also give you an opportunity to ask her about anything you do not understand concerning herbology. Excellent. 2 blessings at once. This would not only solve the problem of obtaining mandrake leaves, but also allow him to discover whether any other magical plants could provoke a reaction from the Card of Blasphemy. If they did, he could save an enormous amount of money. Take this as well. Snape walked to the wall and removed a thick, dust-covered notebook from the bottom of a shelf. These are my research notes on the elixir of life. I did not succeed, but they may help you avoid several unnecessary mistakes. 3 blessings at once. Vade held the heavy notebook and stared blankly for a moment. He was not moved. He was confused. Had Snape not already given him valuable research notes before? How many more did he possess? Professor, may I ask how many notebooks you have written? The corners of Snape's mouth lifted slightly. His expression became unfathomable. I was already a potions master before you were born. Whatever you are beginning to research now may well be something I exhausted years ago. Snape undoubtedly possessed other valuable notebooks. Even if they were only unfinished drafts, they would still have considerable value as references. Vade would have to uncover all of them eventually. Mr. Moria, I have the distinct impression that you are thinking something disrespectful, Snape said coldly. For a moment, he had felt inexplicably offended. No, absolutely not. Vade shook his head repeatedly. I was merely thinking that you value me so highly that I scarcely know how to respond. By the way, Professor. I know that you have remained unmarried all these years. Should you ever wish, I could introduce you to. Vade stopped halfway through the sentence when he noticed Snape's expression darkening. All right. Vade took a deep breath as though making a difficult decision. Professor, if you truly intend to remain alone for the rest of your life, I suppose I could look after you in your old age. Snape nearly laughed from sheer anger. He pointed directly towards the door. Get out. Vade picked up the notebook, turned around without hesitation, and left, closing the office door behind him. To be continued. Chapter 97, 2 Problems, Bonus. The Transfiguration Classroom. Today's lesson was how to transform an animal into a goblet. As McGonagall recited the incantation, she lightly tapped the hornbill on her desk with her wand. It immediately transformed into an exquisite silver goblet. Now it is your turn. Who would like to try? Mr. Weasley, you may go. 1, 2, 3, Vera Verto. Ron cleared his throat and pointed his wand at his pet rat, Scabbers. Vera Verto. A flash of green light crossed the classroom, followed by barely suppressed laughter. The grey rat had indeed transformed into a goblet, but the cup was covered in fur, and its tail still protruded from the side and twitched. You need a new wand, Mr. Weasley. Hermione raised her hand. Professor, could you tell us about the Chamber of Secrets? The classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone turned towards McGonagall. She hesitated for several seconds before telling them everything she knew. Her account was largely the same as Draco's, although she reassured the students that the legend might not be true. The school had been searched many times, yet no chamber of secrets had ever been found. After class, Harry, Ron, and Hermione discussed the matter. All three believed that the chamber existed. As for the identity of Slytherin's heir, they naturally suspected Malfoy. His family had been in Slytherin for generations, and he had never concealed his hatred of Muggles and Muggle-born witches and wizards. To confirm their suspicions, Hermione decided to brew polyjuice potions so that they could disguise themselves as Crabbe, Goyle, and Vade and question him. However, the potion would require at least a month of preparation. The greenhouses. Vade visited every Sunday to help Sprout water the mandrakes and remove pests, although he secretly plucked several leaves whenever she was not looking. "Professor Sprout, what are those green plants beside the window?" "Those are venomous tentacula. You had better keep your distance. Their spikes and shoots are highly poisonous, and a bite can be fatal." Vade pretended to be frightened and moved away from the venomous tentacula. The moment Sprout turned her back, he quietly approached them again. The Card of Blasphemy did not react. He immediately gave up. "Professor, what are those purple plants that look like cabbages?" "Chomping cabbages. They have sharp teeth, can move over short distances, and are aggressive." Sprout brushed the soil from her hands. "You seem unusually interested in potion ingredients. To brew potions, one must understand the ingredients thoroughly, mustn't one?" "That is true." Sprout nodded in agreement. After that, Vade no longer needed to ask questions. She began introducing various magical plants herself, including mistletoe, Mimbulus mimbletonia, and bubotubers. Vade carefully touched each one, but the results disappointed him. None of them caused the Card of Blasphemy to react. Then he noticed several branches lying on a table. "Professor, what are those?" "Branches from the Whomping Willow. I picked them up yesterday while removing its bandages," Professor Sprout said with a sigh. "That tree has been at Hogwarts for more than 20 years, and this is the first time it has suffered such serious damage. May I have a look?" "Of course." Vade curiously picked up one of the branches. At that moment, the Card of Blasphemy in his mind trembled. A branch from the Whomping Willow could replace one of the supplementary ingredients for Sequence 4, and a Sequence 4 supplementary ingredient cost 10,000 galleons. He had struck gold. His hard work over the past several weeks had finally paid off. "Professor, could you sell me one of these branches? I would like to study whether it can be used in potion making." "You may have it." Professor Sprout smiled carelessly. "If you need more, you can collect fallen branches beneath the Whomping Willow. Just do not get too close. You could easily be injured." Vade nodded delightedly. When he left the greenhouse, he nearly laughed aloud. He had already collected enough mandrake leaves. Combined with the Whomping Willow branch, he had saved 11,000 galleons. The Quidditch season began, with Gryffindor facing Slytherin in the opening match. Heavy rain poured from the sky, but it did nothing to dampen the spectators' enthusiasm. As usual, Vade did not attend the match. Alone in the secret room on the 8th floor of the castle, he felt relaxed for the first time in ages. Whenever Daphne accompanied him, he could never act entirely freely. Whether he was practicing magic or researching potions and alchemy, he always had to restrain himself. Expecto Patronum. Vade did not use his wand. He merely extended one finger. Silver-white radiance poured from his fingertip and filled the entire room in the blink of an eye. A silver griffin appeared and flew freely through the air, releasing waves of sacred energy. Suddenly, the griffin dissolved into specks of light. In its place appeared a silver stallion. It circled Vade once, then transformed into a silver raven and landed on his shoulder. Vade had only recently learned how to alter the shape of his Patronus, but he could switch freely only between ordinary animals. He was still unable to transform it into another magical creature. Some indescribable force prevented such a change. His instincts told him that only by advancing to demigodhood could he remove that restriction and gain complete control over his Patronus's form. "From now on, you will be the Patronus I show in public." Vade tapped the raven's head, then stopped supplying magic and ended the Patronus charm. He walked over to a bookshelf covered in parchment. On the top shelf lay 3 alchemy notebooks he had compiled over the past several months. One contained a simplified design for the levitation cloak. Another described upgrades for Griffin's equipment. The final notebook contained plans for a humanoid puppet. He had already completed the first 2 designs. As long as he had sufficient materials, he could make them at any time. He had no confidence in the third. What he wanted was not a simple mechanical puppet, but one capable of replacing him in his studies and daily life at Hogwarts. At Hogwarts, his progress in acting as a faceless had almost completely stalled. To make further progress, he would probably have to wait until the holidays. Creating such a puppet would be extremely difficult. Besides attending lessons and living normally, it would need to deceive countless watching eyes. He could only proceed one step at a time, feeling his way forwards. Progress could be slow, but it had to be steady. Two problems now stood before him. The first was materials. He did not have enough money to purchase everything required to construct a humanoid puppet. The second was location. Daphne already knew about this room. He could make levitation cloaks and Griffin's equipment here, but he absolutely could not build the humanoid puppet in this place. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 power stones. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, The Basilisk Must Die. Vade made several more revisions to the design of the humanoid puppet. More than an hour later, he finally returned the notebook to the shelf. He yawned, left the room, and prepared to return to his dormitory to rest. However, after descending only a few floors, an ominous premonition surged through him from head to toe. The piercing killing intent made him feel as though he had suddenly fallen into an ice cellar. Have I been targeted? Does someone see me as prey? Vade forced himself to remain calm and continued walking forwards one step at a time, pretending that he had noticed nothing. Everyone else had gone to watch the Quidditch match. He was currently alone on this floor, so calling for help was impossible. Moreover, the enemy was hidden while he was exposed, and he could not reveal his true strength. Escape was the best option. As Vade walked, he examined his surroundings and searched for the most suitable escape route. At the same time, he quietly drew his wand. If escape proved impossible, he could still fight openly, flee in apparent panic, and finally survive through what looked like sheer luck. What he could not understand was who wanted to attack him. He did not seem to have offended anyone at Hogwarts. Had someone infiltrated the castle? Without realizing it, Vade reached the end of the corridor. Only a few steps separated him from the corner. Then he heard a strange sound. Something was moving rapidly through the walls and approaching him at high speed. Not human. Alarm bells rang in Vade's mind. Just as he was about to take another step, an image suddenly flashed through his thoughts. An enormous creature dozens of feet long, resembling a gigantic python, appeared before him. It seemed merely to glance at him, yet his entire body stiffened and he fell rigidly to the ground. Gulp. Ignoring the card of blasphemy trembling violently in his mind, Vade swallowed involuntarily, turned around with remarkable smoothness, and sprinted away. Bloody hell. That had to be the monster inside Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. And he could not look directly into its eyes. Its gaze itself was deadly. A powerful wizard might be able to resist it, but his current body certainly could not. That bastard Draco was completely unreliable. Had he not claimed that Slytherins were safe? Why had the creature targeted Vade? Why not hunt Filch, a squib, or one of the Muggle-born students? What satisfaction was there in bullying a half-blood? Vade cursed inwardly while running without the slightest hesitation. At that moment, he was most grateful that he had made himself a pair of alchemical boots during the summer. They were proving extraordinarily useful. What he regretted most was not wearing his levitation cloak. Had he brought it, he could simply have flown down and solved the problem immediately. Wait. Vade suddenly thought of something and looked towards the row of windows beside him as he ran. He quickly placed his wand between his teeth, twisted sharply, and threw himself towards a window. The monster seemed to realize that its prey was escaping and immediately gave chase. However, when it rounded the corner, the long corridor was empty. It carefully tasted the air, but still failed to locate its prey. It could only leave in disappointment and search for another target. Creak. A window was blown open by the fierce wind, allowing the heavy rain outside to lash into the corridor. Vade held his wand between his teeth and gripped the windowsill tightly with both hands. His body clung to the castle's outer wall, suspended more than 10 meters above the ground. For most people, this position would have been extraordinarily dangerous. The slightest mistake would send them plunging down, leaving them dead or seriously injured. However, Sequence 8 of the Full Pathway, Clown, had greatly enhanced his physical abilities. With his exceptional coordination, balance, and control, he could manage such a reckless maneuver with ease. He was safe. No, only temporarily safe. Vade released a long breath, pushed himself upwards, and climbed back into the corridor. He glanced in the direction the monster had gone, then retraced his steps and returned to the secret room. That snake was comparable to a Sequence 5 Beyonder creature. Vade might not necessarily lose in a direct confrontation, but the resulting disturbance would be far too great. There had been more dignified ways to escape. Flame Jump could have carried him away within 2 seconds, and the creature certainly could not have caught him. However, the monster had a master. If it saw his face and reported it to Salazar Slytherin's heir, the consequences could be equally serious. There had been no time to change his appearance, so he could only resort to such an undignified method. Vade continued cursing inwardly, but also devoted part of his attention to the information provided by the Card of Blasphemy. A basilisk's eyes could replace one of the main ingredients for Sequence 4. Basilisk venom could replace one of the supplementary ingredients for Sequence 4. A basilisk. That monster was a basilisk. Sequence 4. A demigod. Vade froze briefly, then his heart began pounding with excitement. A sequence 4 main ingredient was worth 100,000 galleons, while a supplementary ingredient was worth 10,000 galleons. If he could obtain both, he would save 110,000 galleons. More importantly, sequence 4 was not impossibly distant. He would need those 2 ingredients within 2 or 3 years at the latest. Therefore, the basilisk had to die. However, the basilisk was controlled by Salazar Slytherin's heir. Seizing its corpse without exposing his identity would require a meticulous plan. Harry Potter would simply have to suffer a little, but there was no avoiding it. Heh. Life really is unpredictable. Vade laughed self-mockingly. He had originally intended to stay out of the Chamber of Secrets affair. Gilderoy Lockhart's wealth had been his main objective for the school year. Now it seemed he would have to add another target. Not long after he returned to the dormitory, Draco entered with Crabbe and Goyle. All 3 wore dreadful expressions, as though someone owed them several million galleons. Let me guess. You lost. Draco gave a cold snort, threw himself face down on his bed, and refused to speak. The Slytherin team was far ahead, but Harry Potter caught the golden snitch, Crabbe explained. Vade pursed his lips and tried to comfort him. It was only 1 defeat. What is the problem? The Nimbus 2001 is slightly faster than the Nimbus 2000, but the difference is limited. If Harry Potter was lucky enough, it was entirely possible for him to catch the snitch before you. The problem is that luck was on Draco's side, Goyle added quietly. The golden snitch was right beside him. Potter flew straight towards me, Draco said aggrievedly. I thought he was trying to knock me off my broom, so I moved aside. Then that really was a miserable way to lose. In truth, you only need to take advantage of your superior equipment. If you prevent Harry Potter from catching the golden snitch until Slytherin leads by more than 150 points, victory will be guaranteed. We have already lost. What use is saying that now? It allows you to learn from the mistake. Of course, if you only intend to serve as Seeker once, then forget I said anything. Of course this will not be my only match. Draco quickly recovered his spirits. The next time we play Gryffindor, I will repay today's humiliation in full. To be continued. Chapter 99, The Basilisk's Weakness, Bonus. Still, this match was far more exciting than last year's. Vade raised an eyebrow and asked tentatively, Harry's broom went wrong last year. Do not tell me something happened to it again this year. No, his broom was fine. It was a bludger. The bludger kept chasing Potter and broke one of his arms, Draco said with obvious satisfaction. But Lockhart was even more entertaining. I always thought he was useless. All he does in class is tell stories and make us act them out, but this time I really ought to thank him for avenging me. What did he do? After the match, Lockhart insisted on treating Potter's arm, but his spell removed all the bones instead. Draco could not help laughing. Much of his earlier gloom disappeared. Potter would originally have needed only a quick visit to Pomfrey in the hospital wing. Now he has to drink Skeelgrow and lie there waiting for the bones to grow back. That is not a pleasant experience. He really is unlucky, Vade said half-jokingly, though another question arose in his mind. Quirrell had tried to harm Harry Potter the previous year. Who was targeting him now? Could it be the heir of Slytherin? That night, Harry Potter suddenly opened his eyes in the hospital wing. He had heard the same voice from Halloween again. It sounded very close. However, when he put on his glasses, he saw Dobby the house elf standing nearby in a filthy pillowcase. After speaking with him, Harry finally discovered how hard Dobby had worked to force him away from Hogwarts. Dobby had not only intercepted every letter his friends sent during the holidays, but had also sealed the barrier to Platform 9 3/4, nearly getting Harry and Ron expelled. Even the rogue bludger during the match had been his doing. You had better leave before my bones grow back, or I will strangle you, Harry said furiously. Dobby is used to death threats, sir. Dobby gets them 5 times a day at home. I truly do not understand why you are trying to kill me. Not kill you, sir. Never kill you, Dobby explained anxiously. Dobby remembers what life was like before Harry Potter defeated he who must not be named, the one whose name we cannot speak. House elves were treated worse than vermin. Of course, Dobby is still treated like vermin. Dobby burst into heartbroken sobs and wiped his nose on his pillowcase. Harry's eyes twitched with disgust. Why are you wearing that, Dobby? This, sir. A house elf who wears this is a slave. Dobby can only be freed when his master gives him clothes. Footsteps sounded in the corridor outside. Realizing that he had to leave, Dobby disapparated at once. Harry immediately lay back down and pretended to be asleep. Before long, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Pomfrey entered. They were carrying Colin Creevey, whose body was rigid. He still held his camera in both hands and remained frozen in the act of taking a photograph. What happened? There has been another attack. I believe he has been petrified, Pomfrey, McGonagall said. She then noticed the camera in Colin's hands. He must have been photographing whatever attacked him. Dumbledore picked up the camera and opened the back. A cloud of hot vapor poured out, carrying the acrid smell of burnt plastic. What does this mean, Albus? It means our students are in grave danger. What should we tell the staff? The truth. Tell them that Hogwarts is no longer safe. Just as we feared, Minerva, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened again. By the following day, news had spread that Colin Creevey had been attacked and now lay in the hospital wing like a statue. Fear swept through Hogwarts. Many students began traveling in groups, afraid that they would be attacked if they were left alone. Vade went to the library by himself and searched the shelves for books about magical creatures. At present, he knew only that the monster inside the chamber was a basilisk and that meeting its gaze caused death. That information alone was not enough to deal with it. In truth, had the basilisk's eyes and venom not been useful to him, he would never have become involved. He could simply have reported everything to Snape. He could invent 9 different explanations on the spot, each one convincing enough to withstand scrutiny. As long as he described the basilisk's characteristics, someone with Dumbledore's experience would identify the creature almost immediately. The problem of the Chamber of Secrets would then be easily resolved. Unfortunately, Vade wanted the basilisk's corpse. That selfish desire forced him to abandon the idea of reporting it. Otherwise, he would probably receive nothing but a few house points. He needed information about the basilisk, its weaknesses, the location of the chamber, and even the identity of the heir. Then, at the right moment, he could reveal those things to Harry Potter. Harry could lead the charge while Vade protected him from behind and collected the benefits. It would also make the halo surrounding Harry as the Fool's Chosen One shine even brighter, further concealing Vade's own existence. 2 birds with 1 stone. The problem was that he first had to find the arrow and draw the bow. Otherwise, it would remain nothing more than an idea. Vade spent the entire afternoon searching through more than 10 books before finally finding information about basilisks in an old volume. A basilisk was a gigantic serpent, also known as the King of Serpents. It was a creature bred by dark wizards and could be controlled by a Parselmouth. It hatched from a chicken's egg incubated beneath a toad and could ordinarily live for several hundred years. A basilisk killed in terrifying ways. In addition to its deadly fangs, direct eye contact with it caused instant death. Spiders fled at the sight of a basilisk because it was their mortal enemy. A basilisk, in turn, would flee at the sound of a rooster's crow because the sound was fatal to it. Vade stared at the information and sank into deep thought. The basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets had been raised by Salazar Slytherin. It might have lived for more than 1,000 years, which would explain its enormous size. Direct eye contact caused death. However, neither Mrs. Norris nor Colin Creevey had died. They had merely been petrified. Indirect eye contact was the only possible explanation. Mrs. Norris had been petrified in the corridor. There had been water all over the floor on Halloween, so she must have seen the basilisk's eyes reflected in it. Colin Creevey was even easier to explain. He had seen the basilisk through his camera. Good grief. They were both remarkably lucky. The fact that basilisks were the mortal enemies of spiders held little value. Vade did not care whether any spiders died. A rooster's crow is fatal to a basilisk. A rooster's crow, a rooster. Vade tapped his fingers against the book, and a faint smile gradually appeared on his face. This was the crucial clue. Roosters were the basilisk's natural enemy. If the heir of Slytherin intended to use the basilisk to purge the school, they would first have to remove the threat. And only one person at Hogwarts kept roosters. Hagrid. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 100, Keeping a Rooster. Vade found Madame Pants, the librarian, and asked to borrow the book. Everyone else was searching through books on Hogwarts history. It was unlikely that anyone would think to identify the creature by working backwards from its characteristics, at least not for a while, but it was still better to be cautious. After leaving the library, Vade went directly to the hut outside the castle. Vade, you have not visited for some time. Hagrid smiled and poured him a cup of tea. What brings you here? It is like this. I have grown a little tired of the food at Hogwarts and suddenly felt like changing things up. Ha! Then you came to the right person. Hagrid said excitedly. I have freshly baked rock cakes, jelly slugs, pepper imps. Wait, Hagrid. Do you have anything that sounds even slightly normal? I think they are quite good. Vade laughed helplessly. You misunderstand. I wanted to ask you for some fresh ingredients so I could cook something myself. Ingredients. Hagrid suddenly understood. I grow cabbages, carrots, and broccoli, and I keep a few chickens in the coop. Is that what you mean? Vade nodded, then took a galleon from his pocket. This is for the ingredients. I cannot take them for free. That is far too polite. Hagrid waved him off. They are not worth much. Just let me try the food when you are finished. The landlord of the Leaky Cauldron told me that you are a very good cook. Well, all right. Vade felt somewhat helpless. This differed slightly from his plan, but it did not matter. It would only cost him a little extra time. He could consider the meal payment for the rooster. Come on. I will show you what I have. Hagrid took Vade to the vegetable patch and picked several fresh vegetables, then selected a few chickens from the coop at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. That should be enough. When are you planning to cook? Now, but I will need to borrow your kitchen. No problem. By the way, I have not seen Griffin for several weeks. As though he had only just remembered his pet, Vade fired 3 green sparks into the sky above the Forbidden Forest. Half a minute later, accompanied by the rush of wind, Griffin descended from high above. He had not grown much larger, but he looked even more magnificent, and his presence was noticeably stronger than the last time Vade had seen him. Griffin lowered his head and rubbed it against Vade's hand, then spread his wings and lifted his claws. Your equipment will have to wait a little longer. The designs are ready, but the materials are difficult to obtain. What materials do you need? Hagrid asked curiously. A large quantity of mithril, black crystal, thunderbird and phoenix feathers, a manticore stinger, Riem blood, and the teeth of an adult dragon. Hagrid's mouth fell open. He had originally considered helping Vade search for some of them. After all, the Forbidden Forest contained plenty of magical materials. But if those were the things Vade needed, there was nothing he could do. Every item was rarer than the last. Even Britain's legitimate magical markets might not have all of them, and even if they did, they would be ruinously expensive. Together, they would probably cost tens of thousands of galleons. Vade, are you joking? I am not. If my calculations are correct, equipment made from those materials would allow Griffin to fight a dragon head-on. Gulp. Hagrid swallowed involuntarily. Do you have any idea how much that would cost? Roughly, 30,000 galleons. I certainly cannot afford it now, but that does not mean it will always be impossible. Besides, I intend to improve the equipment gradually. Each piece can be made separately, removed, and upgraded over time. Hagrid nodded without fully understanding. How much would you need at the current stage? At least 5,000 galleons. Forget I asked. Hagrid's kitchen was extremely simple. The stove, utensils, and seasonings were all crammed into a narrow space. The conditions were even worse than those in the kitchen at the Leaky Cauldron. Still, it was usable. A half-giant's standards for food were not going to change because of a single meal. Just as Vade had expected, once Griffin arrived, Hagrid devoted all his attention to him and paid no notice to the kitchen. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Vade used the full body bind curse on a rooster and slipped it into the right-hand pocket of his robes. Only then did he begin preparing the ingredients. As dusk fell, a rich aroma drifted from the kitchen. Hagrid, who had been chatting away to Griffin outside, turned at the smell and saw Vade placing several dishes on the table. Vade, is it ready? It is. You start eating. I need to say a few words to Griffin. Once Hagrid returned inside, Vade walked over to Griffin. I have a task for you. Griffin's gaze sharpened, and he lowered his head slightly. The chicken coop is at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. I need you to watch it in secret. If nothing unexpected happens, someone will deliberately come to kill the roosters. Your task is to remember exactly what that person looks like. Do you understand? Griffin blinked, then flapped his wings excitedly. Leave it to me, Master. That person is extremely dangerous. You must not let them discover you. Griffin blinked again, pointed one wing towards Hogwarts, then tapped Vade's shoulder. How will you notify me after you see them? Vade laughed softly and pointed his thumb towards Hagrid, who was devouring the food inside the hut. You cannot enter Hogwarts whenever you please, but Hagrid can. After dinner, Vade returned to the Slytherin dormitory. Before Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle came back, he removed the petrified rooster from his pocket. This was his secret weapon against the basilisk. Until the threat was dealt with, he had to keep it safe. Could he raise it in the dormitory? Probably not. Even with his current ability to create illusions, it would be impossible to keep a rooster there for long without anyone noticing. Besides, Draco had all the habits of a spoiled young master. He would never agree to having the dormitory turned into a chicken coop. If word spread by accident, the heir of Slytherin might immediately mark Vade for elimination. Although he had no evidence, Vade still suspected that the heir was a Slytherin. The other houses did not fit nearly as well. Could he keep it in the secret room on the 8th floor? That would not work either. Leaving aside whether Daphne would become suspicious, he could hardly run all the way to the 8th floor to retrieve it when the moment came to use it. By the time he returned, everything would already be over. I can only carry it with me, but I cannot leave it in my pocket all the time. Vade frowned. His pockets already contained quite a few things and were unsuitable for keeping a living creature for long periods. Then he suddenly remembered something and took 2 bags from his luggage. They had been sponsored by Quirinus Quirrell during the previous school year. Both were enchanted with undetectable extension charms. The space inside was somewhat limited, but it was still far better than his pockets. Griffin had lived in one of them when he was young. A bag that had once housed a griffin would have more than enough room for a rooster. To be continued. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Was it deliberate or an accident? Bonus. The secret room on the 8th floor of the castle. Vade took out all the alchemical materials he had left. Looking at the gemstones, minerals, and leather that together would not even fill a single drawer, he felt a headache coming on. They were barely enough. Far too barely. What are you planning to make? Daphne asked curiously. Glasses, Vade replied frankly. This term, I am either reading and writing or on my way to read and write. My eyes are getting tired. So I plan to make several pairs of glasses that can protect the wearer's eyes. That does sound useful, but why do you need several pairs? 1 pair is for you. A smile appeared on Daphne's face, but she quickly sensed that something was wrong. Who else are you giving them to? Hermione Granger. How did you know? You. Daphne glared at him irritably. Do you not care about her a little too much? He had no choice but to care. Hermione was the core of Harry's trio. If something happened to her, the other 2 might not become completely useless, but they would probably accomplish very little. The basilisk remained a threat, and a witch from an entirely Muggle family was in the greatest danger. Colin Creevey was a clear example. Therefore, the main purpose of these glasses was to save lives, not protect eyesight. Ordinary glasses could not completely block a basilisk's gaze, and neither could the alchemical glasses he intended to make. However, they could weaken its effect and reduce direct eye contact to the equivalent of seeing it indirectly. The worst result would only be petrification, which could still be treated with mandrakes. I am only making her an ordinary pair. Yours can be specially customized. You are still making her a pair. Stop sulking. Do you want them or not? Although Daphne was still annoyed, she reluctantly nodded. Her mother had taught her that the women of the Greengrass family had to fight with everything they had for the men they liked. If Granger had something she did not, that would be the same as admitting defeat. Vade naturally had no idea what she was imagining. Looking at her indignant expression, he only found it baffling. What style and color do you want? The same style and color as yours, but different from Granger's. I want crystal lenses, and... Vade made an okay gesture, then presented a new request to the strange room. Before long, numerous tools appeared around them. Vade nodded with satisfaction, picked up a crystal, and began crafting the lenses. During the 2nd week of December, McGonagall collected the names of students who would remain at Hogwarts over Christmas, just as she did every year. This time, Vade signed the list. The basilisk was still at Hogwarts, and only by remaining at the school could he prevent the situation from slipping beyond his control. The final potions lesson of the week involved brewing swelling solution. Snape walked back and forth through the classroom, inspecting everyone's work. Harry, Ron, and Neville performed particularly badly, allowing him to find fault with almost everything they did. He insulted them, deducted points, and moved on, completing the entire sequence with practiced ease. Then he began praising Slytherin. He deliberately selected Vade's cauldron, commended the perfection of his swelling solution, and awarded Slytherin 10 points. Just as Vade was preparing to pour out his potion, an image suddenly flashed through his mind. He turned in astonishment and looked at Harry Potter. Harry was holding a sparking firework and aiming it towards Goyle's cauldron. Shit. There was no time to think. Vade pulled Daphne against him and covered her with the cloak behind his back. Bang. Goyle's cauldron exploded, spraying potion across the classroom. At least half the students were hit. The classroom immediately descended into chaos as cries and shouts rang out. Silence. All of you, be silent. Snape roared. Anyone struck by the potion, come here and take a deflating draft. Once I discover who did this, they will regret it. The students crowded noisily around Snape's desk, taking turns drinking the deflating draft to reduce the swelling on their faces, mouths, and arms. Are you all right? Vade asked Daphne. I am fine. Daphne's face was as red as ripe fruit. Realizing how embarrassed she looked, she quickly changed the subject. How did you know Goyle's cauldron was going to explode? A seer's intuition, Vade replied mysteriously. Several minutes later, every student who had been splashed had taken the antidote. Snape strode towards Goyle's ruined cauldron and carefully examined the blackened remains inside. His expression was dark enough to drip ink. Professor. Vade slowly raised his hand. I know who did it. I saw everything. Snape glanced at Harry Potter. When Harry's face turned pale, his eyes narrowed with interest. Who? Harry Potter. You have no proof that Harry did it, Ron said, summoning his courage. I have no evidence, but I can prove that I am not lying. Vade looked at Snape. Professor, you have Veritaserum, do you not? The Ministry forbids the use of Veritaserum on students. Do not misunderstand, Weasley. It would not be used on Potter. It would be used on me. Vade shrugged. I am volunteering, and I trust Professor Snape to control the dosage. Ron's expression immediately collapsed. It seemed their plan had gone badly wrong. Hermione was about to step forwards and explain, but after some thought, she restrained herself. Setting off a firework during potions could be dismissed as a prank. Taking advantage of the confusion to steal from a professor's office would be a far more serious offense. Harry would simply have to suffer this time. It was better for one person to lose points than for all three of them to be expelled. Potter, do you have anything to say for yourself? Snape asked mockingly. Sorry, Professor. Harry swallowed nervously. I accidentally set it off. Was it deliberate, or was it an accident? It was an accident, Harry said quietly, lowering his head. He would wager that if he admitted doing it deliberately, he would be packing his trunk and returning to the Dursleys before Christmas. You accidentally threw it into Goyle's cauldron. Snape sneered. 50 points from Gryffindor. No, 100. Harry staggered slightly, feeling as though the sky had collapsed. He had broken his arm to win the Quidditch match and earned Gryffindor only 50 points. Now those points were gone, and the house had lost another 50 besides. When the bell rang, the students left the classroom one after another. Neither the Slytherins nor the Gryffindors gave Harry a friendly look. The firework he had thrown had indiscriminately struck students from both houses. They had once believed Fred and George represented the pinnacle of dangerous pranks. They had never expected anyone to be even more reckless. Potter, you are remarkable. Draco mockingly raised his thumb. I must admit, I underestimated you before. Malfoy. Harry glared at him. You looked ridiculous with that swollen nose. Not as ridiculous as you. 100 points. There is no Quirrell this year for you to defeat and earn them back. Snape was far too kind. He did not even expel you. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 102, The Dueling Club. The girls' lavatory haunted by Moaning Myrtle, on the second floor of the castle. It had been abandoned for many years. The lighting was dim, the atmosphere gloomy, and several pipes leaked constantly, filling the room with the smell of damp and mold. Since it was also the territory of a sensitive female ghost, hardly anyone ever visited. That made it the perfect place for Harry, Ron, and Hermione to brew Polyjuice Potion. Moria. I can't believe he betrayed us, Ron complained. And after we let him ride in the car at the start of term. Stop blaming other people. We knew there were risks before we acted, didn't we? He caught us. We can only blame our bad luck. Right. Harry nodded bitterly. The only good thing is that you managed to take the bicorn horn and boomslang skin from Snape's private stores. Hermione, how much longer will the Polyjuice Potion take? Hermione added the 2 ingredients to the steaming cauldron and stirred. 2 weeks at most. But we still need hairs or fingernails from Crabbe, Goyle, and Vade. We can find an opportunity to give them a beating and pull out a few hairs. That shouldn't be difficult. Ron, we cannot keep breaking school rules. Do you have a better idea? Ron asked defiantly. We can hardly ask them directly. A week later, a notice announcing the creation of a Hogwarts dueling club appeared on the board in the entrance hall. Every student who saw it was excited. Very few of them had ever learned how to duel properly. Moreover, the quality of defense against the dark arts lessons over the past 2 years had been dreadful. They desperately wanted to learn something useful. Whose idea was this? Vade asked doubtfully. It seems rather sudden. I don't know, but it probably wasn't Lockhart's, Daphne said with interest. He doesn't have the ability to run a dueling club. Lockhart loves attention. He may genuinely have suggested it. Then he has lost his mind, Daphne said. It begins at 8 tonight in the Great Hall. Are you going? Not interested. Vade waved dismissively. To him, the Hogwarts dueling club would be little more than a gathering of amateurs fumbling against one another. Worse still, joining might require him to go on stage and put on a performance. If he performed too well, he would expose his abilities. If he performed badly, he would humiliate himself. It would waste both time and energy. There was no reason to attend. No, you are interested, Daphne said solemnly. Your magical ability is relatively poor. You should not miss any opportunity to improve. No, Almost every student in the school will be there. If you retreat now, how can you face Snape's expectations? Vade choked, then forced out a stiff smile. I'll go. That's more like it. At 8 that evening, in the Great Hall. All 4 house tables had disappeared. A long, waist-high stage stood in the center, with steps at either end. Hundreds of candles floated overhead, casting brilliant light across the hall. Moonlight poured through the enchanted ceiling and lent the scene an air of mystery. Nearly every student in the school had come. They crowded excitedly around the stage. At last, under everyone's expectant gaze, Gilderoy Lockhart stepped onto the platform. He wore close-fitting robes and a sweeping cloak, looking every inch like an elite aura preparing for battle. Heh. It really was him. Vade laughed and turned towards Daphne beside him. Can we leave now? Wait. What are we waiting for? You don't truly believe Lockhart has any real ability, do you? Not him. Snape. Daphne pointed towards the staff table, where Snape stood in the shadows. Snape might go on stage as well. All right. We'll wait a little longer. Come closer, everyone. Move in. Can you all see me? Lockhart walked to the end of the stage, turned, and addressed the students below. Because of the series of terrible incidents over the past few weeks, Dumbledore has permitted me to establish this modest dueling club and train you. Perhaps one day, you will use what you learn here to defend yourselves, just as I have done throughout my countless adventures. For the full accounts, you may consult my books. He removed his cloak and tossed it into the crowd, prompting several female students to scramble for it. Allow me to introduce my assistant, Snape. He has graciously agreed to help me with a short demonstration. There is no need to worry. I shall return him to you completely unharmed. Vade noticed the faint lift at the corner of Snape's mouth and silently mourned Lockhart for 2 seconds. What could he say? A disaster caused by fate might be forgiven. A disaster invited by one's own stupidity was another matter. Lockhart had actually chosen Snape as his assistant. Was he not handing Snape the perfect opportunity to attack him openly? He had taken the defense against the dark arts position Snape had wanted for years and repeatedly flaunted his half-baked knowledge. Snape had endured him until now, yet Lockhart had willingly presented himself as a target. Is he an idiot? Daphne asked suspiciously. Couldn't he have chosen someone with a better temper? Someone with a better temper. Sprout. Do you think that would help? He offended Sprout during our very first herbology lesson. Besides, who at Hogwarts could Lockhart actually defeat? If he loses to Snape, he can at least claim that he lost to a powerful wizard. But if he lost to Filch or Pomfrey, do you think he would still have the nerve to remain at Hogwarts? Daphne burst out laughing. You're absolutely right. Let's enjoy the show. Lockhart and Snape faced each other and bowed. After observing the formalities, they drew their wands and held them before their chests like swords. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Lockhart assumed his stance, wearing his trademark smile. 1, 2. Expelliarmus. A dazzling pale red bolt shot directly towards Lockhart. His eyes widened. Before he could react, the spell hurled him backwards, nearly sending him off the stage. The Slytherins applauded and cheered. Many students from the other 3 houses also burst out laughing. Only some of Lockhart's admirers continued to believe in him. Lockhart climbed to his feet and invented an explanation within moments. That was certainly an excellent demonstration, but I must point out that your intentions were far too obvious and therefore easy to anticipate. Had I wished to stop you, I could have done so immediately. Shameless, Daphne muttered. Perhaps it would be wise to teach the students how to block hostile magic first, Professor, Snape said with a faint smile. An excellent suggestion, Professor Snape. Lockhart's gaze shifted evasively as he changed the subject. Let us choose a pair of volunteers. How about Potter and Weasley? To be continued. Chapter 103, How to Lose and How to Win, bonus. Weasley's wand is dangerous even when he casts the simplest spell. He might accidentally turn Potter into a matchbox and send him to the hospital wing. May I recommend a student from my own house? How about Moria? Me. Surely there had been some mistake. He was supposed to fight Harry Potter. Professor, I don't think my magical ability is good enough. Then you have even more reason to go up there, don't you? Snape asked in return. He had originally intended to choose Draco, who was among the strongest second-year Slytherins. However, Vade was the student he regarded most highly. This was a good opportunity to see whether the boy had been practicing his magic properly. It would be best if you win. If you cannot, I'll avenge you, Daphne said encouragingly. The corner of Vade's mouth twitched. Was he supposed to lose or win? Performing on stage was exhausting, especially when he had a carefully maintained persona to uphold. The two walked onto the platform and drew their wands. Face your opponent and bow, Lockhart instructed. When I count to 3, cast a spell to disarm them. Only disarm them. We do not want any accidents. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. 2 red bolts collided and cancelled each other out. However, Vade's spell was clearly weaker, and the impact forced him 2 steps backwards. He had deliberately limited the amount of magic he used. It was weaker than Harry's, but not so weak as to appear incompetent. Excellent, excellent. Lockhart applauded. The earlier demonstration has clearly been effective. We can see that Potter won. A respectable defeat. Vade relaxed slightly and was about to leave the stage when Snape stopped him. Professor Lockhart, I believe they could use other methods on this stage, rather than limiting themselves to the disarming charm. With 2 professors watching, they should not come to harm. Wouldn't you agree? Well. I have no objection, Professor, Harry said. They still needed Vade's hair for the polyjuice potion, and this duel presented an opportunity. Harry was not completely confident that he could defeat Malfoy, but he felt certain he could beat Moria. He could also repay him for exposing the firework incident during potions. I object, Vade said weakly. No, you don't. Daphne walked to the edge of the stage and reminded him, if you can use other spells, you might actually beat him. That was not the point at all. The real problem was not winning or losing, but how to win and how to lose. Vade was still searching for an excuse to refuse when he noticed Harry eagerly preparing himself across the stage. Was he that impatient to teach Vade a lesson? That was far too arrogant. His shield needed to be taught a small lesson, or he might become uncontrollable. Professor, are we allowed to use any method? Vade asked, looking at Snape. A faint smile appeared on Snape's lips. Of course. Since neither side objects, bow and raise your wands, Lockhart said. 1, 2, 3. Rictusempra. Harry attacked without hesitation, casting the tickling charm, which forced its target into uncontrollable laughter. Vade neither defended nor attacked immediately, as though he had failed to react in time. Only when the silver-white bolt was almost upon him did he pull the cloak from behind his back and hold it before him. Harry's spell struck the black fabric like a drop falling into still water. Silver ripples spread across the cloak, but the magic caused Vade no harm. While everyone stared in astonishment, Vade rose into the air and accelerated towards Harry. Harry immediately panicked. Before he could point his wand at Vade, Vade had already reached him and pressed his own wand against Harry's throat. It was hardly surprising. The levitation cloak might not be as fast as a broomstick, but crossing a dozen meters took only an instant. I win. Vade lowered his wand and jumped from the stage. The victory had been completely unexpected, and 90% of it appeared to come from superior equipment. The students erupted into enthusiastic cheers. There had been no dazzling exchange of spells, but the quick and decisive conclusion had still impressed them. Mr. Moria, where did you buy that cloak? Lockhart asked with interest. If he owned one himself, his fame would undoubtedly rise even further. He could already imagine at least 9 spectacular ways to make an entrance while wearing it. I made it myself. You made it. Sharp intakes of breath sounded throughout the hall. Everyone began looking at Vade differently. The cloak could not only fly, but also block jinxes. If it had truly been made by a second-year student, his talent for alchemy was extraordinary. Yes. I named it the levitation cloak. The materials alone cost a considerable amount, Vade said, mixing truth with falsehood. There was also an element of luck involved in its creation. I cannot promise that I could make another one. Mr. Moria, perhaps you could. Professor Lockhart, Snape interrupted irritably, you aren't about to claim that you also possess extensive knowledge of alchemy and would like to inspect it for flaws, are you? Lockhart's expression changed slightly. That was exactly what he had intended to say. If Vade could not make another levitation cloak, then this one was unique. Lockhart could take possession of it merely by inventing a suitable excuse. He could claim that it had a serious safety defect, or that it had been accidentally damaged during inspection. As long as he offered enough compensation, it would amount to little more than purchasing it. After leaving Hogwarts the following year, he could reveal the cloak again and claim that he had restored it through tireless effort. Then he could use it openly. Professor Snape, Lockhart said solemnly, I acknowledge that Mr. Moria is extremely talented in alchemy, but he is still very young. He may not yet be able to recognize every flaw in an enchanted object. There is no need for your concern, Professor Lockhart. I am certain Dumbledore would be willing to inspect it. Or do you believe your abilities exceed his? Lockhart gave an awkward but polite smile and temporarily suppressed the idea. He still possessed some self-awareness. Certain subjects could be joked about, but others could not. If Dumbledore misunderstood and thought Lockhart intended to challenge him for the headmaster's position, he might be packing his belongings and leaving the castle the very next day. Ahem. Lockhart turned towards the students below. You may divide into pairs. Begin dueling when you are ready. But remember, you are only permitted to disarm your opponent. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 power stones. Chapter 104, Parselmouth, bonus. Come on, Potter. Draco drew his wand with a mocking smile. The corners of Snape's mouth lifted. He had been hoping Draco would teach Potter a lesson. Although Vade had won, Snape had not found it particularly satisfying. The boy had been far too honest and polite, stopping the moment victory was decided. There had been no excitement at all. Crab. Ron drew his wand, which was still wrapped in tape, and challenged him mockingly. How about the two of us have a go? Daphne was about to pair up with Vade when Hermione interrupted her. Greengrass, you don't mind pairing with me, do you? Daphne froze briefly, then smiled. Not at all. Forget it, Hermione, Vade advised. You can't beat her. Hermione was certainly talented, but Daphne had practical combat experience. The training she had done on the 8th floor was enough for her to overwhelm almost any lower-year student. We won't know until we try, Hermione said, summoning her courage. This is between us. Stay out of it, Daphne said. Vade shrugged. I'm going back to the dormitory first. Be careful. Once everyone had found a partner, Lockhart called loudly, bow to each other. Begin casting when I count to 3. 1, 2. Flipendo. Draco cast before Lockhart reached 3, sending Harry flying backwards. Harry quickly scrambled to his feet. While Draco was still looking pleased with himself, Harry retaliated with a jinx. Draco dropped to his knees and began laughing uncontrollably, but still managed to cast another spell. A red bolt flashed through the air. Harry's legs began dancing wildly, moving in a frantic and disorderly rhythm that he could not stop. You are only supposed to disarm each other. Lockhart shouted anxiously from the stage. By then, however, the hall had descended into chaos. No one paid any attention to him. Ron's broken wand unexpectedly displayed astonishing power and knocked Crabbe unconscious. When Goyle saw what had happened, he immediately abandoned his duel with Neville and rushed over to wrestle with Ron. Seamus's exploding spell pushed the atmosphere to its peak. What had begun as orderly dueling practice turned into a complete brawl. Spells flew in every direction, and only a small number of them were disarming charms. Daphne and Hermione's duel was a rare exception. Neither of them used jinxes, but both fought seriously. After several exchanges, Daphne eventually gained the upper hand and knocked Hermione's wand from her hand. I won, Daphne said happily. She generously picked up Hermione's wand and returned it to her. I lost. Hermione looked conflicted, apparently not expecting to lose a magical duel to a Slytherin. However, she quickly remembered her purpose and suppressed her disappointment. Daphne, there's something in your hair. Is there? Yes. Don't move. I'll get it for you. Feeling guilty, Hermione reached towards Daphne's head, pulled out a strand of golden hair, then pretended to brush something away. There. It's gone now. Oh, heavens. Heavens above. Merlin. Lockhart jumped anxiously on the stage as he watched the chaos below. Get up, Justin. Miss Davis, keep your head raised and the bleeding will stop soon. Miss Parkinson, disarming charms only. Look out, Dean. Enough. Stop. All of you, stop. Lockhart shouted at the students who were still fighting. You clearly need to learn how to stop hostile magic. Professor Snape, perhaps you could demonstrate again. Finite incantatem. Snape pointed his wand at Harry and Draco. Harry stopped dancing, while Draco's laughter abruptly ceased. Very well. Another pair of volunteers. How about Finnegan and Finch Fletchley? That would not be a wise choice, Snape said. Finnegan's explosions are often beyond his control. He might put Finch Fletchley into a matchbox and send him to the hospital wing. Seamus's face reddened, but he had no idea how to argue. Everyone knew that nearly all his magical talent seemed to be concentrated in making things explode. How about Potter and Malfoy? Excellent. Let's do that. Draco and Harry returned to the stage and glared coldly at each other. Serpensortia. A black snake shot from Draco's wand and slithered towards Harry, flicking its tongue. The students watching below immediately grew nervous. Although it was only a snake, its sudden appearance was still frightening. Don't move, Potter. I'll get rid of it, Snape said. Allow me, Professor Snape. Lockhart acted first, hoping to recover some of his dignity by dealing with the snake. He pointed his wand at it and loudly recited a spell. Bang! The black snake flew several meters into the air before crashing heavily back onto the stage. It flicked its tongue furiously. Instead of continuing towards Harry, it turned towards Justin and prepared to strike. Harry instinctively stepped forwards and began speaking in a language no one else understood. Miraculously, the snake relaxed. It turned its head towards Harry, its eyes filled with obedience. Snape waved his wand, and an orange-red bolt struck the snake. It burst into flames and quickly vanished into black smoke. Only then did Harry seem to return to his senses. He looked around and found everyone staring at him in shock. "What do you think you're doing?" Justin shouted angrily. Harry frowned in confusion. He had just saved Justin. Even if Justin was not grateful, why was he so angry? Harry had no time to think about it. Ron and Hermione quickly dragged him from the Great Hall. The three returned to the Gryffindor common room, where Ron immediately asked, "You're a Parselmouth. Why didn't you tell us?" "I'm a what?" "You can speak to snakes," Hermione said. "Yes, but, once, at the zoo, I told a python to frighten my cousin. That was the only time." "So what? Plenty of people here can probably do it." "No, they can't. This is bad." "What do you mean, bad?" "I told the snake not to attack Justin." "You were telling it to stop?" Ron asked in surprise. "It sounded as though you were encouraging it." "No. Couldn't you understand what I was saying?" "No," Hermione said uneasily. "You were speaking the language of snakes. Salazar Slytherin was famous for that ability. That is why Slytherin House uses a serpent as its symbol." "Exactly. Everyone will think you are Slytherin's heir." "But I'm not." Harry felt an inexplicable panic, as though an enormous accusation had fallen onto his shoulders and could not be shaken off. "He lived 1,000 years ago," Ron said. "Judging by the dates, you could be his descendant." Harry's mouth twitched. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have cared. No rule said that Salazar Slytherin's descendant could not be a Gryffindor. But now Slytherin's heir had opened the Chamber of Secrets and was attacking Muggle-born witches and wizards. If Harry was blamed for that, it would be a monstrous injustice. "Let me think. There's only one way left to prove I'm not Slytherin's descendant," Harry said after calming down. "We need to find the real heir. Malfoy. We have to get the truth out of him." Ron took 2 strands of hair from his pocket. "This is the only good news from tonight. Crabbe and Goyle's hair. I got them while we were fighting." "Thank you, Ron. But I couldn't get Vade's hair. He left before anyone could catch him off guard. This may be the second piece of good news tonight." Hermione took out a golden strand of hair. Daphne Greengrass's hair. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 Power Stones. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Curiosity. The following day, a fierce snowstorm wrapped Hogwarts in a thick silver-white coat. Vade went to Greenhouse 3 with Sprout and helped her put socks and scarves on the mandrakes to ensure the heavy snow would not affect their growth. He had just finished and was preparing to return to the common room when Snape caught him. "Come with me." Snape led Vade all the way to the 8th floor of the castle, making him briefly wonder whether the secret room had been discovered. However, before long, they stopped at the end of a corridor before the entrance guarded by 3 stone gargoyles. "Professor, what is this place?" "The headmaster's office." "Why are we here?" Vade became even more nervous. He would rather have the secret room discovered than be summoned for a private conversation with Dumbledore. "To inspect your cloak." Snape glanced at the black cloak draped over Vade's shoulders, then spoke the password. "Lemon sherbet." The stone gargoyle rotated and slowly rose, revealing a spiral staircase hidden beneath it. The two stepped onto the moving staircase. When it stopped, they found themselves before an oak door. Snape knocked with the brass knocker shaped like a griffin. The door opened by itself, and they entered. This was Vade's first time inside the headmaster's office, so he could not help looking around curiously. It was a circular room far larger than an ordinary professor's office. Several arched windows overlooked the Hogwarts grounds, although the room contained rather too many objects. Numerous delicate silver instruments stood on the tables. Portraits of former Hogwarts headmasters and headmistresses covered the walls. The sorting hat rested on a shelf behind the desk. Near the door stood a golden red perch bearing a crimson bird. However, it looked extremely old. Its eyes were dull, and it seemed as though it might die at any moment. "Is that a phoenix, Professor?" Vade asked with interest. "I heard Professor Dumbledore keeps one." "Yes. His name is Fawkes. He looks rather different from what I imagined." "That is because he is approaching his burning day, Mr. Moria." Dumbledore emerged from the bedroom connected to the office. "It may happen today." It would be remarkable to witness a phoenix reborn with my own eyes. You may have the opportunity. Dumbledore smiled, then sat in the high-backed chair behind his desk. Mr. Moria, Severus and I have known since the beginning of term that you possessed a cloak capable of flight. Potter and Weasley told us during the sorting ceremony on the first day, Snape added. We simply did not realize that you had made it yourself. Are you going to confiscate it, sir? Vade asked cautiously. No, it will not be confiscated. Dumbledore shook his head. The Hogwarts rules do not expressly forbid students from conducting their own magical research. Severus merely asked me to examine it and confirm that it poses no danger. After all, it is rather astonishing for a second-year student, or perhaps even a first-year student when you began, to create such a complicated alchemical object. There may be flaws you failed to notice. Vade looked towards Snape. When he gave a slight nod, Vade removed the levitation cloak and placed it on the desk. Dumbledore lifted the cloak with his wand and examined the concealed magical circuits inch by inch. A thoughtful light shone in his pale blue eyes. Very precise. The magical power has been exceptionally well controlled. Mr. Moria, your control over magic exceeds that of most wizards. Vade admitted it calmly without changing his expression. It is one of the few things I can take pride in. Calm down. Strong control did not necessarily mean powerful magic. That is one reason you possess the talent to become an alchemist. The cloak has no serious defects, although its construction is still somewhat crude. The magical circuits and defensive framework, however, are both remarkably strong. Of course it was crude. This had been his first attempt at creating such a complicated alchemical object. If it had been flawless, that would have been far more suspicious. Yes. I was rather fortunate that it succeeded. Mr. Moria, perhaps I should not ask this, but I hope you will forgive my curiosity. How did you acquire so much knowledge of alchemy? To be honest, even when I was your age, I could not have created something this complicated by myself. I read many books in the library, Vade replied without hesitation. After noticing the amusement in Dumbledore's eyes, he added somewhat awkwardly, Daphne also helped me. She lent me several books from the Greengrass family's collection. Snape gave him a contemptuous glance. There was no shame in relying on a wealthy girl's resources. Why pretend otherwise? Dumbledore laughed, showing very little restraint. The Greengrass family. In that case, it was less surprising. Even so, he still had several questions. Mr. Moria, I noticed that this cloak contains several defensive enchantments. Together, their effect is comparable to the shield charm. It is an impressive design and requires a thorough understanding of the charm. However, Hogwarts has not yet taught your year how to cast it, has it? Well. Vade nervously pressed his lips together and hesitated, unable to answer. Dumbledore, Snape said, stepping slightly in front of Vade, I asked you to inspect the cloak, not interrogate my student. It was Quirrell, Vade said, his face turning pale. He forced himself to explain. After Halloween last year, Quirrell asked me to perform a divination for him. He did not have enough galleons, so he paid me with knowledge of several spells instead. But I truly did not know he was dangerous at the time. Dumbledore and Snape exchanged a glance, and their expressions became more serious. Quirrell had already been possessed by Voldemort at that point. The request for divination had most likely come from Voldemort himself. Even if it had not, the result would still have been known to him. What did Quirrell ask you to divine? Snape asked. I'm sorry, Professor. I don't remember very clearly, Vade said with a troubled expression. That was less than a year ago. Your memory should not be so poor. Severus, it would not have been difficult for Quirrell to make Mr. Moria forget certain details. Given his condition at the time, however, he may not have acted too aggressively. Otherwise, Mr. Moria would not even remember performing the divination. How much of it do you still remember? Very little, Professor. Vade looked deeply embarrassed, then suddenly changed direction. But there are several vague impressions. One was the sound of a dog barking wildly. Another was a blurred patch of red. And the last one. Vade abruptly clutched his head, his expression twisting in pain. I'm sorry, Professor. Whenever I try to remember the last part, it feels as though my head is splitting open. And I have a strong feeling that remembering it would be very bad for me. Although this was an excellent opportunity to shift responsibility onto Quirrell, Vade understood that pushing too far would only create suspicion. There would be other opportunities later. To be continued. Chapter 106, The Identity of the Heir, Bonus. Mr. Moria. Dumbledore looked at him with a complicated expression. Your talent for divination is probably not a coincidence. You may carry the bloodline of a seer. Professor Dumbledore, could you be mistaken? I am not a pureblood wizard. A seer's bloodline is connected only to talent for divination. Even in the Muggle world, some people can draw upon the bloodline to glimpse fragments of the past or future. I think I understand. Vade nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, the oak door opened again, and McGonagall hurried inside with Harry. Something has happened, Albus. Sir Nicholas and Justin Finch-Fletchley have been attacked. They have both been petrified. Snape glanced at the distracted Harry, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. McGonagall, surely this incident is not connected to Potter again. Potter was indeed found at the scene, McGonagall said, looking uncomfortable. What a coincidence, Potter. Mr. Finch-Fletchley offended you only yesterday, and today he was petrified. I must admit, you work quickly. It wasn't me, Harry said hurriedly. I swear I had nothing to do with it. I can prove it too. You can question me under Veritaserum if you don't believe me. An excellent suggestion, Potter, Snape said with a cold smile. But even Veritaserum can fail. It still would not prove that you are not Salazar Slytherin's heir. Harry stared at Snape in disbelief, unable to understand how anyone could be so malicious. That was ruthless. Snape was clearly determined to force the blame onto him. Seeing Harry's expression, Snape felt a wave of satisfaction. Confused, Potter? Is your head still ringing? A father's debts were paid by his son. Blame James Potter. They are innocent until proven guilty, Dumbledore said helplessly. I must emphasize that once again, Severus. At that moment, the phoenix on its perch suddenly burst into flames. It burned rapidly, turning into a pile of still glowing ashes within seconds. I didn't do that, Harry said quickly, afraid Snape would blame him again. Professors, you both saw it. It caught fire by itself. Do not be alarmed, Harry. When a phoenix reaches the end of its life, it bursts into flames and is reborn from the ashes. Look again. Harry lowered his head and saw a wrinkled hatchling raising its head from the ashes. Phoenixes are fascinating creatures. They can carry immensely heavy burdens, and their tears possess healing powers. Vade felt the Card of Blasphemy trembling. He walked towards the ashes as though entranced and rubbed a little between his fingers. As expected, the Card of Blasphemy provided him with new information. Ashes left by a phoenix during rebirth could replace one supplementary ingredient for sequence 4. Bloody hell. Vade swallowed involuntarily. The pile of ashes before him was worth 10,000 galleons. Professor Dumbledore, may I have these ashes? Vade asked, then added, I have a feeling they may be useful to me. Of course. Vade immediately drew his wand, recited a spell, and collected all the ashes into a glass bottle. He had acquired another sequence 4 supplementary ingredient. Although he had made little progress in acting as a faceless this term, his material collection had advanced tremendously. Bang. The oak door was thrown open, and Hagrid rushed inside carrying a dead rooster. The moment Vade saw what was in his hands, his pupils contracted. The heir of Salazar Slytherin had finally acted. This time, he might be able to uncover their identity. Professor Dumbledore, wait, Why are there so many people here? Hagrid hesitated, then continued, never mind. Dumbledore, Harry didn't do it. I'm willing to swear before the Ministry. Hagrid. Dumbledore had to raise his voice to speak over him. Calm down. I do not believe Harry attacked anyone. Harry really? Oh. Right, then. I'll wait outside. Hagrid awkwardly turned towards the door, but suddenly remembered something before leaving. Vade, something seems to have happened to Griffin. You should go and see him when you have time. Vade glanced at Snape. Professor, may I leave if there is nothing else? Snape picked up the levitation cloak from the desk and threw it to him. You may go. After leaving the headmaster's office, Vade hurried outside the castle. He fired 3 green sparks into the sky above the Forbidden Forest. Before long, Griffin flew down and landed before him. You saw the person clearly, didn't you? The one who killed the roosters. Griffin nodded. He was a griffin. His eyesight was exceptionally sharp. Excellent. Tell me what they looked like. Vade spoke excitedly, then suddenly remembered that Griffin could not talk. Ahem. I'll ask the questions. You only need to nod or shake your head. Vade took a notebook from his pocket and began questioning him. Was the person male? Griffin shook his head. Vade raised an eyebrow and wrote the answer down. Salazar Slytherin's heir was a girl. That was genuinely unexpected. Which house did she belong to? Slytherin. Ravenclaw. Gryffindor. When Vade said Gryffindor, Griffin nodded repeatedly. A Gryffindor girl became Salazar Slytherin's heir. That is absurd. Vade wrote Gryffindor in the notebook and continued. Was she taller than me? Griffin shook his head. Not taller than him. Then she was unlikely to be an older student. What color was her hair? Black, yellow, blonde, brown, red. Red. Wait. Are you certain it was red? Griffin nodded again. Vade stared at the traits recorded in his notebook, and his expression became extremely strange. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to compare every Gryffindor girl himself. Now that seemed unnecessary. Among all the students at Hogwarts, only the Weasleys had such distinctive red hair. And among the Weasleys, only Ginny Weasley was female. How could it possibly be her? The Weasleys were the very image of Gryffindor. Their family was also among the least hostile towards Muggles, and Ginny was only a first-year student. The idea that such a young girl had opened the Chamber of Secrets and controlled a basilisk to kill people was utterly ridiculous. Wait here. Vade turned to a fresh page, took a pencil from his pocket, and drew a simple sketch of Ginny Weasley. One final confirmation. Was it her? Griffin jumped excitedly, nodding and flapping his wings at the same time. That eliminated Vade's final doubt. All right. It is difficult to believe and completely absurd, but Ginny Weasley is Salazar Slytherin's heir. Only one question remains. Where is the Chamber of Secrets? Vade considered it for a moment, then abandoned the idea of divination. Salazar Slytherin's status was too high. A chamber built by him was not something a Sequence 6 could locate through divination. Even if Vade obtained an answer, it would probably be vague and incomplete. He would leave that problem for Harry Potter. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, the Polyjuice Potion is complete. Because the Chamber of Secrets had been opened repeatedly and attacks kept occurring, relatively few students remained at Hogwarts for Christmas that year. The Great Hall had been specially decorated. Besides frost-covered Christmas trees and cross streamers, warm, dry snow drifted down from the ceiling. The students who stayed behind enjoyed the feast, and everyone ate with great enthusiasm. Everything is ready. There is only one small problem, Hermione said quietly to Harry and Ron. What problem? Ron asked in confusion. We already have Crabbe, Goyle, and Greengrass's hair. But we need to make sure they do not appear while we are questioning Malfoy. How do we manage that? I have already worked it out. Hermione placed 2 small cakes on the table. I put ordinary sleeping draught in them, but the dose is quite strong. You only need to make sure Crabbe and Goyle find them. Considering how greedy they are, they will definitely eat them. Once they fall asleep, hide them somewhere. I already stole the clothes and shoes we need from the laundry. What about you, Hermione? Harry asked. Greengrass went home for Christmas this morning, didn't she? That is easy to explain. My plans changed, and I decided to delay going home by a day. I'll check the Polyjuice Potion. Meet me in Moaning Myrtle's lavatory once you have dealt with Crabbe and Goyle. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. If we had known it would be this easy, we would not have needed to get their hair ourselves. Let's place the cakes outside first, then act once Crabbe and Goyle come out. Hopefully they will not be with anyone else, or we will have to wait until later. The two went to the entrance hall and hid behind a statue. They were fortunate. Crabbe and Goyle emerged without anyone else, carrying a pile of muffins and eating as they walked towards the common room. Ron drew his wand and was about to cast a spell when Harry stopped him. Ron, perhaps I should do it. Ron glanced at the tape wrapped around his wand and reluctantly put it away. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry cast the levitation charm on the 2 cakes. When Crabbe and Goyle noticed them, neither suspected a trap. Each picked up a cake and stuffed it into his mouth. Thud. Thud. Both collapsed. They really are unbelievably stupid, Ron muttered. Quickly, help me move them. They dragged Crabbe and Goyle into a cupboard near the entrance hall and left them among the mops and buckets, then sprinted towards the 2nd floor. By the time they reached Moaning Myrtle's lavatory, Hermione had already divided the thick Polyjuice Potion among 3 glasses. Did you manage it? Yes. Good. Polyjuice Potion lasts for only 1 hour, so we must watch the time carefully. Hermione handed a glass to each of them. All 3 potions began bubbling. The thick liquids turned yellow, brown, and gold respectively. Cheers. The 3 clinked their glasses together and drank. Their bodies immediately began to change. Their builds, faces, hair, and even fingernails shifted to match the owners of the hair. That felt horrible, Ron said miserably. He had now transformed into Crabbe. It felt as though all my insides were twisting around. I almost vomited. Same here, said Harry, who had become Goyle. I feel better than either of you. It was like floating through a field of flowers. Hermione touched the golden hair on her head, then picked up a set of Slytherin girls' clothes and entered a cubicle. Change quickly. We cannot waste time. Several minutes later, they emerged from the cubicles. Standing before the mirror were Crabbe, Goyle, and Daphne Greengrass. "Does either of you know where the Slytherin common room is?" Harry asked. "In the dungeons. It should be somewhere near the basement, but we do not know the password," Hermione said. "Let's head there first. If we are lucky, we may meet someone on the way." The three carefully opened the lavatory door. Only after confirming that no one was nearby did they step outside. They made their way down towards the dungeons, descending deeper into the castle while growing increasingly nervous. Their transformations would last only an hour. Every second was precious. If they could not even enter the Slytherin common room, then all their work over the past month would have been wasted. Just as they began to panic, they heard a voice they normally found unbearable. At that moment, however, it sounded wonderfully welcome. "Crabbe, Goyle, where have you two been?" Draco asked as he approached. "Do not tell me you were hiding somewhere eating again." Then he noticed Hermione. "Daphne. Didn't you leave this morning?" "My plans changed. I have to stay another day," Hermione replied awkwardly. Draco did not suspect anything and led them into the Slytherin common room. Only a few students were seated around the fireplace. Vade was among them, leisurely reading through Snape's research notes on the elixir of life. Draco sat down on a sofa. "You three, sit." They exchanged glances and took the sofa opposite him. "Daphne, shouldn't you tell Vade that you are leaving tomorrow instead?" "What?" Hermione asked blankly. Girls really were thin-skinned. Draco shook his head and turned towards the fireplace. "Vade, come over here. Daphne has something to tell you." "No, I don't." "Stop making things up," Hermione complained inwardly. As Vade approached, she felt as though she were sitting on needles. "Weren't you going home to see your sister?" Vade asked. "Why did you come back?" Something happened." "I cannot leave until tomorrow," Hermione replied stiffly. "All right. Then congratulations. You get your Christmas present a day early." Vade took a box from his pocket. "These are the glasses I promised to make for you." Inside was a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles with amethyst lenses. I engraved magical runes onto them. Besides protecting your eyes and remaining comfortable to wear, they can also make your irises turn pale violet. Most importantly, they allow you to see clearly even in darkness. Hermione stared at them with a conflicted expression. She genuinely wanted them, but she was not Daphne Greengrass. If she accepted them, explaining the gift later would be difficult. Yet if she refused, explaining that now, and later, would be even harder. After a moment of thought, she decided to accept them on Daphne's behalf. Whatever happened, she first had to survive the current situation. "We share a dormitory, yet you never considered giving me something that useful," Draco complained. "Draco, if you lend me the Malfoy family's collection of alchemy books for a while, I could make an alchemical item for you as well." "That would be difficult. My father would not agree so easily." "Exactly. That is why Daphne's gift is in a different league from anything I might give you. You surely did not think these glasses were cheap. She helped me enormously, so naturally I have to repay the favor." To be continued. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, The Curse Disappears, Bonus. "Fine. I'll buy one," Draco said irritably. "It won't be cheap. Those glasses cost about as much as your allowance for an entire term. Money isn't the problem. What I want is your levitation cloak. With that, I could catch Gryffindor completely off guard in our next Quidditch match." "You still wouldn't win." Ron spoke without thinking, then immediately realized his mistake. He was Crabbe right now, not Weasley. "What did you say?" Draco demanded angrily. I meant the levitation cloak probably isn't as fast as a Nimbus 2001. Draco considered that and nodded. "Vade, how fast can the levitation cloak fly?" "Under normal conditions, its speed can be adjusted freely between 0 and 30 km per hour. If the wearer channels magic into it to accelerate, it can reach a maximum speed of around 100 km per hour. That is the limit of my current alchemical ability. I may be able to develop an improved version in the future. So it really is slower than a Nimbus 2001, but it still looks impressive. I'm not planning to sell it at present. With luck, though, you may see a shop in Diagon Alley one day. I've already thought of the name, Moria's Levitation Cloak Emporium, with Moria's Private Alchemical Workshop, in brackets underneath. How much would you charge?" "That depends on how many versions I decide to make, but even the cheapest would cost at least 300 galleons. Draco curled his lip, then took a clipping from his pocket. "Look at this. News about the Weasleys. My father sent it to me." Vade unfolded the clipping, and his expression immediately became strange. "Arthur Weasley fined 50 galleons for enchanting a Muggle car. Lucius Malfoy demands Mr. Weasley's resignation." His wife threatened to release the family ghoul on the reporters unless they left. What? Ron snatched the paper from Vade's hands. After reading it carefully, his face turned green. He felt horribly guilty. The entire disaster was his fault, and a 50-galleon fine would make the Weasleys' already difficult finances even worse. Worse still, his father had been publicly humiliated by his old rival, Lucius Malfoy, without even being able to argue back because he was plainly in the wrong. At the same time, Ron felt a little relieved. Thank goodness he had not gone home for Christmas. Otherwise, his holiday would have been unbearable. Harry and Hermione glanced at the clipping and silently suppressed their sympathy. Even if they wanted to comfort Ron, now was not the time. Well? Draco asked. Isn't it amusing? Ha. Ha. Ha, Harry laughed stiffly. The Weasleys hardly resemble a proper pure-blood family. Look at how poor they are. They're an embarrassment to the wizarding world. Ron clenched his fists, grinding his teeth as his expression twisted. What's wrong with you, Crabbe? Ron abruptly came to his senses. Stomach ache. That doesn't look like a stomach ache, Vade said suspiciously. It looks more as though you're trying to suppress extreme anger. Anger? Draco raised an eyebrow. At me. He's angry with the Weasleys, Harry said quickly, trying to smooth things over. Angry that they disgrace purebloods. Ron turned and stared at him in disbelief. That hurt, mate. How could you say something like that? Harry shook his head slightly and gave him an apologetic look. The plan came first. He could apologize later. Did you know that the Daily Prophet hasn't reported any of the attacks at Hogwarts? Draco asked. I suspect Dumbledore is trying to bury the story. Perhaps you're blaming the wrong person, Vade said with a smile. The Daily Prophet is the largest newspaper in British wizarding society, and only the Ministry has enough influence to control what it prints. You mean Minister Fudge is covering it up? I didn't say that. I only said it was possible. Something like this happening at Hogwarts during his term would be terrible for his reputation and political standing. Is the Minister for Magic really that unwilling to take responsibility? Hermione asked with a frown. Weren't you the one who told me? Vade asked in surprise. Fudge values power and fears accidents and uncertainty. Ah, yes. After a brief moment of panic, Hermione adjusted her manner to imitate Daphne. I simply did not expect him to be quite so disappointing. Fudge is still preferable to Dumbledore as minister, Draco said. If Dumbledore controlled the Ministry, that would be the real disaster. Though things are hardly much better now. He controls Hogwarts, and look at the state of the school. I don't agree, Vade said. Dumbledore has fulfilled his duties as headmaster reasonably well. There is one thing he handles badly, though. He sighed and shook his head. Favoritism. He favors Harry Potter and Gryffindor. Just look at last year's House Cup. He invented excuses to award Potter and his friends enough points to steal the victory that rightfully belonged to Slytherin. Ha. What you've seen is only the tip of the iceberg, Draco said. Perhaps. But I never expected Dumbledore to be some flawless saint. Dumbledore cannot even solve the problem of the Chamber of Secrets, Hermione said, changing the subject. She was worried that the Polyjuice potion would wear off if they delayed much longer. He doesn't even know who Slytherin's heir is. Do you know, Draco? Harry and Ron immediately looked at him, hoping he would admit that he was the heir. They were disappointed. How would I know? Draco asked irritably. Everyone now thinks Potter is Slytherin's heir. It's ridiculous. Do you know any useful clues, then? Since when have you been interested in the chamber and the heir? Vade asked, looking at Daphne suspiciously. Am I not allowed to be? We agreed not to involve ourselves in this mess. Hermione's expression changed, and she looked as though she wanted to explain but could not find the words. Vade silently activated spirit vision as he watched her embarrassment. The colors of the aura surrounding her body were all healthy. Her emotions were blue mixed with gray, showing calmness tinged with awkwardness. Wait. Healthy. Vade suddenly realized what was wrong. Daphne carried the Greengrass family's hereditary curse. Under normal circumstances, the white aura surrounding her body should have contained an unnatural trace of blood red that slowly eroded her vitality. That blood red stain was now gone. She appeared as healthy as any ordinary person. Had the curse suddenly disappeared? No. That possibility was almost non-existent. If the Greengrass family's hereditary curse were so easy to remove, it would not have tormented them for centuries. Perhaps there was another explanation. Without allowing his expression to change, Vade quietly turned his spirit vision towards Crabbe and Goyle. To be continued. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Turning Their Plan Against Them, Bonus. One more extra bonus as a thank you. Looking forward to dropping more bonuses for you guys. And this week's chapters are going to be really good, look forward to it. Thank you for your continued support. Crabbe's emotional aura was woven with red and violet, showing anger mixed with detachment. Goyle's was similar, though it also contained a layer of blue. He was angry and detached, yet remained remarkably calm. Those emotions did not match Crabbe and Goyle's expressions at all. There was only one explanation. They were imposters. Including Daphne, none of the three were who they appeared to be. No wonder they had seemed strange from the moment they arrived. Their words and behavior differed from normal, and they were unusually interested in the Chamber of Secrets and its heir. Their true identities were now obvious. Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Polyjuice potion. Vade's gaze towards the three changed subtly. Barring anything unexpected, Ron had disguised himself as Crabbe. He had shown the greatest anger after reading the newspaper. Harry was probably Goyle, while Hermione had taken Daphne's appearance. They were certainly bold, infiltrating the Slytherin common room in this manner. Were they trying to extract information from Draco? Or did they simply suspect that he was Salazar Slytherin's heir? Vade believed he had discovered the truth. After a moment's consideration, he decided to turn their scheme to his own advantage. I can see that there is something you find difficult to say. You needn't explain if you don't want to. But if you truly wish to discover the heir's identity, perhaps I could offer a little help. Vade spoke meaningfully. Don't forget, I am a professional diviner. You can divine who Slytherin's heir is? Hermione asked hopefully. Probably not. That would require the powers of a true prophet. However, I could divine a few clues. If we followed those clues, we might still reach the correct answer. I would simply need a suitable medium. What kind of medium? For example, a strand of the heir's hair or an object belonging to them, found at the scene of an attack. Ridiculous, Draco scoffed. Filch's cat, Colin Creevey, Justin Finch Fletchley, and that Gryffindor ghost have all been examined by countless people. Every scene was trampled beyond recognition. We could approach it from another direction. If I had some of the monster's blood, I could divine what kind of creature it is. If I obtained its corpse, I would have a very good chance of divining the heir's identity. That's no different from saying nothing. Draco curled his lip. To obtain its blood, we would first have to injure it. If we could do that, wouldn't we already know what kind of creature it was? I said that was the ideal situation, Vade replied indifferently. But if I had the blood of someone connected to the creature, I could also divine certain clues. Someone connected to it. Wouldn't that simply be the heir? If we could find the heir, why would we need your divination? Draco, allow me to clarify. I do not mean only Salazar Slytherin's heir. I mean anyone with some form of connection to the monster. For example, someone who dreams about it, or who can sense what it will do next. Draco blinked in confusion. Is there anyone like that at Hogwarts? I don't know. Vade shook his head, then added, even if there were, that person might not trust me. I would need at least 100 milliliters of their blood to perform an effective divination. Hermione and Ron both looked towards Harry. He could hear the monster's voice. That should count as a special connection. Vade noticed the exchange and smiled inwardly. Excellent. He had known Harry's presence at each crime scene could not be a coincidence. A Parselmouth hearing a basilisk speak was perfectly natural. 100 milliliters of Harry Potter's blood was one of the supplementary ingredients for Sequence 5 of the Seer pathway. It was worth 1,000 galleons. If this method persuaded Harry to deliver the material personally, no one would suspect anything. Vade could also release a few carefully chosen clues and accelerate their search for the chamber. As for how they dealt with Ginny Weasley, or how they defeated the basilisk, that was their problem. He might provide support, but there was no chance he would fight it head-on. At that moment, the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead began to reappear. Ron's hair started turning red, while Hermione felt her chest slowly shrinking. The three exchanged glances and immediately headed towards the exit. Where are you going? Draco asked. I forgot something. Crabbe's stomach hurts. I'm taking him to the hospital wing. Hermione and Harry answered with obvious difficulty, then hurried out of the common room. They sprinted through the castle, rushed up to the second floor, and burst into Moaning Myrtle's lavatory. Only then did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. We almost ran out of time, Ron said, still shaken. Harry closed the door while panting, then found his glasses beside the mirror and put them on. We didn't discover the heir's identity, but the trip wasn't entirely useless. First, the person who opened the chamber 50 years ago was expelled and may have ended up in Azkaban. Second, Vade can divine clues. He only needs my blood. Harry hesitated briefly. 100 milliliters isn't that much. I'll be fine. The problem is, how are we supposed to know your blood can be used for the divination? Ron asked. What do we say when he asks how we learnt that? If we admit that we disguised ourselves as Daphne to extract information from him, do you think he'll still help you? There's also this. Hermione took the glasses case from her pocket. These were meant for Daphne Greengrass. What are we supposed to do with them? There's still enough time. We can go to the Ollery later and send them to Greengrass as a Christmas present, Harry said. Then another thought occurred to him. Hermione, perhaps you should send Greengrass a gift of your own. Hermione stared at him. What are you suggesting? You could write to her several times over the Christmas holiday and become friendlier with her. Slowly steer the conversation towards the chamber in the air, and then we can take your blood to Vade for the divination, and if he asks how I knew, I can say Greengrass told me in one of her letters. Exactly. I think it could work. Why does that sound so? Hermione looked at him strangely. So underhanded. Harry shrugged without denying it. It's the only idea I have. Perhaps it was a little underhanded, but it would work. Wait, Ron interrupted. That might solve the problem with Greengrass, but what about Crabbe and Goyle? Harry froze. We can only hope that, with those two, they wake up and decide not to think too deeply about what happened. He paused. Actually, that isn't impossible. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 110, Developing the Water-Repelling Charm. The following morning, Vade received several Christmas presents. Hagrid gave him a long unicorn tail hair. Draco sent him a box of sweets. Daphne gave him a new deck of tarot cards, while Hermione gave him a notebook. Crabbe and Goyle put far less effort into theirs. Each gave him a muffin, and Vade strongly suspected they were leftovers from the previous day. Vade had just finished breakfast in the Great Hall when he noticed Hermione wearing the rimless glasses he had given her. His eyes immediately brightened. Good. Now that she was wearing them, her life had some protection. They suit you. They soften your expression and make it easier for you to blend in. I think they suit me too. I really like the gift. Hermione hesitated before asking, they weren't too expensive, were they? Don't worry. Those are the standard version. Vade took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses identical to Daphne's and put them on. These are the deluxe limited edition. Hermione laughed. Are you going to the library? No. The moment Vade put on the glasses, he acquired the air of a scholar. I need somewhere quiet enough to conduct some research. Is there anywhere at Hogwarts quieter than the library? The potions professor's office. Hermione fell silent. There was no possible reply to that. After leaving the Great Hall, Vade went directly to the secret room on the 8th floor. It was even quieter than Snape's office. This time, he did not study alchemy or potions. He had already learned everything he could imitate in theory. Without materials or new knowledge, it would be difficult to make any further breakthroughs through thought alone. Instead, he turned his attention to magical research. He had long wanted to transform the beyonder ability of false underwater breathing, which he had gained as a Sequence 7 magician, into genuine underwater breathing. Alchemy and potion research had repeatedly delayed the project, but he finally had time for it now. As his sequence advanced, ordinary magical research would gradually become less valuable. Underwater breathing and flight, however, were different. Both would remain useful until he became an angel. I need a room with a heated pool. Vade calmed his mind and repeated the request silently. Before long, a vast pool appeared in the center of the room, with white steam drifting above its surface. He removed his clothes, jumped in, and submerged himself completely. An invisible tube of air extended above the surface, supplying him with oxygen underwater. Vade carefully studied the sensation, then attempted to widen the tube. A flash of white light appeared, and the water erupted into violent bubbles. Vade's head burst above the surface as he gasped desperately for breath. He climbed to the edge of the pool, quickly wiped the water from his body, and picked up his notebook. After recording what he had felt and writing down several possible improvements, he submerged himself again. He repeated the experiment more than a dozen times. By the time he finally left the pool, he had filled more than a third of the notebook and accumulated an impressive collection of failed approaches. There was a reason developing new spells was considered dangerous. The water-repelling charm was unquestionably more difficult to learn than the Patronus charm. Without the support of his false underwater breathing ability, those repeated failures would have involved far more than swallowing a little water. He would probably have drowned several times over. From that day onwards, Vade studied the water-repelling charm in the pool every day. After every failure, he examined the cause, altered his method, and tried again. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor dormitory was equally lively. Under Hermione and Ron's watchful eyes, Harry picked up a small knife with trembling fingers and held it against his wrist. Wait. Hermione stared at him uncertainly. Are you sure that is how you want to draw the blood? No, not really, Harry admitted stiffly. To be honest, I'm not sure I can do it. Perhaps one of you should cut me instead. Are you joking? Be brave, Harry. It's nothing serious. Once we have the blood, we can heal the wound. Easy for you to say. You're not the one being cut, Hermione said, giving Ron an irritated look. Wait here. She left the dormitory and returned shortly afterwards carrying a blood collection kit. I had my father send this to me. I hoped we wouldn't need it, but apparently neither of you can be trusted. Harry and Ron swallowed when they saw the gleaming needle in her hand. Hermione, Harry said with a dry laugh, unless I'm mistaken, your parents are dentists. Dentists do not normally draw blood, but don't underestimate me. Hermione lifted her chin proudly. How difficult could it be? Ron gave a nervous laugh. Have you ever actually done it before? Hermione blinked awkwardly, then took a deep breath. Trust me, Harry. I read the instructions in a book. Harry's expression immediately stiffened. He turned towards Ron. Let's use the knife. I'm ready. I'm not. You can do it yourself. Both of you, be quiet. I'll do it. Hermione decisively tied a tourniquet around Harry's arm. The Christmas holiday ends tomorrow. We must ask Vade to divine a useful clue before lessons begin again. Harry hissed as the needle pierced his skin. That can't hurt much, Ron said. You're not the one being stabbed, Ron. The three silently watched the red blood flow through the tube and into the container. Only after collecting more than 100 milliliters did Hermione loosen the tourniquet and swiftly remove the needle. Press this cotton pad over the puncture. Harry nodded listlessly. After losing 100 milliliters of blood, he felt weak all over. Episky. Hermione pointed her wand at the tiny mark on Harry's arm and healed it. There. That's all. What else did you expect? It isn't complicated. Hermione tightly sealed the glass bottle filled with blood. Harry, are you coming with us? Of course. Harry reluctantly stood. We've prepared for too long to stop now. The three made their way towards the Great Hall. They found Vade eating at the Slytherin table, carried their plates over, and sat opposite him. You three, do realize you're sitting at the wrong table. No school rule says Gryffindors cannot eat at the Slytherin table, Hermione replied. Vade laughed. Very well. What do you need? We want you to perform a divination. No problem. 10 galleons, but I should warn you that the answer may not be accurate. I understand. Hermione nodded. We want you to divine the identity of the monster inside the Chamber of Secrets. Sorry. I can't do that. We have this. Hermione placed the bottle of fresh blood directly on the table. It belongs to someone who can hear the monster's voice. There is more than 100 milliliters. Well, that was efficient. Vade laughed wildly inside. In that case, he would gladly accept this supplementary ingredient for Sequence 5. On the surface, however, he showed an appropriate amount of suspicion. How did you know I could use this? Daphne told me that we could ask you to perform the divination, but that you would need blood from someone with a special connection to the creature. All right. I can try. But as I said, don't expect too much. At best, I may be able to uncover a few clues. To be continued. Chapter 111, The Natural Enemy of Spiders, Bonus. Vade brought Harry, Ron, and Hermione to the empty Transfiguration classroom. After placing Harry Potter's blood on a desk, he began the divination. He rested his hands on either side of the bottle while using magic to create an illusion. From the trio's perspective, the blood inside the bottle rapidly evaporated. Meanwhile, Vade looked as though he had just finished a long-distance race. His face turned red, and sweat dripped from his hair. Only after the blood had completely disappeared did he remove his hands from the bottle. Did you find any clues? Harry asked hurriedly. A few, but not many. That creature is far stronger than I am. Even divining it indirectly was extremely difficult. What did you see? Vade did not answer. Instead, he rubbed his thumb and fingers together in front of them. Payment first, information second. Surely they understood how this worked. Hermione sighed helplessly and took 10 galleons from her pocket. Why are you paying? Vade asked in confusion. I understand why Ron might be short of money, but Harry, don't you feel ashamed making a girl pay for you? Well. I didn't bring any money. I'll pay Hermione back later. That's enough, Hermione said, looking seriously at Vade. What clues did you find? I saw an enormous creature shrouded in mist. Wherever the mist spread, spiders fled for their lives. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances. The clue immediately explained something they had witnessed. At one of the attack sites, they had seen spiders crawling out of Hogwarts castle in large groups. They had wondered why the spiders were behaving so strangely. Now they understood. The spiders had been running for their lives. Can you explain it more clearly? Harry asked. If I'm not mistaken, the monster is a natural enemy of spiders. It may feed on them, or perhaps spiders are its preferred prey. Either way, the moment they sense its presence, they become terrified and flee. Are there any other clues? Harry glanced at the empty bottle on the table. We could provide another bottle of blood if. Divination is not omnipotent. How many times do I have to say that? Vade gave him an irritated look. Those are the only clues I can obtain indirectly from the blood. Repeating the divination would produce the same result. He only needed one bottle as a supplementary ingredient for his Sequence 5 potion. Any more would be useless. If they thought they could trade more blood for every secret concerning the basilisk, they were dreaming. I don't know why you are so interested in the chamber and its air, but let me give you some advice. Stay out of this mess. It is far too dangerous. You should trust our great headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. He will solve the problem. What if he can't? Harry asked uneasily. Then Hogwarts will become history, and we will leave the school. At least we will no longer need to worry about being attacked. How could Harry allow that? He immediately became anxious. If Hogwarts closed, he would have no choice but to return to the Dursleys. Life there was almost unbearable. More importantly, Hermione was Muggle-born. She might be the monster's next target. Vade watched the three leave and smiled knowingly. They definitely won't listen. They could search as much as they liked. In the end, they would still have to return to him. The natural enemy of spiders, Ron said with interest as they made their way back to the common room. What animals prey on spiders? Many kinds, Hermione replied with a troubled expression. Birds, frogs, lizards, and even mice eat spiders. That does not narrow down what the monster might be. Perhaps we should investigate the person who was expelled 50 years ago, Harry suggested. They must know something. But we don't even know who they were, Ron said. And even if we found out, we couldn't exactly visit them in Azkaban. Then we'll follow this clue for now. And there is one more thing we know. The creature can petrify people. The Christmas holiday ended, and the new term began. Vade was forced to suspend his development of the water-repelling charm. Daphne had returned, which meant the secret room on the 8th floor was no longer his alone. Expecto Patronum. Silver-white mist poured from the tip of his wand and formed a shield roughly the size of an ordinary door. You still haven't summoned a proper Patronus, Daphne said suspiciously. Are you certain you practiced during the holiday? You didn't spend all your time playing in the water, did you? No. Absolutely not. Vade waved his hands repeatedly. Can't you see that the shield is larger now? That is significant progress for someone with limited magical talent. What I mean is that you shouldn't become obsessed with the Patronus charm. You could practice other defensive magic, such as the shield charm. Daphne pressed her lips together briefly. My father said the shield charm should be the defensive spell you can learn most quickly. I hardly know your father. How can he be so certain I'll master it quickly? Daphne removed the levitation cloak from her shoulders. I showed him this cloak when I went home. He said only someone with a deep understanding of the shield charm could create an enchanted object capable of defending against ordinary spells. Vade raised an eyebrow. Daphne's father seemed more perceptive than Lucius Malfoy or Arthur Weasley. After all, Dumbledore had said something very similar. All right. I'll try. You tested the levitation cloak properly during the holiday, didn't you? A light smile appeared in Daphne's eyes. It was excellent. Safer than a broomstick, and much more comfortable. My parents have never allowed Astoria near a broom because they believe it would be too dangerous for her. The levitation cloak is much easier to control, so they have no such concerns. She loved it. Could you make one for her as well? The Greengrass family will provide every material you need. We will make certain you do not lose money. I can make one, but it will take quite a lot of time. How long? 2 months. You made 2 levitation cloaks during the summer. Surely one cloak takes no more than a month. You're letting your concern for her cloud your judgment. Vade shrugged and explained, during the summer, I controlled my own schedule. At Hogwarts, I have lessons, homework, examinations, and research. How much time do you think I can devote to making a levitation cloak? Daphne realized her mistake. I was being impatient. 2 months is fine. Astoria can wait. What materials do you need? I'll write home today and have them sent by owl as soon as possible. Everything can be found in Diagon Alley. There is only one other thing. Vade looked slightly embarrassed. Could you ask them to buy some mithril for me as well? I want to make a piece of equipment for Griffin. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 300 power stones. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Voldemort's First Horcrux. Vade and Daphne left the secret room and headed downstairs towards the Slytherin common room. When they reached the second floor, however, they were startled to find more than half the corridor flooded. What happened here? Did a pipe burst? The lavatory. Daphne pointed towards a door bearing an out-of-order sign. The water is coming from inside. The castle is ancient. A leaking pipe is hardly surprising, Vade said unconcernedly. The problem is that it has flooded the entire corridor. Have you forgotten something? Vade pointed towards the cloak draped over her shoulders. We don't have to walk. Oh, right. A smile blossomed across Daphne's face. With a light push from her toes, she floated into the air. Vade chuckled and followed her. The two drifted leisurely down the corridor as though strolling through the air, never touching the water below. However, as they flew past the lavatory door, Daphne suddenly stopped. The sound of crying came from inside. It seemed to be a girl. Should we take a look? She sounds terribly upset. It's a girl's lavatory. Even if it has been abandoned for years, I can hardly stroll inside without a reason. Then wait here. Daphne pushed open the door and flew inside. Several minutes later, she emerged looking irritated. In her hand was a black, leather-bound book soaked through with water. A female ghost was hit by this book and is wailing her head off in there. And the pipes haven't burst. Someone deliberately turned on every tap and left them running. It was an exceptionally unpleasant prank. What book is that? Vade asked with interest. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Daphne handed it to him. There's nothing written inside. It's just a blank diary. The instant Vade's fingers touched the black cover, an instinctive sense of unease passed through him, as though something cold had brushed across his spine. There was something wrong with it. Vade immediately concluded that this was no ordinary diary. It was probably some kind of magical object, and a sufficiently dangerous and sinister one at that. He pretended to leaf through the pages. Although he found nothing unusual, his vigilance only increased. Can I keep it? I happen to need a blank notebook. Do what you like. After returning to the dormitory, Vade carefully examined the diary. A faded date, 1943, was printed on the cover, showing that it was 50 years old. The back bore the name of a newsagent on Vauxhall Road in London, indicating that it had come from the Muggle world. On the first page was a barely legible name, T.M. Riddle. That revealed the identity of its former owner. Apart from those details, every page was blank. It looks completely ordinary, but that sense of danger was real. Vade thought for a moment, then removed the pendant from around his neck. Holding the chain in his left hand, he suspended it vertically above the diary. A moment later, the pendant began rotating anticlockwise with an alarmingly wide swing. Vade's eyes widened in disbelief. He had known the object was dangerous, but he had not expected it to be life-threatening. It was fortunate that he had taken it from Daphne. He did not dare imagine what might otherwise have happened. Vade stared deeply at the diary, then tore off a sheet of parchment and wrote a divination statement upon it. The origin of the diary before me. He wrapped the diary in the parchment, closed his eyes, and repeated the statement over and over until he slipped into a dream. A distorted world gradually emerged. A handsome young man walked along Vauxhall Road in London, carrying the same diary in his hand. The scene shifted. Riddle had returned to Hogwarts and entered the girls' lavatory on the second floor. Vade's pupils contracted slightly when he recognized it. During the previous school year, he had performed a divination to find secluded places within Hogwarts where he could practice magic. This lavatory had appeared among the results. At the time, he had only been a Sequence 8. After sensing the unknown danger hidden there, he had abandoned it and chosen the secret room on the 8th floor instead. He had never expected to see it again through another divination. Riddle faced one of the taps and released a series of hissing sounds like a serpent. The sinks shifted aside, revealing a dark entrance beneath them. The Chamber of Secrets. Vade was stunned. He had never imagined that he would discover its location so easily. His curiosity about the diary deepened. At Sequence 6, his status alone should not have allowed him to divine the location of the chamber. Yet the diary had enabled him to do exactly that. Wait. If this had happened 50 years ago, did that mean Riddle had been Salazar Slytherin's heir? Before he could dwell on the question, the scene changed again and answered it for him. Riddle entered a vast chamber supported by rows of stone pillars. He spoke Parseltongue towards an enormous, indistinct statue and awakened the basilisk sleeping within. The scene shifted back to the lavatory. A girl was sobbing inside one of the cubicles, completely unaware that the basilisk was approaching. A piercing scream rang out. Then the sobbing stopped forever. Riddle walked calmly to the cubicle and stared without expression at the corpse. He took the diary from his pocket, pointed his black wand at himself, and twisted in agony. A terrible growl escaped his throat. Vade heard the sound of a soul being torn apart, clear and unmistakable. A sphere of light appeared at the tip of Riddle's wand. Dense red and black sparks surrounded it, and Riddle's face could faintly be seen within. The sphere merged with the diary. Its pages turned by themselves for several moments before falling still. The great Lord Voldemort's first Horcrux, preserving his memories and consciousness from his first 16 years while granting him immortal life. A twisted, sickly smile spread across Riddle's face. The dream shattered. Vade opened his eyes and immediately threw the diary onto the floor, recoiling from it. Good grief. A fragment of Voldemort's soul was hidden inside. No wonder the diary felt so dangerous. It also explained why Vade had been able to divine so much. Holding the diary was practically the same as using Voldemort's soul for spirit channeling. Furthermore, this was only an incomplete fragment of Voldemort's soul from before he turned 16. Its status might even be lower than Vade's own. It would have been stranger if the divination had failed. A Horcrux was, as the name suggested, a vessel used to contain part of a soul. If the diary was Voldemort's first Horcrux, that meant there was probably a second, a third, and perhaps even more. What a ruthless lunatic. He split his own soul without hesitation. Vade marveled inwardly, but another question immediately occurred to him. If Voldemort was Slytherin's heir, then what role did Ginny Weasley play? Could she have been his accomplice? No. That isn't right. Under normal circumstances, Ginny Weasley could never willingly help Voldemort. But then, realization suddenly struck Vade as he stared at the black diary lying on the floor. Now it makes sense. Everything fits. There was only one remaining mystery. Where did she find this diary? Something that disappeared 50 years ago should have been discovered long ago if it had remained hidden at Hogwarts. To be continued. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, A Friendly Conversation with a Horcrux, Bonus. Flourish and blots. Lucius Malfoy mixed the diary among several old books and shoved them into Ginny Weasley's cauldron. Take your books. They're the best your father can give you. The scene shifted. Ginny opened the diary in her dormitory and wrote the date inside. However, the diary absorbed all the ink. Immediately afterwards, a line appeared on the blank page. Hello. My name is Tom Riddle. The dream shattered, and Vade's thoughts returned to reality. He gently rubbed his temples. Now everything connects. Lucius had slipped the diary, which was Voldemort's Horcrux, to Ginny. The first-year Gryffindor had then been influenced by it without realizing, and had even fallen under its control. That was why she had caused so much trouble. Vade had found it strange from the beginning. How could the youngest Weasley possibly be Slytherin's heir? Now the mystery was solved. But Lucius Malfoy actually possessed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, and he carelessly slipped it into Ginny Weasley's belongings. Vade shook his head with an amused smile. Lucius probably had no idea it was Voldemort's Horcrux. Otherwise, even with twice his courage, he would never have dared to do such a thing. Fortunately, no one had died yet. Otherwise, that young girl would have spent the rest of her life consumed by guilt. No, whether she would even have a rest of her life was difficult to say. Vade stared thoughtfully at the unremarkable black diary beside him. The diary possessed thoughts of its own, just like Voldemort in his youth. It could tempt its user and gradually take control of their mind. However, with sufficient preparation, that danger could be avoided. It was like dealing with a fraudulent telephone call. No matter how convincing the other person sounded, as long as you did not take the bait, you would not fall into the trap. I need to find an opportunity to send this to Harry Potter and let him deal with it when necessary. But before that, I should extract as much value from this Horcrux as possible. Voldemort was unquestionably a genius in his youth. He possessed far more knowledge and secrets than I do. With that thought, Vade took a deep breath and opened the diary to its first page. He picked up a quill, considered his words for a moment, and wrote a line. The construction of a humanoid alchemical puppet. The words were visibly absorbed by the diary. Before long, a different line appeared. Hello. My name is Tom Riddle. You wish to construct a humanoid alchemical puppet, is that right? Vade watched the line rapidly disappear and raised an eyebrow before writing again. A diary with self-awareness. A dark magical object. My brilliant mind tells me that I should hand you over to our beloved headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. What was going on? This person was not following the expected pattern. Were modern wizards all this cautious? You misunderstand. I am not a bad person. Bad people never call themselves bad people, Vade wrote calmly. Before leaving Hogwarts, I merely sealed my memories within this diary. I hope that someone might one day read them and learn about the school's past. That temptation is far too crude. Vade drew a mocking symbol in the diary. Sorry, but I am not interested in Hogwarts's past. It was a pleasure meeting you, Tom Riddle. It is rather late today, but tomorrow at breakfast, I promise that you will meet the great headmaster Dumbledore in the Great Hall. If he says there is nothing wrong with you, I will sincerely apologize. Others might not know whether there was something wrong with him, but how could Dumbledore fail to recognize it? Handing him over to Dumbledore would be no different from sending him to his death. Riddle cursed furiously inwardly. He had originally intended to guide Vade along gradually, but now he was being forced to reveal his cards first. Do you need assistance? I left this diary behind for another reason, to guide lost and confused wizards. What do you mean? I can teach you how to construct a humanoid alchemical puppet. Vade deliberately paused for several seconds. After showing obvious hesitation, he continued writing. I do not need your help. Even without you, I can design one myself if I spend enough time on it. Please forgive my presumption, but knowledge of alchemy is extremely expensive, and the cost of trial and error is equally high. Having a mentor and having no mentor are entirely different matters. Do you believe you are qualified to be my mentor? A trace of reluctance and temptation appeared in Vade's writing. His resolve seemed to waver slightly. Riddle keenly noticed this and felt greatly relieved. It was enough that Vade was tempted. As long as he could pry open a small crack, he could gradually widen it. Although this diary contains only my memories from when I was 16, please believe me. Even before graduating from Hogwarts, the knowledge I possess surpassed that of most Hogwarts professors, including the knowledge of alchemy that you desire. Vade considered this for a moment and decided that he could extract even more from the diary. What about magical and potion knowledge? To tell you the truth, I have recently been researching a spell that allows underwater breathing. I am also very interested in the elixir of life and am currently considering how to modify its formula. Greedy. Far too greedy. Riddle's anger reached its peak. Trying to obtain knowledge without payment was already bad enough, but being this ruthless was utterly shameless. However, the circumstances were against him. Stabilizing the situation came before anything else. The same applies. That is wonderful, but... Vade hesitated as he wrote. What if you truly are some dangerous dark magical object? Riddle fell silent. Vade wanted the benefits without accepting any risk. How could that possibly be allowed? Say something, Tom Riddle. You may hand me over to Dumbledore, but he certainly will not return me to you. Why? Because my memories contain a great deal of magical knowledge, including dark magic. Constructing a humanoid alchemical puppet requires dark magic, and Dumbledore would never allow me to teach you that. Riddle's intention was obvious. He was increasing his own value. Vade could hand him over, but no one would compensate Vade for what he lost by doing so. An amused smile appeared on Vade's face. Naturally, he understood what Riddle was attempting, but he did not care. He was not some easily deceived young girl. He had plenty of experience and methods at his disposal. Can I trust you? Vade wrote after careful consideration. Of course, Riddle replied immediately. Then should you not demonstrate your sincerity first? For example, you could write down the construction method for a humanoid puppet. Lines of text quickly appeared across the diary's pages. Magical incantations, runes, types of materials, magical circuits. For 10 whole minutes, Riddle laid out an extensive framework within the diary. Because each line could remain visible for only a few seconds, he deliberately omitted many crucial details. Even so, the knowledge he provided was more than enough to satisfy a student's appetite. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 114, each with their own motives. Vade quickly scanned the words before they disappeared, but he intended to use them only as reference material. Actually attempting to build the puppet was out of the question. He had no materials, and who knew whether Riddle had hidden a trap in the instructions? What if the thing exploded halfway through construction? He had to admit that Voldemort had been remarkably talented in his youth. Although the knowledge provided was limited, it was still extremely useful. It could increase his chances of successfully developing a humanoid puppet by around 5%, TSK. Vade clicked his tongue, picked up his quill, and wrote in the diary. You concealed all the crucial details. Did you truly think I would not notice? Riddle was surprised, but quickly regained his composure. This is only an outline, but even this much would take an ordinary upper-year student several months to learn. Do not compare me to those mediocre students. I did not expect you to be a genius. I would not call myself a genius, Vade wrote modestly. But I can still tell whether the information is complete. I can provide you with the complete knowledge, but I sincerely advise you to proceed one step at a time. I never intended to master everything overnight, Vade wrote calmly. Give me the knowledge, and I will work through it and verify it for myself. Of course, if I have any questions, I will ask you. You are welcome to do so. Vade watched the words disappear from the page and sneered. He wanted the knowledge possessed by Voldemort in his youth, while the Horcrux wanted to gain control over him. Both sides had their own schemes, but Vade held the advantage. He knew the diary's true nature, while the Horcrux knew nothing about him. That difference in information had already decided the outcome of their struggle. By the way, we have been speaking for so long, but I still do not know your name. There was no chance Vade would give him his real name. He still intended to hand the diary over to Harry Potter later. Who knew whether Riddle might reveal it? Vade complained inwardly, dipped his quill into the ink, and invented a name on the spot. My name is Jerry Tomasi. I am a Ravenclaw. Hello, Jerry. Hello, Tom. The Greengrass family was highly efficient. The following day, they sent the dragon hide, mithril, and other alchemical materials Vade required to Hogwarts. He began working on the levitation cloak and Griffin's new equipment. Those, however, were secondary tasks. His main priority remained extracting as much value as possible from Tom Riddle. It was absurd when he thought about it. He had studied at Hogwarts for a term and a half, yet none of the professors was willing to teach him the knowledge he truly wanted. The days passed. Because Vade had taken control of Tom Riddle's diary, no further attacks occurred at Hogwarts, and everyone gradually began to relax. Everything seemed to be improving, except for the spectacular mess Gilderoy Lockhart created on Valentine's Day. No one knew where he had found 12 dwarfs wearing golden wings and carrying harps, but he ordered them to deliver Valentine's cards throughout the school, adding an indescribable awkwardness to the otherwise relaxed atmosphere. By the middle of March, Sprout was in an excellent mood. The mandrakes were growing remarkably well and had even begun holding lively dances in the greenhouse. Once they are fully mature, those poor people in the hospital wing can finally be restored, Hermione said while leafing through a book, her rimless glasses perched on her nose. Have either of you found anything? Harry and Ron shook their heads gloomily. In our first year, we searched the library for information about the Philosopher's Stone. In our second year, we are searching for the natural enemies of spiders. It feels like some sort of curse, Ron said uncertainly. Do you think we have been cursed? What kind of curse would be this boring? Hermione rolled her eyes. I have nearly finished every book related to birds, but there is no bird that can live for 1,000 years, petrify people, and act as a natural enemy of spiders. Hermione, I have a question. Harry looked puzzled. Why did we start with birds? There are still toads, frogs, lizards, and other creatures. Mrs. Norris, Colin Creevey, Justin Finch-Fletchley, and Sir Nicholas were attacked one after another, but no one saw the creature. If the monster approached from above, that would explain everything. Perhaps it can turn invisible, Ron said stubbornly. Then we will also have to investigate creatures capable of invisibility, such as chameleons. Oh, honestly. Ron put his book down in frustration. Hermione, can we not ask someone who actually knows about magical creatures? Or ask other people to help us search, Harry added. The clues about the monster are not like the Philosopher's Stone. This concerns the safety of every student at Hogwarts. We could tell the others what we know. There is strength in numbers. I understand that. But until we identify the heir, we cannot risk alerting them. Can we not ask people we trust? Ron asked. Such as Neville, Fred, George, Ginny, Seamus, and Hagrid. If they ask how you know the monster is a natural enemy of spiders, how will you answer? We discovered it through divination. And how was the divination performed? With Harry's blood, because he can hear the monster's voice. Ron's cheek twitched. He turned towards Harry. That would make everything more complicated, wouldn't it? Exactly. Harry gave him a bitter smile. We should keep searching. We will find it eventually. At least there have been no attacks recently. Perhaps Slytherin's heir has finally decided to exercise some restraint. In the secret room on the 8th floor, Vade spread out a black cloak. After carving the final rune with his wand, he wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Finished. Daphne had watched the entire process carefully. It looks almost identical to mine. This is an improved version, Vade said with a smile. Besides allowing the wearer to fly and defending against ordinary curses, it can also keep them cool in summer and warm in winter. It should suit your sister very well. Is that why it took you so long? You said 2 months, but you took 3. An improved version naturally requires more work. If yours is worth 300 galleons, this one is worth 320. Keeping someone warm in winter and cool in summer sounds simple, but adding an entirely new function to a levitation cloak is not so easy, Vade said solemnly. In reality, making the cloak had not required nearly that much time. He had simply been occupied with matching wits against Tom Riddle and extracting a great deal of useful knowledge from his memories. Organizing everything had consumed a considerable amount of time, so Vade had repeatedly postponed the cloak. Naturally, he could not tell Daphne that. The young girl's aggrieved stare was particularly awkward to endure, so he could only add another function at the last moment as compensation. To be continued. Chapter 115, Tom and Jerry, bonus. Daphne stared at him suspiciously for several seconds, then gave a soft snort and put the levitation cloak away. I will pretend to believe you this time. Why only pretend? Obviously because you spent most of your time in this room writing notes. Daphne pointed at the row of notebooks on the bookshelf. It feels as though you made my sister's cloak as an afterthought. I had to design the improvements to the levitation cloak before making them. A considerable portion of those notes concerns the new functions, Vade explained without the slightest hint of embarrassment. I put a great deal of thought into it. Then you should have told me earlier. Next time, certainly. After returning to the dormitory, Vade sat casually on the sofa, picked up his quill, and wrote in Tom Riddle's diary. Tom, do you have any other ideas concerning humanoid alchemical puppets? No, Jerry. I have already taught you everything I know about alchemy. Riddle's answer was filled with helplessness. He had originally thought controlling Jerry would merely be somewhat more troublesome than controlling Ginny Weasley. According to his calculations, gaining his trust, making him dependent, and finally taking complete control should have required only a few months. In reality, however, he had not even completed the first step. To gain Jerry's trust, Riddle had invested heavily. He had taught him everything he could about alchemy and dark magic, yet Jerry had never lowered his guard. It seemed that all he wanted was knowledge. This will not do, Tom. You need to pull yourself together. Jerry, the knowledge I gave you is more than sufficient to design an ordinary puppet. However, you want to create a duplicate capable of replacing you, and to have it do so for an extended period. That is essentially the creation of life. I am afraid that my current self cannot accomplish it. Your current self? An amused smile appeared on Vade's face. 50 years have passed. It is inevitable that some of my memories have been lost. How can you recover those missing memories? I require fresh blood containing magic. Crooked words appeared across the page. Riddle was actually somewhat nervous. He knew exactly how cautious Jerry was. Directly asking him for blood was a considerable risk. However, Riddle had spent the past several months giving without receiving even the slightest return. His patience was almost exhausted. He could only gamble that Jerry was unwilling to abandon the method of creating a puppet double. It would be best if Jerry could obtain blood for him. As long as Riddle recovered some of his strength, he was confident that he could take control of Jerry for a short time. He might not be able to accomplish much, but at least he could escape Jerry's control. Once he changed owners, even if the next person was as cunning as a fox, Riddle was confident that he could deal with them and repeat the process he had used on Ginny. There were hundreds of students at Hogwarts. They could not all be as miserly as Jerry, taking everything while giving nothing in return. Even if Jerry could not obtain blood, it did not matter. As long as Riddle remained useful, Jerry would not hand him over to Dumbledore. My brilliant mind tells me that you will do something terrible if I give you blood. I have helped you for so long. Are you still unwilling to trust me? I am very willing to trust you, but I do not dare take such a risk casually. How about this? During a meal, I can give you the blood in the Great Hall. With Dumbledore and the other professors present, I would feel much safer. Ha ha. I was only joking. Do not take it seriously. Vade drew a playful smiling face in the diary. Is there any method other than blood? Unfortunately, no. That is all right. You can take your time thinking of one. Damn it. Riddle nearly began cursing. He had not expected to lose this gamble so decisively. Jerry truly was reluctant to abandon the method of creating a puppet double, but he had chosen to continue dragging matters out instead. Only a very small amount of blood is necessary, Riddle replied reluctantly. Sorry, but that truly is impossible. Why, Jerry? It does not have to come from a wizard. An ordinary magical creature would suffice. Riddle lowered his requirements again. He no longer demanded a wizard's blood or the blood of a powerful magical creature. Surely even Jerry could manage that. The problem is not the blood itself. The problem is that I faint at the sight of it. Riddle strongly suspected that Jerry was playing with him, but he had no proof. Since you cannot offer me any further help with alchemy, let us discuss something else. Potions. You have also studied the elixir of life. He still wanted more knowledge without giving anything in return. Not a chance. I am afraid I may disappoint you, Jerry. My strength has continued to decline during this period, and my memories concerning potions have already become blurred. It seemed there was nothing more to extract from him. Vade considered the matter silently. It was time to send the diary to Harry Potter. Harry could not continue wasting all his time in the library. Very well. I will ask you several questions. If you can answer them, I will take the risk of obtaining some blood for you. The Hogwarts house elves should be willing to help. What questions? Riddle asked excitedly. How do you destroy a Horcrux? The moment the diary absorbed those words, Vade had completely abandoned the pretense between them. Riddle remained silent for a long time, but Vade could clearly sense his shock. How did you discover it? When did you know? Twisted words appeared across the diary, conveying Riddle's panic and fury. If Jerry had known from the beginning that the diary was a Horcrux, then Riddle had spent all this time humbling himself and offering the precious knowledge within his mind in exchange for trust that had never had any chance of existing. This was intolerable. When had the great Lord Voldemort ever suffered such humiliation? Gryffindor curiosity, Slytherin ambition, and Hufflepuff kindness can all be exploited, but unfortunately for you, I am a Ravenclaw. The ancient Rowena Ravenclaw granted me eyes capable of seeing through the world and a quick, perceptive mind. From the moment you began speaking to me, I knew you could not possibly be anything good. That was why I specifically consulted our defense against the dark arts professor. He usually behaves like a vain and useless fool, but I alone know that he conceals extraordinary ability. As expected, he quickly determined that you were a Horcrux. Vade lied with complete seriousness. He still intended to give the diary to Harry Potter. Before doing so, he had to shift the blame elsewhere and prepare every trap he might need. However, he does not know that you exist. He merely warned me to be extremely cautious around such evil creations. If I ever discovered one, I was to report it to him immediately, and he would personally destroy the Horcrux. Gilderoy Lockhart. The words appearing in the diary were filled with resentment and hatred. Then why did you not obey him? I could not help myself. Ravenclaws are wise and learned, devoted to research, unconventional, and capable of seeing further than others. Vade used each description to reinforce Jerry's supposed identity as a Ravenclaw. I am a greedy plunderer with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, and you clearly possess knowledge that cannot be found even in the library. Will you answer my question now? Do you truly think that is possible? If you tell me the method and allow me to destroy you, you may choose a dignified death. But if Professor Gilderoy Lockhart handles it, you may not be so fortunate. Keep dreaming. I would rather die at the hands of a powerful wizard than entrust my fate to a despicable villain. You have made the wrong decision. Vade expressed his regret in the diary. Tomorrow, I will hand you over to Lockhart. I curse you, Jerry Tomasi. Vade stared at the words, which remained on the page without fading. Even without spirit vision, he could sense the hatred and resentment pouring from them. Curse me all you like. I do not exist. If you can actually find someone by that name in Ravenclaw, I will admit defeat. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Passing on the Diary. Vade closed the diary and let out a long breath. He had gained a great deal during this period. Besides advancing his research into puppet doubles beyond 30%, he had also compiled a collection of notes on dark magic. Tom Riddle undoubtedly still possessed plenty of knowledge that he had not revealed, but Vade already had enough. Hidden among the information was a form of magic capable of destroying Horcruxes. Fiendfire. There was no need to ask how he knew. For a seer, confirming it required little more than tossing a coin. The truly pleasant surprise, however, was the improvement in his acting as a Sequence 6 Faceless. Moments earlier, Tom Riddle had delivered one final curse against Jerry Tomasi, filled with hatred and resentment. The progress shown on the Card of Blasphemy had suddenly risen sharply, climbing from a little over 10% to 35%. On closer consideration, it was not difficult to understand. The faceless acting principles mainly contained two rules. One could impersonate anyone, but could only ever be oneself. One must perform a deep disguise capable of deceiving everyone and truly become another person. Although Jerry Tomasi was an identity Vade had invented, he had used it for 3 months while dealing with Tom Riddle and had gained considerable benefits from doing so. Even at the very end, Tom Riddle had remained completely convinced that Jerry Tomasi was real. Fortunately, a Horcrux cannot see anything and can communicate only through writing. Otherwise, deceiving Voldemort in his youth would not have been so easy. Vade considered this and laughed without the slightest remorse. He would abandon the identity of Jerry Tomasi today and never use it again. Even so, deceiving someone who was effectively blind still left him feeling slightly guilty. Next, he had to pass the diary on to Harry. Giving it to him directly was obviously impossible. He needed to arrange matters naturally. The following day, Vade went straight to the library after class. He walked past row after row of bookshelves, occasionally tossing a copper coin for divination, until he finally selected a table near the window. Vade looked around. After confirming that no one would notice him, he casually dropped Tom Riddle's diary beneath the table. He then moved behind a bookshelf from which he could observe the table, pulled out a random book, and waited while pretending to read. Nearly half an hour later, Harry, Hermione, and Ron approached the table. We are investigating reptilian magical creatures today. Hopefully, we will finally find something. Hermione, can we not take a break? Ron complained as he put down his books. I did not work this hard even when we were searching for the Philosopher's Stone. That was because we knew the Philosopher's Stone was hidden in a room on the 4th floor, and you know who. Shoo. Ron interrupted her in alarm. Do not suddenly mention him like that. You know who only wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He was not attacking students. Slytherin's heir is different. We know nothing about them, and they have already attacked several people. Who can guarantee there will not be another attack? Let us keep searching. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder and sat down. The next moment, he felt something beneath his foot. He bent down, picked up Tom Riddle's diary, and placed it on the table. What is that? Ron asked. It looks like a diary. Harry looked at the date on the cover, and excitement surged through him. 50 years ago. That was exactly when the Chamber of Secrets had last been opened. Perhaps the diary contained the information they needed. He eagerly opened it and saw a faded name on the first page, T. M. Riddle. Every other page, however, was blank. There is only a name. He did not write a single word. Riddle. I think I know that name, Ron said. 50 years ago, he received an award for special services to the school. How do you know that? Hermione asked, looking surprised. Ron felt slightly offended. It is true. When I had detention, Filch made me polish the awards in the trophy room. If you polished the same plaque dozens of times, you would remember his name too. But this diary belonged to Riddle 50 years ago. Who left it here? Perhaps Slytherin's heir found it. They thought the diary might contain clues, but after discovering that it did not, they simply threw it away. There really is nothing written inside, Harry said in disappointment. Perhaps it was written with invisible ink. Hermione drew her wand and pointed it at the diary. Apparitium. I suppose not. Ron shrugged. Hermione then took a red revealer from her bag and rubbed it vigorously across the page. Hermione, I think you should stop wasting your time. Perhaps Riddle received it as a Christmas present but never wanted to write anything in it. Ron's voice stopped abruptly before he could finish. A line of text appeared on the blank page. Hello. My name is Tom Riddle. Who are you? Perhaps fate had not abandoned him after all. Riddle felt enormously relieved. He had believed that Gilderoy Lockhart would destroy him today, but the diary had not fallen into Lockhart's hands. How did he know? He could still sense magic, and the person before him clearly was not using the same magical power as Lockhart. Even more fortunately, less than a day had passed, and he had accumulated enough strength to produce a few lines of writing. No way. That actually worked. Ron stared with wide eyes. Perhaps we can communicate with it. Harry took a quill from his bag and wrote in the diary. My name is Harry Potter. Hello, Harry Potter. May I ask how you found my old diary? I found it in the library. Someone left it here. Fortunately, I recorded my past using a method more lasting than ink. There are always people who do not wish this diary to be read, Riddle replied. The person on the other side was not Jerry Tomasi. Riddle was confident that he could gain Harry's trust. Ask him what he means, Hermione said. Harry immediately wrote the question in the diary. Several lines soon appeared. This diary contains records of certain events that took place at Hogwarts, secrets concealed beneath invisible ink. Someone did not want those events revealed and intended to hand me over to Gilderoy Lockhart, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, so that he could destroy me. Do not assume that Lockhart is incompetent. His knowledge and magical ability are surpassed at Hogwarts only by Dumbledore. Lockhart. Ron immediately became suspicious. Is he really that capable? How do you know he is not? Hermione gave an indignant snort. Perhaps Lockhart simply is not good at teaching. How could an adult wizard have earned so many honors without possessing genuine ability? Ron fell silent. He admitted that Hermione's argument made some sense, but he still could not persuade himself to believe it. Wait. Could the person mentioned by the diary be Slytherin's heir? Very possibly. Harry nodded excitedly, then hurriedly began writing. Who was that person? I do not know. He never revealed his true identity. Harry, ask whether he knows anything about the Chamber of Secrets, Ron said. Harry wrote the question at once, but Riddle's response left all three of them confused. I can show you. Allow me to take you back 50 years, and you may see for yourself. The three exchanged bewildered looks. Before they could react, the diary's pages began turning rapidly and stopped at a date from 50 years earlier. A brilliant light burst from the page and drew all three of them into the diary. Bloody hell. Vade cursed inwardly and hurried over. He had only intended to give Harry Potter a push in the right direction. He did not want anything unexpected to happen. However, the moment Vade saw the date on the page, he understood. He turned and left decisively, as though nothing had happened. The truth from 50 years ago. What Tom Riddle showed them was not the truth, only the part of the past he wanted them to see. To be continued. Chapter 117, Theft, Bonus. After a dizzying whirl, Harry and the others emerged from the diary and fell back into their chairs with a thud. They had witnessed Tom Riddle's memories from June 13, 50 years earlier, and it took them a long time to recover from the shock. "That is unbelievable," Ron said. "How could Hagrid have opened the Chamber of Secrets? Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts 50 years ago. We should have realized." "No, Hagrid is not Slytherin's heir," Hermione said firmly. "Have you forgotten what we are investigating? The monster is a natural enemy of spiders, while the creature Hagrid raised was a spider. Personally, I think Tom Riddle accused the wrong person." Harry remained silent for a moment, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. If Hogwarts had been closed because of that monster, Riddle would have been sent back to the orphanage. I can understand how he felt. It was reasonable for him to suspect Hagrid. That girl was killed by a monster, and Hagrid's pet, well, you both know what his taste is like. The bigger, fiercer, and more savage it is, the more Hagrid likes it, Ron said helplessly, counting on his fingers. A dragon, a three-headed dog, and a griffin. Those are only the ones we know about. Should we ask Hagrid? Hermione suggested tentatively. He might know something. Ask him why he was expelled all those years ago. That does not sound like a good idea, Hermione. Besides, the attacks have happened one after another. If Hagrid truly knew anything, he would have told Dumbledore. The three remained silent for a long time before deciding not to question Hagrid for the moment, unless another attack occurred. "Harry, what are you going to do with this diary?" "I will keep it in the dormitory. Ron and I can look after it and see whether we can discover any more clues." During the Easter holidays, Vade worked on Griffin's equipment in the secret room on the 8th floor. The Greengrass family had sent a considerable amount of mithril, but compared with Griffin's enormous size, it was only enough to forge a pair of claw blades. "Is this the equipment you are making for Griffin?" Daphne looked curiously at the two silver claw blades in front of Vade. "What do they do?" "Besides protecting his claws, they will make them sharper and stronger. Like a saddle, the claw blades are enchanted with engorgement and shrinking charms. They will automatically adjust to fit Griffin's claws, so he will not outgrow them. I have also carved the incantation for the severing charm into them, allowing him to launch slashing attacks from a distance." "Slashing attacks? How does he use them?" "Once they are finished, come with me to see Griffin. He can demonstrate them for you." "How much longer will they take?" "Another month or so. In some ways, these are even more complicated than the levitation cloak." Daphne nodded without fully understanding. Her knowledge of alchemy was limited at best. She had tried reading Vade's notes, but every notebook might as well have been written in an entirely different language. "By the way, have you looked at the third-year course selection form?" "Not yet." "Why?" "Divination, arithmancy, ancient runes, care of magical creatures, and Muggle studies. Third years have to choose 2 of those 5 electives." Vade froze for a moment, then laughed. Other second-year students might struggle with the decision, but he had no reason to. Divination and arithmancy could be eliminated immediately. He was a professional seer. The professors might not even know as much about divination as he did. Muggle studies could also be ruled out. He had grown up in the Muggle world. Surely he was not expected to choose the subject merely to revisit what he already knew. The remaining 2 would actually be useful. Ancient runes could improve his alchemical skill and expose him to hidden knowledge from antiquity, while care of magical creatures would make gathering potion ingredients far easier. Ancient runes and care of magical creatures. There is hardly any choice to make. That is exactly what I thought. Several weeks later, the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff began. Vade had the rare opportunity to use the secret room on the 8th floor by himself. He took a cloth bag from his pocket and opened it, allowing a rooster to flap its wings and fly out. He had secretly raised the rooster for several months. By now, it was plump, strong, and extremely healthy. Until the basilisk was dealt with, the rooster was his greatest source of reassurance. "I know you are hungry, but there is no need to rush." Vade reached into his pocket again and took out a white bag of rice, pouring some onto the floor. The rooster immediately began pecking at the grains, clucking happily. Once it had finished eating, Vade placed it back inside the cloth bag and quickly removed every trace of its presence. He then took out a galleon and flicked it straight into the air. Ever since he had passed Riddle's diary to Harry Potter and the others, Vade had performed this divination once every day to confirm that it remained in their possession. The galleon spun through the air before landing neatly in Vade's palm. He looked at the reverse side of the coin, rubbed his forehead, and shook his head. The situation was so ridiculous that he almost wanted to laugh. The diary was gone. It might have disappeared today, or perhaps yesterday. He had to recover it as soon as possible, or the consequences could be severe. If it tempted another student, opened the Chamber of Secrets, and allowed the basilisk to kill someone, then Vade would bear some responsibility. What a nuisance. Vade cursed through gritted teeth, then took out a sheet of parchment and wrote down a divination statement. Who currently possesses Tom Riddle's diary? Holding the parchment, Vade closed his eyes and repeated the statement over and over, but he was unable to enter a meditative state. The divination failed. That makes sense. It is a Horcrux, after all. Without a suitable medium, directly divining its location would be difficult. After considering the matter for a moment, Vade changed the statement. Who entered Harry Potter's dormitory yesterday despite not living there? This time, he successfully entered meditation and gradually fell asleep. In the dream, he saw Ginny Weasley enter with an anxious expression. She roughly pulled away the pillows, sheets, and blankets from one of the four-poster beds. She then found a trunk, threw out all the belongings inside, and finally opened the drawer of the bedside table. The moment she saw something inside, she froze. Excitement and fear appeared in her eyes at the same time. The scene shifted. Neville hurried into the dormitory with Harry, Hermione, and Ron. They all stared at the chaos in front of them. Vade's eyes snapped open as he awakened from the dream. The divination had revealed two people, Ginny Weasley and Hermione Granger, but Ginny had clearly been the one who stole the diary. If the diary fell into someone else's hands, Tom Riddle would still need time to manipulate them. If that person was Ginny, however, he could skip the manipulation entirely and take control of her immediately. What was wrong with her? Did she have no sense at all? She had finally escaped the trap. Instead of learning from the experience, she had jumped straight back into it. To be continued. Chapter 118, Emergency Evacuation Failed, Bonus. Vade left the room, still cursing inwardly. A genius could rack his brains and still be outdone by a fool acting on a sudden impulse. All his careful planning during this period had been intended to control the pace of Harry and the others' investigation while he searched for an opportunity to maximize his gains. Only by finding such an opportunity could he claim both the basilisk and Lockhart's wealth without any lingering concerns or leaving behind suspicious flaws. Even if he failed to find one, it would not matter. He already knew how to open the Chamber of Secrets. Once he had fully digested the Sequence 6 Faceless Potion, he could still enter the chamber and kill the basilisk himself. This school year, it would be enough to extort a fortune from Lockhart. Considering everything Lockhart had done, he would spend the rest of his life in prison at the very least. Vade would feel no guilt about blackmailing or threatening him. Now, however, Ginny Weasley had ruined every plan. Her actions had completely disrupted his arrangements and introduced countless unnecessary variables. Complaining will not solve anything. The priority is to recover the diary and prevent another attack if possible. If that fails, I will have to report it to Snape. After they kill the basilisk, I can try asking for a share of the spoils. Vade thought resentfully. Before advancing to Angel, he wanted to remain hidden behind the scenes rather than stand in the spotlight. The more often he appeared, the more attention he would attract. Vade took a deep breath, calmed his irritation slightly, and quickened his pace downstairs. The Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was about to begin. Unless something unexpected had happened, Ginny Weasley would be watching from the Quidditch pitch. However, when Vade reached the 5th floor, he happened to run into Hermione coming out of the library. "Wait, Vade." Hermione anxiously stepped in front of him. "What is it?" "Something important." "Did you borrow a book from the library?" Vade's gaze changed slightly. Once again, he could not help thinking that Hermione was remarkably capable. That book contained information about basilisks. He had deliberately borrowed it, intending to reveal it to Harry Potter at the appropriate moment. It seemed he would have to do so earlier than planned. "Which book do you mean?" The one about snakes," Hermione said hesitantly. "Oh." Vade pretended to remember. "I wanted to compare the differences between the skins and venom of various snakes, so I borrowed that book." "Wait. How did you know?" "Madame Pants would never tell you." Embarrassment flashed across Hermione's face. "I looked at the borrowing records in Madame Pants's drawer." "Tisk." Vade looked at her teasingly. "You are becoming remarkably bold. That is not important right now. Do you still have the book?" "It is in my dormitory. I barely looked at it after borrowing it." "Do you need it?" "Yes. I may have discovered." "Discovered what?" "Nothing." Hermione decided that she should not say anything before confirming her theory. Otherwise, she might place others in danger unnecessarily. "Take me to the book first. I need it urgently." Vade shrugged and led Hermione towards the Slytherin common room. Ginny Weasley had stolen the diary, and now Hermione was about to discover the identity of the monster inside the Chamber of Secrets. One unexpected event followed another. Taking everything for myself is no longer possible. I can only obtain as many benefits as I can. Vade sighed inwardly. The next moment, however, he suddenly stopped. Every hair on his body stood on end. That feeling of being watched by the monster had appeared again. Damn it. Was this some kind of joke? Ginny Weasley had only stolen the diary yesterday, yet she had already released the basilisk today. Even if she had released it, why was it targeting him again? Did he truly look that easy to bully? Wait. Today was another Quidditch match. Vade suddenly recognized the crucial detail. There were very few people inside Hogwarts Castle, and Hermione was Muggle-born. The basilisk was probably targeting Hermione. He had merely been caught nearby. Damn it. Vade nearly swore aloud. He desperately wanted to curse someone, but escaping the immediate danger was more important, especially while dragging another person along with him. What is wrong? Hermione asked. I suddenly have a very uneasy feeling, Vade replied vaguely as he hurried towards the corner ahead. The moment they turned the corner, before Hermione could react, he seized her hand and broke into a sprint. What are you doing? There is no need to hurry this much. Trust a seer's instincts. I can sense that we are in serious danger. Vade had no time to explain further. As he ran, he looked towards the windows beside them. At least he was wearing the levitation cloak today. Jumping from a window again would not end as badly as it had before. Hermione, do not let go of my hand. No matter what happens, do not open your eyes. But. No objections. You have to trust me. With that, Vade pulled her towards the nearest window. Bang. Vade jumped through it. Instead of falling freely, the levitation cloak carried them steadily down towards the lawn below. The instant his feet touched the ground, the feeling of being watched disappeared. We are safe. Vade sighed in relief, but immediately realized that something was wrong. The soft hand he had been holding moments earlier had become rigid. Gulp. Vade swallowed and turned towards Hermione. She stood completely motionless like a statue, her eyes wide open and obvious terror frozen across her face. Smoke rose from the glasses she was wearing. The lenses were covered in fine cracks, and more than half of the magical circuits engraved within them had burned out. Vade slapped a hand against his forehead. He had attempted an emergency escape, but he had failed to account for every unpredictable factor. You were lucky you were wearing the glasses I gave you. Although Hermione had been petrified, she had at least survived. The mandrakes were also nearly mature. Compared with Colin and Justin, Hermione would not remain petrified for very long. After considering the matter briefly, Vade sighed silently. He carried her into a corridor on the ground floor, then hurried out of the castle. Pretending that he knew nothing and remaining uninvolved was no longer possible. Unless he killed Hermione now, what had happened today would inevitably be revealed once she recovered. Several minutes later, Vade reached the Quidditch pitch. This was the first time he had attended a match in person, and he had to admit that the atmosphere was impressive. The Gryffindor and Hufflepuff teams had not even entered the pitch yet, but the banners, miniature fireworks, and roaring spectators had already brought the excitement to a fever pitch. Vade looked around, found the staff seating, and spotted several professors, including Dumbledore. He adjusted his expression and hurried towards them. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 Power Stones. Chapter 119, awaiting further developments. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Dumbledore. Vade ran up to the staff seating, panting heavily, his face filled with fear. Something happened. Someone else has been attacked. The moment he finished speaking, the surrounding area fell silent. Dozens of eyes turned towards him at once. Who? Who was attacked? McGonagall asked urgently. Hermione. She has been petrified. McGonagall's pupils trembled. Miss Granger. Madame Pomfrey, please accompany Mr. Moria and take Miss Granger to the hospital wing, Dumbledore said calmly. Minerva, announce that the match has been cancelled and instruct every student to return to their house common room. The school will explain the situation to them later. McGonagall nodded repeatedly. She took a large microphone from the commentator's stand and hurried onto the pitch. Vade led Madame Pomfrey to the ground floor corridor, where they placed Hermione on a stretcher and carried her to the hospital wing. They laid her beside the other victims. More than 10 minutes later, Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall entered. Harry and Ron followed behind them. Hermione. Ron exclaimed. Mr. Moria, as the first person to discover her, could you explain what happened? Dumbledore asked. Professor, I actually met Hermione on the 5th floor. Vade opened his mouth hesitantly, then appeared to make a difficult decision. At that moment, I suddenly felt an intense sense of unease, as though some vicious beast had fixed its attention on us. Driven by instinct, I grabbed her and ran. We jumped from a window on the 5th floor. Are you mad? Ron asked in shock. That was the 5th floor. Do you realize how high it is? I was wearing the levitation cloak. It can fly. Besides, my instincts told me that we could not escape by following the normal route. The window was our only chance of survival. Apparently, I was right. Hermione was perfectly fine before we jumped, but when we landed, I discovered that she had been petrified. If I had jumped a moment later, there might have been another bed occupied in here. That sounds completely unbelievable, Ron said. Mr. Moria carries the bloodline of a seer. It is not strange that he can sense danger in advance, Dumbledore explained. Vade, did you see what the monster looked like? McGonagall asked. No, McGonagall. I was too busy escaping. Looking back would only have slowed me down. However, I discovered something else. Vade removed the glasses Hermione was wearing. These were the Christmas present I gave her. They are an alchemical item. They were perfectly intact before she was petrified, but afterwards, most of the magical circuits inside them had been destroyed. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged a glance. Both of them thought of Colin Creevy's camera. Thank you for telling us, Mr. Moria. Snape, please escort him back to the Slytherin common room. Come along. Vade silently followed Snape while considering his next move. With Hermione petrified, no one would discover the information about the basilisk for the time being. In a way, events had returned to the course they had followed in the original story. Should he remain patient until she and the other victims recovered, allowing Harry Potter to take the lead while he profited from the confusion? Or should he report everything to Snape, then shamelessly ask for the basilisk's eyes and venom after they killed it? It was a question worth serious consideration. The first option would allow him to remain behind the scenes and obtain the greatest possible benefits, but it might place Hogwarts students at risk. No one could guarantee that Tom Riddle would not control Ginny again and order the basilisk to kill. The second option would spare the students from the danger, but it would also place Vade at the center of everyone's attention. Every student and professor at Hogwarts would know who Vade Moria was, which completely contradicted his plan to quietly build his strength. There was also no guarantee that he would gain anything from it. What a difficult decision. Fortunately, I am a seer. Vade sighed softly, took out a galleon, and flicked it into the air. The coin spun before landing in his palm, heads facing upwards. Understanding immediately came to him. He should wait and observe how events developed, but he could not allow matters to escape his control. What are you doing? Snape asked. Listening to the sound of the coin rubbing against the air. It improves my mood slightly. Snape gave him a disgusted look and made no comment on such a vulgar hobby. The two passed through the dungeon entrance and entered the Slytherin common room. Professor, what happened? Draco asked. Hermione Granger was attacked by the monster from the Chamber of Secrets. She is now lying in the hospital wing with the other victims. I knew it would be Granger's turn sooner or later. Enough of the spiteful remarks, Draco. I am announcing several new rules, and every student is required to obey them. All students must return to their house common rooms before 6 in the evening. A professor must escort you to every lesson. You may not use the lavatories without a professor present. All Quidditch training and matches are postponed, and there will be no evening activities. These rules were excellent. Vade's expression became rather complicated. With restrictions like these, the basilisk would have no opportunity to attack anyone even if it wanted to. In that case, leaving the diary in Ginny's hands for the time being might not cause any further trouble. Professor, surely Slytherin does not have to follow those rules as well? Draco asked unhappily. He considered the restrictions completely unnecessary. So far, the victims had come from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw might be targeted in the future, but Slytherin certainly would not. I am afraid so, Mr. Malfoy. I do not particularly like these rules either, but Dumbledore is the headmaster. Perhaps he will not be for much longer. Draco smiled with obvious satisfaction. My father told me that the school governors are rapidly reaching the limit of their patience with Dumbledore. With respect, Professor, Dumbledore may not remain at Hogwarts much longer. McGonagall would not last long as headmistress either. She would only be an interim replacement. Draco spoke with unusual seriousness. Professor, why do you not apply for the position of headmaster? Exactly, Vade added supportively. Every time you apply for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, Dumbledore refuses you. As a result, we have learnt almost nothing useful in Defense Against the Dark Arts over the past 2 years. Quirrell and Lockhart were both disasters in their own ways. But if he became headmaster, Defense Against the Dark Arts would certainly no longer be treated so carelessly. You children. Snape's voice remained calm, but he could not suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Dumbledore is still headmaster. Professor, should you apply for the position, my father would certainly vote for you, Draco said. My mother would as well, Daphne added. After all, Draco was not the only one whose family held a seat on the Board of Governors. Snape declined to comment, but the pride in his smile became more obvious. There was nothing wrong with being head of Slytherin, but becoming headmaster of Hogwarts would offer far greater possibilities. As for Dumbledore, he was growing old. He could not remain headmaster forever. Retiring earlier would spare him some effort and allow him to devote more of his attention to dealing with Voldemort. To be continued. Chapter 120, The Mandrakes Mature, Bonus. Bang. The battered turquoise Ford Anglia flew out of the Forbidden Forest and barely managed to land beside Hagrid's hut. The doors opened, and Harry, Ron, and Fawne climbed out, still badly shaken. The car then started itself and staggered back into the Forbidden Forest. Follow the spiders. Follow the spiders, Ron snarled furiously. When Hagrid gets out of Azkaban, I'm going to kill him. That night, they had deliberately used the invisibility cloak to visit Hagrid and ask him what had happened 50 years ago, hoping to learn the truth from him. Before they could begin, however, Dumbledore and the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, entered the hut. Harry and Ron had no choice but to hide in the corner beneath the invisibility cloak. The situation was worse than they had expected. Fudge intended to send Hagrid to Azkaban. After all, Hagrid had been suspected of the same crime 50 years earlier and already had a record. Only by catching the true culprit could they secure his release. Worse still, Lucius Malfoy had also arrived. He carried an order of suspension signed by all 12 school governors, forcing Dumbledore to leave Hogwarts. Before Hagrid was taken away, however, he left them a clue: follow the spiders. Dumbledore also seemed to have left them a message. Anyone at Hogwarts who truly needed help would receive it. Even beneath the invisibility cloak, Dumbledore appeared able to see them. They followed the spiders into the Forbidden Forest and found Aragog, the pet Hagrid had raised there 50 years ago. He was an acromantula as large as an elephant. They spoke to him as Hagrid's friends, but when they tried to leave, they discovered that countless spiders had surrounded them. Aragog had never intended to let them go. Had the Ford Anglia not arrived in time, the spiders would have torn them to pieces. Why did Hagrid send us into the Forbidden Forest? Ron complained. Did he want us to visit the pet he raised 50 years ago, or deliver ourselves as dinner? I never should have doubted his taste. That spider, Aragog, was as large as an elephant, and it was vicious, violent, and savage. At least we found a clue. What clue? Aragog refused to tell us what the monster was. Hagrid asked him countless times and never got an answer. Everything he did tell us was something we already knew. The girl who died 50 years ago was killed in a lavatory, Harry said meaningfully. Perhaps she never left after her death. You mean? Moaning Myrtle. Realization dawned on Ron, but he immediately frowned. The school has introduced so many new rules. Sneaking into that lavatory to question her will not be easy. Harry, I do not want to discourage you, but Myrtle has been a ghost for 50 years. Dumbledore must have asked her how she died. If she knew where the chamber was or what the monster inside it looked like, the school would not still be completely in the dark. Harry nodded thoughtfully. I still want to ask her. We might discover something unexpected, even if it is only another clue. Now. Ron glanced at the faint glow of dawn rising over the distant horizon, worried that they might not make it back to the dormitory in time. No. We can wait until Hermione wakes up. She saw what the monster looked like. If we still cannot find anything in the library after speaking to her, we can question Myrtle then. In any case, the heir has no opportunity to arrange another attack under the current restrictions. That is true. News that Hagrid had been sent to Azkaban and Dumbledore had left Hogwarts spread extremely quickly, and unease swept through the school. Some people, however, were relieved. Gilderoy Lockhart was among them. He naively believed that Hagrid truly was the culprit. With Hagrid imprisoned in Azkaban, Hogwarts should now be safe. Ding! A canute spun through the air and landed in Vade's palm, tails facing upwards. Vade calmly put the copper coin away, then glanced towards the Gryffindor table. He paid particular attention to Harry, Ron, and Ginny. After confirming that nothing appeared wrong with them, he returned to his meal. Dumbledore being forced to leave was not necessarily bad news for him. It meant he would have far fewer concerns during his next move. I have noticed that you toss a coin several times every day, Daphne said teasingly. What concerns you so much that you need to perform divination constantly? That is a secret. How mysterious. Daphne did not press him. Those rules are unbearable. We have not even been able to visit that room recently. Exactly. Griffin's claw blades are nearly finished, but the work has been brought to a complete halt. Vade sighed helplessly, his tone carrying a trace of perfunctory reassurance. We will simply have to endure it for now. Once Dumbledore returns, or a new headmaster takes office, the problem should be resolved. Or once the heir is caught. Daphne raised an eyebrow at him with a smile. Do not try to comfort me. I am not stupid. Catching the heir is the only real solution. Otherwise, we will have to continue studying and living under these oppressive restrictions. Even more absurdly, we still have to sit our examinations on the 1st of June. She looked incredulous. Can you believe it? We still have to take examinations under these circumstances. McGonagall said Dumbledore arranged it. I do not understand how he can still control matters after leaving Hogwarts. What is there not to understand? Vade scoffed. There is only one explanation. Deputy Headmistress and Acting Headmistress Minerva McGonagall is firmly on his side. Daphne froze for a moment, then laughed. At that moment, McGonagall entered the Great Hall with a delighted expression. I have good news for everyone. Dumbledore is coming back. Have they caught Slytherin's heir? Are the Quidditch matches resuming? The Great Hall became extraordinarily noisy. Everyone hoped McGonagall's good news would match what they wanted to hear. Quiet. Quiet, McGonagall said. Sprout has informed me that the mandrakes are ready to be harvested. Tonight, the petrified students will be restored. One of them will be able to tell us who attacked them and what sort of creature it was. I believe this terrible period will soon come to an end. Cheers erupted throughout the hall. The shadow that had hung over everyone seemed to disperse beneath the sunlight, and the mood immediately lightened. Without drawing attention, Vade glanced at Ginny. Her face was pale, and she looked frightened and tense. Vade could only shake his head inwardly. McGonagall had made the announcement far too openly. The news was certainly encouraging, but it had also driven Slytherin's heir into a corner. Ginny did not control her own fate. Tom Riddle would never surrender quietly, and now he was even more likely to take desperate action. To be continued. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, The Book. Ding. Vade tossed the canute into the air again. When it landed in his palm, it was heads. Should he act today? Yes. Today was the most suitable time. Mr. Moria. Snape had appeared beside Vade at some point. The mandrakes have matured. Perhaps you could try brewing the restorative draft. Was he joking? Vade's expression changed slightly. He had waited an entire school year for this day. If he wasted such valuable time brewing mandrake restorative draft, he might gain nothing at all. Sorry, Professor Snape. I have something else to do today, so I am afraid I cannot brew the potion. Snape looked at him for several seconds, said only, do not forget the new rules, then turned and left. During Defense Against the Dark Arts, Gilderoy Lockhart spoke at length. This time, however, he did not boast about his legendary exploits. Instead, he complained about the new restrictions. These past few weeks, professors have been given more and more work. Besides teaching, we must escort students everywhere and stand guard throughout the night. Fortunately, all this dreadful extra work will disappear tomorrow. Once those poor petrified students wake up, the first thing they will say will surely be, Hagrid was the culprit. To be fair, Vade, Daphne said, unable to suppress a laugh, Lockhart may be useless, but he seems extraordinarily confident no matter what happens. I am genuinely curious what his expression will look like when he discovers that Hagrid is not the culprit. With Lockhart's shamelessness, he will probably pretend nothing ever happened. Besides, he has always claimed that he already knew the truth about the chamber. Daphne froze for a moment. You are right. After class, Lockhart was responsible for escorting the students to the History of Magic classroom. They first had to wait for a long line of Hufflepuffs to pass. Vade called out to Harry and Ron, who were whispering to each other, and handed them an old book. What is this? Harry asked in confusion. A book about snakes. Snakes. Ron instinctively glanced at Harry. Why are you giving this to us? It is not for you. It is for Hermione. On the day of the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff Quidditch match, I met Hermione outside the library. The moment she saw me, she urgently asked whether I still had this book. She seemed extremely anxious. To find out who had borrowed it, she had even secretly looked through the borrowing records in Madame Pance's drawer. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their breathing growing heavier. Both of them immediately thought the same thing. The true identity of the monster in the Chamber of Secrets might be hidden somewhere in this book. Otherwise, Hermione would never have been so desperate to find it. Most snakes were not natural enemies of spiders, but if this particular snake was a magical creature, that was another matter entirely. How had they failed to think of snakes? If Salazar Slytherin had raised a snake, then Harry being able to hear its voice would make perfect sense. Why did you not tell us sooner? Ron clutched his chest in frustration, wanting to complain but not knowing where to begin. If they had received this book earlier, they would never have needed to risk entering the Forbidden Forest and nearly becoming spider food. That was unquestionably the most revolting and unacceptable way to die imaginable. Hagrid might not have been sent to Azkaban, and Dumbledore might not have been forced to leave Hogwarts. Tell you what sooner. Vade pretended to look confused. Hermione wanted to borrow the book, not you. I was willing to lend it to her because we are friends, but she had already been petrified by then. Even if I had brought it to her, she could hardly have read it. McGonagall said she would wake up tonight. Since you are Hermione's friends in Gryffindor, I thought I would ask you to pass the book on to her. If you do not want to, then forget it. Vade reached as though to take the book back, but Harry immediately hugged it tightly to his chest. We will give it to her. Yes, leave it to us, Ron said at once. Vade gave the two of them a searching look. You two are not hiding something from me, are you? No. Definitely not. If you are, it does not matter. I have no interest in your secrets. All right, Gryffindors, follow me, Lockhart called. The group finally began moving again. Once Harry and Ron entered the History of Magic classroom, they immediately chose a desk in the back row. Neither of them had the slightest interest in listening to Bin's lecture about tedious historical events. Instead, they eagerly opened the book. They quickly skimmed through its contents. Any snake that did not match the clues they had gathered was dismissed at once. Harry, look at this. Ron pointed to an illustration of an enormous serpent on the page. Basilisk. It can live for several hundred years. Anyone who looks directly into the eyes of the giant serpent dies instantly. That matches, Ron. Harry nodded firmly. The monster in the chamber is a basilisk. That is why I can hear its voice. But if its gaze can kill people, why has no one died? Because none of them looked directly into its eyes. Colin saw it through his camera. Justin saw it through nearly headless Nick, and Nick is already a ghost, so he cannot die. Hermione, she was wearing the alchemical glasses Vade gave her. And the girl who died 50 years ago was not as lucky as they were. What about Filch's cat? Harry thought for a moment. The water. A lot of water had flooded out of Myrtle's lavatory. Mrs. Norris must have seen only the basilisk's reflection. And look at this. A rooster's crow is fatal to a basilisk. That is why all of Hagrid's roosters were killed. Slytherin's heir did not want any roosters near the castle. But how does the basilisk move around? A snake that large should have been seen by someone. The book does not say it can pass through walls. Harry's mind was unusually sharp at that moment. He recalled the locations where every victim, including Mrs. Norris, had been attacked. The pipes. It travels through the pipes. One of the books about Hogwarts history mentioned that there are many pipes running through the castle. If it moves through them, then everything makes sense. The lavatory. Ron also realized something important. The entrance to the chamber might be inside a lavatory. Moaning Myrtle's lavatory. 50 years ago, the basilisk had just been released from the chamber and happened to see her. She looked into its eyes and died. Yes. Yes, you are right. Harry nodded repeatedly in excitement and voiced his theory. 50 years ago, Riddle wrongly accused Hagrid. The real heir of Slytherin was never caught and simply stopped before anyone discovered them. 50 years later, one of their descendants entered Hogwarts. They know how to open the chamber, and they can speak Parseltongue, which is why they can control the basilisk and use it to kill people, finishing what their ancestor failed to accomplish. To be continued. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Even Purebloods are no longer safe, bonus. So what do we do now? Go and report this to McGonagall. We'll go to the staff room after class. Harry barely managed to suppress his excitement. It's only a few minutes away. However, before they could hear the bell for the end of class, McGonagall's voice echoed through Hogwarts. Every student and professor in the castle could hear her. All students are to return to their house dormitories immediately. All staff members are to report to the second-floor corridor at once. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance and slipped out of the classroom at the same time. The History of Magic classroom was already on the second floor, so they arrived only slightly later than the professors. The two lowered their breathing and hid behind a corner, intending to listen first and find out what had happened. As you can see, Slytherin's heir has left another message. McGonagall's face was pale. The thing we feared most has finally happened. A student has been taken by the monster and carried into the Chamber of Secrets. The students will have to be sent home. Hogwarts may have to close. Sorry, I must have dozed off. Lockhart approached with a cheerful smile. What happened? A girl has been taken by the monster, Snape said coldly, looking at him. Lockhart, your moment has finally arrived. My moment. Did you not say only last night that you had always known where the entrance to the chamber was? It has been decided, McGonagall said, turning towards him as well. We are leaving the monster to you, Gilderoy. It is time for you to demonstrate everything you claim to possess. The expression on Lockhart's face froze. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and for a moment he had no idea what to say. I was only boasting. Did they really have to take it seriously? Me, fight a monster? No, thank you. I would rather not die. Run. I have to run. If I stay, I am dead. Reputation was certainly valuable, but compared with his life, it mattered far less. Very well. Lockhart looked as though he had made some great decision. I'll go to my office and prepare. With that, he quickened his pace and left. Minerva, who did the monster take? Madame Pomfrey asked anxiously. Ginny Weasley. Ron froze completely and nearly lost his balance. Only after the professors had left one by one did Ron force himself to look towards the bloody words on the wall. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. In the Slytherin common room, Snape entered with an expressionless face and informed everyone that another attack had occurred, along with the school's decision in response. The Hogwarts Express would arrive first thing the following morning to take them home. Until then, no one was permitted to leave the dormitories. The victim was a Weasley. How could it be a Weasley? Draco sat on the sofa in disbelief. For the first time, genuine unease appeared in his expression. Isn't that something to celebrate? Crabbe asked, unable to understand why Draco looked so disturbed. Celebrate. Vade scoffed. If I remember correctly, the Weasleys are purebloods. They are even one of the Sacred 28. If a Weasley has been attacked, then Slytherin's heir is clearly not targeting only Muggle-born wizards. Today it can be a Weasley. Tomorrow it can be a Malfoy. The day after that, it can be a Parkinson. Moria, if you have nothing pleasant to say, you can shut your mouth, Pansy snapped angrily. And the day after that, it could be a Greengrass, Theodore said indifferently. Vade glanced at Daphne without commenting. In any case, Hogwarts is no longer safe even for purebloods. At least we can leave tomorrow. Draco relaxed slightly. If Hogwarts really closes, my father can transfer me to Durmstrang. You three can come as well. The headmaster of Durmstrang is acquainted with my father. Vade won't go with you. Daphne pressed her lips together nervously before speaking seriously. Beauxbatons or Ilvermorny would suit you better. Beauxbatons offers more generous financial assistance than Hogwarts, and the alchemist Nicholas Flamel is one of its most famous former students. Ilvermorny is the only known wizarding school founded with the involvement of a Muggle. It is one of the most open and egalitarian magical schools in the world, and like Hogwarts, it has 4 houses. Vade stared at her for several seconds. I suddenly feel that Hogwarts is not so bad after all. Actually, there is no need for any of you to worry. My divination tells me that Hogwarts will not close because of the Chamber of Secrets. What did you say? Draco's voice rose sharply. If possible, he did not want to transfer schools either. Is that reliable? I do not know the exact reason, but the divination indicates that events will develop in a favorable direction. Do not forget that our great headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, is still alive. Do you really think he would allow Hogwarts to close? Daphne seemed to understand something. Is that what you have been divining all these days? Not entirely, but most of it has been related to this. Vade gave an answer that was half true, then deliberately yawned in exhaustion. Repeated divination consumes a great deal of energy. I'm going back to rest. See you tomorrow. No one stopped him. They remained in the common room and continued discussing the situation. The moment Vade returned to his dormitory, the exhaustion vanished from his face, replaced by indescribable excitement. He had waited for so long, and the perfect opportunity to maximize his gains had finally arrived. Dumbledore was absent from Hogwarts. Ginny Weasley was the one who had been taken. Harry and Ron had also just discovered the truth about the chamber. There was no possibility that they would simply stand aside and do nothing. Vade immediately closed the door and pulled a trunk out from beneath his bed. Inside lay a neatly folded dark red wizard's robe and a black staff set with a magical crystal. My opportunity has finally arrived. Today will be Enzo's first appearance. I need to think carefully about how to make my entrance. I cannot simply appear in front of them, or I will instantly go from being a stranger to being a suspect. Besides that, I need to prepare exactly what I am going to say. Time is limited. I have to establish this identity as firmly as possible within that short period. And finally, the most important part, I need to make absolutely certain that the title of the Fool becomes associated with Harry Potter. Nearly 2 years had passed since Trelawney made her prophecy. Dumbledore's magic had caused almost everyone at Hogwarts to forget it, but Dumbledore himself certainly had not. If the mysterious Enzo used this opportunity to expose Harry as the Fool, Dumbledore might very well believe him. Vade changed clothes, picked up the staff, and put on the levitation cloak. Then his face began to shift, followed by subtle changes throughout his body. Before long, he had transformed into a young man with striking features and crimson eyes. Afterwards, he checked the rooster inside the cloth bag enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Seeing that it was still lively and healthy, Vade finally relaxed. It was only a basilisk. With proper preparation, dealing with it would be easy. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 power stones. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Seeking Wealth, Not Lives. Vade transfigured a book into his own appearance, placed it on the bed, and pulled the covers over it. At the same time, he created an illusion to make it appear as though he were sound asleep. Even after doing all that, he was still not entirely reassured. What if Draco and the others insisted on dragging him out of bed to continue their discussion? His disguise would be exposed immediately. After thinking for a moment, he took a small bottle of sleeping draught from the drawer. Sorry, you lot will have to suffer a little. I'll bear the blame. Wait, what blame? I'm clearly helping improve the quality of your sleep. Vade removed the stopper. The sleeping draught floated out on its own, dispersing rapidly through the dormitory as an invisible mist. Once Draco and the others returned, they would immediately feel overwhelmingly sleepy. They would be interested only in getting into bed and would never think to check whether the person beneath Vade's blankets was real. Vade held his breath and took out a galleon for divination. It landed heads. There was nothing wrong with his arrangements. Perfect. Vade cast a disillusionment charm on himself, quietly left the dormitory, passed through the somewhat crowded common room, and slipped unnoticed out of the castle dungeons. However, he did not head towards the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Instead, he went to Lockhart's office. There was still a substantial fortune waiting to be collected. An opportunity like this would not come twice. The position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts was cursed, yet the school year was almost over and Lockhart was still perfectly fine. How could that be allowed? Whatever happened to Lockhart today could easily be blamed on Slytherin's heir. Besides, Vade considered himself relatively kind. He was only after the man's money, not his life. Halfway there, however, he saw Harry and Ron rushing down the corridor, apparently heading towards the same destination. TSK. What perfect timing. Vade nearly applauded. He immediately quickened his pace and followed them. Lockhart is preparing to enter the Chamber of Secrets. We can tell him where the chamber is and that the monster inside is a basilisk. Anyone who looks directly into its eyes will die, Harry said as they ran. I hope Ginny's still alive. I hope Tom Riddle wasn't lying and Lockhart really is the strongest wizard at Hogwarts after Dumbledore, Ron muttered repeatedly. Neither of them knocked. They burst directly into Lockhart's office. Professor, there's something we need to tell you. The words died in their throats. Lockhart appeared to be packing. Clothes of every color, books, photographs, and various personal possessions had been stuffed into two enormous trunks. It certainly did not look as though he was preparing to enter the Chamber of Secrets. It looked more like, "You're leaving?" Harry asked in disbelief. Ron's expression darkened as well. Yes. Urgent business. Absolutely unavoidable. I really must go. What about my sister? It is terribly unfortunate. No one regrets it more than I do. Lockhart turned away, avoiding their eyes as he continued packing. You're the defense against the dark arts professor. You can't just leave. Well, you see. When I accepted this position, the job description never mentioned that I would have to. Lockhart said vaguely. I never expected. You're running away. Harry immediately understood. But your books say you've done all sorts of incredible things. Books can be misleading. Lockhart frowned impatiently. Think about it, boy. If I wanted my books to sell, people had to believe that I was the one who did those things. The wizard who saved a village from werewolves was an ugly old fellow. Have you any idea how dreadful he would have looked on the cover? And the witch who banished the abandoned banshee had a chin covered in hair. The sight of her was enough to put anyone off their dinner. You're a fraud, Harry said angrily. You took credit for things other wizards did. Is there anything you can actually do? Ron demanded. Yes, actually. You've reminded me. Lockhart had calmed down by then and simply stopped pretending. Memory charms are my speciality. If I hadn't modified those witches' and wizards' memories, they would have exposed me, and my books would never have sold. And now. I'm afraid I'll have to cast one on the two of you. Lockhart reached for his wand. The instant he turned around, however, two wands were already pointed directly at him. He had no opportunity to act. Don't even think about it. Harry gestured towards Lockhart's wand with his own. Lockhart could only place it reluctantly on the desk. I should make one thing clear. I have no idea where the Chamber of Secrets is, Lockhart said nervously. You're in luck. We do. And we know what's inside. Harry and Ron kept their wands trained on Lockhart and forced him out of the office, heading towards Moaning Myrtle's lavatory on the second floor. Vade allowed himself to become visible again, his expression extraordinarily complicated. Just where had Gilderoy Lockhart found the confidence to hold onto the cursed position of defense against the dark arts professor? 2 second-year students had subdued him effortlessly. He had single-handedly lowered the standard of Hogwarts professors. Vade complained inwardly for a moment, then turned his attention to the valuables hidden around the office. This should be a profitable haul. With enough luck, he might even gather enough money to purchase the Sequence 5 potion formula and its materials ahead of schedule. Suppressing his excitement, Vade removed the pendant from around his neck and used pendulum divination to locate the valuables. Several minutes later, more than 100 galleons and over a dozen sickles were arranged on the desk. Poor bastard. I'm richer than you are. Vade muttered irritably. Then he looked at another object, and his grin became impossible to suppress. It was a golden key. A key to a Gringotts vault. Unless something unexpected had happened, most of the famous author's wealth would be stored there. I'll have to make another trip to Gringotts during the summer. In an excellent mood, Vade put away the galleons, sickles, and Gringotts key. He then sent out a paper figurine to erase the traces he had left behind. Only after finishing did he cast another disillusionment charm on himself and head towards the abandoned lavatory on the second floor. Hiss. By the time he arrived, Harry had apparently just finished speaking Parseltongue. Click. 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 The column formed from several sinks split into upper and lower sections. The basins slid smoothly forwards along concealed tracks, revealing a dark opening hidden beneath them. Lockhart cautiously leaned over and looked down. His heartbeat immediately quickened. Excellent. Brilliant. Well done. In that case, there's really no need for me to stay. Lockhart turned to run, but Harry and Ron had expected it and shoved him back. You go first, Harry said. Boys, what possible purpose would that serve? Lockhart's face was deathly pale, and his voice trembled with nerves. You can scout ahead, Ron said. Yes, but I really think that. Before Lockhart could finish speaking, Ron jabbed his wand into his back and pushed him into the opening. To be continued. Chapter 124, You Give Yourself an Identity, bonus. Lockhart's screams grew fainter, accompanied by the sound of his clothes scraping against the pipe, until they finally ended with a soft impact. It's filthy down here, Lockhart's weak voice called from somewhere far below. All right, let's go, Ron said. Harry. Moaning Myrtle smiled sweetly at him. If you die, you're welcome to share my toilet. Harry froze for a moment. Thanks, Myrtle. Vade watched Harry and Ron jump down one after the other, then approached the entrance himself. It looks fairly deep, but I shouldn't have to make such an undignified descent. After considering it for a few seconds, Vade jumped in as well. The value of the levitation cloak became fully apparent at that moment. Harry and the others had slid all the way down. Judging by their screams, the experience had been comparable to a roller coaster. Vade, however, simply floated down at a leisurely pace, more like someone enjoying a cable car ride. Not even the hem of his robe became dirty. The twisting pipe stretched for several miles. Numerous other pipes connected to it along the descent, and he occasionally saw moss, stagnant water, and the remains of small animals. Near the bottom, the curving pipe leveled out. Vade landed steadily and moved quietly towards the exit, taking care not to make a sound. We must be miles beneath the school by now, Harry said. Probably somewhere beneath the Black Lake, Ron replied, looking at the dark, damp walls around them. Hearing that, an interesting idea suddenly occurred to Vade. Perhaps after dealing with the basilisk, he could claim Slytherin's chamber as his own private base. Here, he could freely research and practice magic, create alchemical items, and modify potion formulas. It would not be as convenient as the secret room on the 8th floor, but at least he would never have to worry about being interrupted or restricted. Business first. Vade shook his head and dismissed the distracting thoughts. Even if he killed the basilisk, he had no idea what Dumbledore would do with the chamber afterwards. It was far too early to think about occupying it. Keeping himself concealed, Vade reached the end of the pipe and saw Harry, Ron, and Lockhart. They were covered in grime and standing miserably on the damp ground. Bones from all sorts of small animals littered the floor beneath their feet, enough to make anyone's scalp prickle. Now. Vade took a deep breath and ignited a rat skull. The fist-sized flame rapidly expanded, forming a blazing portal. In the dark stone tunnel, the fiery doorway was impossibly bright and immediately drew the attention of all three. What's happening? Lockhart backed away repeatedly until his body was pressed against the wall, desperately trying to put more distance between himself and the sudden flames. How should we know? Ron gripped his wand nervously. At that moment, the wand in his hand was the only thing giving him any sense of security. Something's coming. Harry pointed his wand at the fiery portal. Careful, Ron. As soon as he spoke, Vade stepped out of the flames. Silver hair, crimson eyes, handsome features, and clear eyes that carried the warmth of sunlight gave him an unusually composed and gentle presence. Harry stared at the young man in the dark red wizard's robes. Without quite knowing why, some of his vigilance faded. Who are you? Vade did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked around with obvious curiosity. Dark and damp, barely any light, with pipes running everywhere. Underground, or perhaps underwater. He murmured to himself, then looked towards Harry. May I ask where this is? You don't know. Ron asked suspiciously. Vade shook his head slightly. Headmaster Peter Griffin foresaw that an important figure in the future wizarding world would encounter a serious danger, so he sent me here to provide assistance. He did not tell me where I would arrive. He only instructed me to walk through a portal of flame. This is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Harry said. A school of magic. Vade looked surprised for a moment. He noticed the Hogwarts crests on Harry and Ron's robes, then glanced at Lockhart, who was still pressed against the wall. So you are students and a professor from Hogwarts? Obviously, Ron said, still wary. Who are you, and where did you come from? There is no need to be nervous. Like you, I am a student of magic. I come from the Kingdom of Rock. You may call me Enzo. You made that up, didn't you? Lockhart forced out a smile. I consider myself rather well-traveled, and I've never heard of any Kingdom of Rock. The kingdom is hidden within a secret realm. I am the only student in the past century whom the headmaster has permitted to leave, Vade explained patiently. The person destined to become an important figure in the wizarding world will have a tremendous influence on the future, one that even our kingdom cannot avoid. That is why Headmaster Griffin sent me out. Partly to help that person survive this crisis, and partly so I could gain experience for myself. He said the journey would help me grow. An important figure in the future wizarding world. Ron murmured the words and fell into thought. There were only 3 people here, himself, Harry, and Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart could be ruled out immediately. There was no possible way that fraud could ever influence the entire wizarding world. As for Ron himself, he knew perfectly well what he was capable of. If it was neither of them, then it could only be Harry. Who is this important person? Lockhart suddenly regained a mysterious amount of confidence. He straightened his clothes and stood taller. Could it perhaps be Gilderoy Lockhart? Headmaster Griffin did not tell me a name. He only gave me a mysterious title, the Fool. And one other thing. That person will be acknowledged by a sword. That sounds remarkably like me. You're a fraud, Lockhart, Ron said flatly. Harry, Ginny could be dying. We don't have time to stand here discussing this with him. You seem to be in a hurry? Vade asked. My sister was taken by a monster. If we're too late, she might not survive. Perhaps this is connected to my mission, Vade said gently. I can help. Thank you. Harry nodded slightly, then lowered his voice towards his wand. Lumos. Light shone from the tip of his wand, illuminating the dark tunnel. However, the glow only allowed them to see the ground immediately around their feet. Vade tapped his staff against the floor. Pure white light blossomed from the magical crystal set into it. The radiance raced forwards and backwards through the tunnel, driving away the darkness and illuminating the entire passage. Merlin's beard. Lockhart swallowed in disbelief. How old are you? 15. I should be a little older than those 2. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance and immediately fell silent. There were only 2 years between them. Their magic could barely illuminate the ground at their feet, while Enzo had lit the entire tunnel without even speaking an incantation. Sometimes the gap between one person and another really did seem greater than the gap between a person and a dog. To be continued. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, The Sin of Erasing Memories, Bonus. Enzo, I should warn you. We're going to face a basilisk, Harry said. If you meet its eyes, you'll die. Ocular magic. Understood. What's ocular magic? Ron asked in confusion. Magic related to the eyes. Petrification, enchantment, burning, enhanced vision, and similar abilities all fall into that category. Death upon eye contact is certainly dangerous, but it still depends on the circumstances, Vade said calmly. If it were Headmaster Griffin, he might be able to ignore the basilisk's gaze entirely. What about you? Lockhart asked nervously. He could tell that Enzo was a powerful wizard, and whether they survived now depended largely on him. I do not possess magical power comparable to Headmaster Griffin's. If I looked directly into a basilisk's eyes, I might not die, but my physical condition would be fixed in place. In other words, I would be petrified. What? Lockhart felt his knees weaken and nearly collapsed. However, before I left, Headmaster Griffin gave me a bag. He told me it contained a secret weapon and that I should open it if I encountered a problem I truly could not solve. Lockhart immediately relaxed, and some of his courage returned. Without drawing attention, he glanced at Harry and Ron. If an opportunity arose, he would erase both their memories. That was the only way to prevent his reputation from being destroyed. By the way, there is something I am rather curious about. Vade smiled faintly. Lockhart is the professor, while you two are students. Normally, the professor should be protecting the students, but you have been forcing him forwards this entire time, as though you are afraid he might run away. That's because he's a fraud, Ron said contemptuously, then briefly explained everything Lockhart had done. Erasing memories. Vade pretended to be surprised. I would never have guessed you were capable of doing something so vicious. Vicious? The sin of erasing someone's memories is greater than killing them. Headmaster Griffin once said that death has never been the true end of a life. Being forgotten is. Lockhart blinked blankly. Yes, exactly. You're absolutely right. The Ministry of Magic even has an entire department responsible for modifying memories. I think you could. I do not. Vade gave him a contemptuous look. Do you think I am the sort of person you can deceive with a few words? No, of course not. Lockhart gave an awkward smile, while hatred briefly flashed through his eyes. Harry, over there. Ron pointed ahead with a trembling hand. An enormous shape lay motionless in the tunnel. Shoo. Maybe it's asleep. No. I can't hear it breathing. That isn't the basilisk. Vade lightly waved his staff, sending a ball of light floating above the enormous object. Under its glow, they saw a freshly shed snakeskin more than 20 feet long, its green scales still remarkably vivid. This basilisk must be at least a century old, and it was probably raised using some special method. Otherwise, it could never have grown this large. Lockhart stared at the snakeskin. A cunning glint flashed through his eyes, and then he suddenly collapsed to the ground. He's got some nerve, Ron muttered. The moment the words left his mouth, Lockhart lunged from the floor and snatched the wand from Ron's hand. The adventure ends here, boys. Lockhart triumphantly pointed the wand at the three of them. But don't worry. People will still hear our story. I arrived too late to save the girl. The two of you saw her mangled corpse and tragically lost your minds. And you. Lockhart turned towards Enzo. Gilderoy Lockhart defeated the heir of Salazar Slytherin. I'll make sure to preserve the cover showing you being sent to Azkaban. Idiot. Vade's crimson eyes were filled with pity for a fool. I truly do not understand where your confidence comes from. I have never failed at casting a memory charm. Before you try, I suggest checking the wand in your hand. Even as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius at my school, I would not be confident enough to cast magic with a broken wand. What? What are you talking? Lockhart finally noticed the thick layers of spellotape wrapped around the wand. His face twitched. You must be joking. Sorry, Ron said. My wand was snapped by the Whomping Willow on the first day of term. I haven't successfully cast a single spell with it since, and sometimes the spells even backfire. Lockhart's face changed rapidly from pale to purple and then almost black before finally settling into his trademark smile. There was no chance he was taking that risk. If the spell backfired, he knew better than anyone what losing one's memory could mean. He stepped forwards, patted Ron's robes, and handed the wand back. That was only a joke. I thought it might relieve some of the tension. Ron sneered, clenched his fist, and punched Lockhart directly in the face. A thin trail of blood ran from the corner of Lockhart's mouth. Lockhart smiled and waved dismissively. I completely understand how you feel, Weasley. If that punch helped you vent your emotions, then I'm glad I could be of assistance. Damn it. Ron felt as though his full-strength punch had landed on cotton. You really know when to yield, Vade said. I am beginning to admire you. The four continued forwards, passing the enormous snakeskin and walking through bend after bend until they finally reached the end of the tunnel. A solid stone wall blocked their path. Two intertwined serpents were carved into its surface, their eyes set with gleaming emeralds. This must be Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Ron took a deep breath. Ginny is in there. I think I know how to open it, Harry said. He turned towards the stone wall and spoke in Parseltongue. Hiss. The two intertwined serpents separated. The stone wall split down the middle and slowly slid apart. Wait. How about this? I'll stay out here and wait for you. Lockhart clung to his final shred of hope. I won't be any help inside, and I wouldn't want to hold you back. You first, Ron said, pointing his wand at him. Why is it always me? Obviously because if it isn't you, it'll have to be one of us. Harry, you know, Move. Stop wasting time. Lockhart turned and looked pitifully towards Vade. Mr. Enzo, didn't you say you have a secret weapon? Could you lend it to me for protection? My goodwill is not meant for frauds. Deception is a sin I particularly despise. Lockhart forced out a hopeless smile and entered on trembling legs. Beyond the doorway was a dimly lit chamber. Numerous stone pillars carved with great serpents supported the ceiling. Along both sides stood rows of statues depicting enormous snakes with their mouths wide open, while at the far end loomed a statue nearly as tall as the chamber itself. Its ancient face resembled that of a monkey, with a long, sparse beard trailing almost to the hem of its robes. There could be no doubt about its identity. Salazar Slytherin. To be continued. Check out my new book, Only I Level Up in JJK. It's real good, trust me. Chapter 126, The Origin of Voldemort. Harry and Ron noticed a red-haired figure in black wizard's robes lying beneath the statue of Salazar Slytherin and immediately rushed over in panic. Lockhart tried to seize the opportunity to escape, but the moment he turned around, he found Vade watching him with an amused expression. Put those thoughts out of your mind, or I cannot guarantee what will happen to you. Lockhart forced out a smile uglier than a grimace and reluctantly began moving forwards. Harry and Ron knelt beside Ginny, gripping her shoulders and shaking her repeatedly. Ginny, wake up. Please, don't be dead. However, no matter how desperately they called to her, Ginny showed no sign of waking. She lay there like a corpse, clutching Tom Riddle's diary in her arms. Her body was cold and completely drained of color. If Ginny hasn't been petrified, doesn't that mean? Ron's face filled with despair, and his voice began to choke. No. She must still be alive. Vade quietly activated spirit vision and examined Ginny's condition. The colors of the aura throughout her body were much fainter than those of a normal person, while the white aura surrounding her was gradually dimming. She is indeed still alive, but her vitality is constantly draining away. Before long, it may be completely exhausted. What does that mean? Ron asked, clinging to a shred of hope. Can Ginny still be saved? Yes, but she either needs enough life energy to replenish what she has lost, or we need to recover the vitality that was taken from her. As Vade spoke, he looked towards the stone pillar nearest the statue. Friend hiding in the darkness, are you still unwilling to come out? Vade raised his staff. White light spread out in a hemisphere, instantly illuminating the dark corner. Only then did they see someone standing there. It was a tall, black-haired boy, although his outline remained blurred, as though he were standing behind a layer of mist. Harry. Ron swallowed. Don't you think he looks like Riddle? Tom Riddle. Harry stared in disbelief. Vade's pupils contracted. He glanced at the diary in Ginny's arms, then at Tom Riddle's figure as it gradually changed from insubstantial to solid, and immediately understood. So that is how it works. Vade deliberately sounded surprised. The diary absorbs its user's vitality to create a physical body for itself, achieving a form of resurrection. This was cheating. Blatant cheating. Vade had thought his enemies would be the basilisk and the diary. Instead, he now had to face the basilisk and Tom Riddle himself, which meant 16-year-old Voldemort. The difficulty had suddenly jumped from easy to hard. Who was he supposed to complain to? It was you. Ron stood up furiously and pointed his wand at Tom Riddle. You're going to pay for what you've done. Green light appeared at the tip of Ron's wand, but instead of shooting forwards, it rapidly traveled backwards along the wand. An invisible force knocked the wand from Ron's hand, while the green light that erupted from its broken end left a mark across the wall. No need to thank me. Vade lowered his staff, then looked at Tom Riddle with feigned confusion. There is something I do not quite understand. This method has a serious flaw because, ultimately, you are only a memory, not a soul. Even if you can temporarily obtain a physical body, you are still like a candle without a wick. You would need to keep absorbing vitality merely to maintain your existence. Do you think I would tell you why? Riddle asked with a mocking smile. It does not matter if you refuse. I am not that curious. Vade remained unconcerned. You are not a Hogwarts student, are you? Riddle asked. My name is Enzo. I am a student at the Kingdom of Rock's School of Magic. Headmaster Griffin entrusted me with helping an important figure in the future wizarding world resolve this crisis. And who are you? Riddle turned towards the trembling Lockhart. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. Hearing that, Riddle immediately became wary. Where is your wand? Well, I left it in my office. Wandless magic. You are certainly confident. Riddle suppressed his anger. When he had lacked a physical body, he had gone to considerable lengths to avoid Lockhart. Now, however, he possessed a body and all the magical power he had at 16. There was no reason to fear him any longer. Riddle raised his right hand and gave a slight push forwards. An invisible force struck Lockhart and sent him flying. Lockhart groaned in pain and scrambled awkwardly back to his feet. Riddle could hardly believe it. Gilderoy Lockhart, whom he had feared for months, could not even withstand the simplest test. How could that possibly make sense? It did not. Riddle shook his head inwardly and immediately decided to test him again. Crucio. Lockhart screamed miserably, curling up on the ground as his body convulsed. Spare me. Please, please spare me. I have money. A lot of money. I also have many admirers. I can help you obtain life energy. Lockhart begged for mercy without the slightest dignity, speaking between broken gasps. Everyone present stared at him in astonishment. After a brief moment of surprise, Riddle stopped casting the curse, but his expression had turned as dark as thunder. What a useless creature. Yes, I am useless. Lockhart shamelessly dropped to his knees. So please spare my life. I swear I won't tell anyone anything. The quality of Hogwarts professors is truly remarkable, Vade said with obvious amusement. Are all of your professors like this? Only Lockhart is a fraudulent fame seeker. The other professors actually know what they're doing, Harry said awkwardly. He quickly changed the subject. Riddle, it seems you were deceived too. You actually believed Gilderoy Lockhart's magical ability was second only to Dumbledore's. Now, that isn't the sort of joke you should make casually, Lockhart said, trembling violently. Someone could die because of that. How could I possibly be compared with Dumbledore? Exactly. You aren't remotely qualified, Ron said contemptuously. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Riddle's expression twisted. What complete absurdity. That damned fraud. Thank you. Thank you very much. Lockhart looked as though he had survived a disaster. Then something occurred to him, and his voice began trembling even harder. Vivi. You know who? You're Voldemort? Harry asked. Voldemort is my past, present, and future. Riddle raised his index finger and traced several lines through the air. Glowing letters hung before them. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then the letters rearranged themselves. I am Lord Voldemort. I would never keep the name of my filthy Muggle father forever. The blood of Salazar Slytherin himself runs through my veins, passed down to me through his descendants. So I created a new name for myself. A name that every wizard would one day fear to speak, because I am the greatest wizard in the world. To be continued. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Those Loyal to Dumbledore, Bonus. The greatest wizard. Vade gave a disdainful laugh. Even Headmaster Griffin would not dare call himself the greatest wizard. Where does your confidence come from? He certainly has reason to be confident, Lockhart said shakily. Even now, many people in the wizarding world are still afraid to speak his name. That comes from fear, not respect. Then you really are Salazar Slytherin's heir? Ron asked, his face pale. Why did you hurt my sister? How did she end up like this? It has everything to do with my diary. For several months, she opened her heart to me and told me all her secrets, worries, and sorrows. Her brothers teasing her, having to wear second-hand robes and use old textbooks, and what the famous Harry Potter thought of her. I patiently listened to all her troubles, answered her questions, and comforted her, like a close friend she could tell anything. That's how you controlled Ginny? Harry glared at him furiously. You made her open the Chamber of Secrets. You made her attack those Muggle-born students and Filch's cat. More or less. Riddle smiled faintly. I am very good at persuading people. She did not know what she was doing. She was simply under my influence. After a long time, she finally realized that something was wrong. The diary's power frightened her, so she threw it away in that lavatory. Then. Riddle's expression twisted, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. The person who found it was a treacherous, cunning Ravenclaw named Jerry Tomasi. That damned bastard intended to hand me over to Dumbledore from the moment I wrote my first sentence. I had to trade a great deal of precious magical knowledge before he abandoned that horrifying idea, but he never trusted me. I could not find the slightest weakness in him. Eventually, I grew tired of being treated like a tool and began testing his limits. I thought he would bargain with me for more knowledge. I was even prepared for him to do so. But he did not. He directly exposed my greatest secret and told me that Gilderoy Lockhart, Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professor, had revealed it to him. I didn't. That's slander, a false accusation, a complete fabrication. Lockhart babbled frantically. I don't know anything. Believe me. You have to believe me. Riddle gave him a disgusted look. The fact that he had spent months fearing such a useless man was an unbearable humiliation. He told me that he would hand the diary over to Gilderoy Lockhart to be destroyed. I never expected the two of you to find it in the library. Ha. This journey may be more interesting than I expected, and far more ridiculous. Vade turned towards Harry. His expression held some disdain, but even more disappointment. Jerry Tomasi deliberately left the diary in the library. He wanted you to find it so that either you or Dumbledore would destroy it. But instead of handing a self-aware diary over to Dumbledore, you chose to keep it and slowly uncover its secrets yourselves. That is what led to everything that followed. To tell the truth, I am beginning to wonder whether Headmaster Griffin chose the wrong person. Will you truly become the fool in the future? Thanks. I'm just as doubtful as you are. Whatever the case, the diary falling into your hands was wonderful news for me. I wanted to meet you more than anyone else, Harry. Why? Harry tried to keep his voice steady. Because I'm the boy who lived. Can you think of another reason? Riddle stared intently at the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. How did a baby with no remarkable magical power defeat the greatest wizard in history? Albus Dumbledore is the greatest wizard, Harry blurted out. Blind hero worship. Vade shook his head helplessly. With nothing but my memory, I drove Dumbledore out of this castle. He'll never truly be gone, not as long as the people who remain here are loyal to him. At that moment, Vade suddenly sensed something and looked towards the ceiling. Something is coming. The basilisk? Ron asked nervously. Probably not. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of flame appeared in midair. A deep crimson phoenix flew out of the fire. Fox. Vade raised an eyebrow. The last time he had seen the phoenix, it had only just been reborn and looked like a newly hatched chick. Only a few months had passed, yet it was already almost the size of a peacock. The phoenix flew straight towards Harry and dropped the battered object clutched in its talons at his feet. Harry hurriedly unfolded it, only to feel disappointed. It was a filthy, crumpled hat that looked as though it had not been washed in centuries. The Sorting Hat. Ron swallowed. Do you think Dumbledore sent the wrong thing? This is what Dumbledore sends to someone loyal to him. Riddle laughed. A singing bird and an old hat. Now, back to the matter at hand, Harry. Tell me how you survived. Why were you left with nothing but a scar while Voldemort was destroyed? Because my mother died to save me, Harry said stiffly. I think I have heard Headmaster Griffin mention something like that before, Vade said thoughtfully. Wholehearted, unconditional love can generate extraordinarily powerful magic. So that was it. Realization appeared on Riddle's face. Your mother sacrificed her own life to protect you. I thought there was something special about you. After all, we are remarkably similar. Half-bloods, orphans, raised by muggles, and perhaps even sharing the same ancestor, Salazar Slytherin. But ultimately, you only escaped me again and again through luck. This time, you will not be so fortunate. Riddle looked towards the face of Salazar Slytherin's statue, opened his mouth, and began hissing in Parseltongue. This time he really is summoning the basilisk. Children, I think we should run. Lockhart gave a nervous laugh and prepared to flee. If you think you can outrun a giant snake more than 10 meters long, feel free to try. Lockhart suddenly found his legs considerably heavier. He wanted to move, but could not. Then do something. Ron said anxiously. Didn't your headmaster send you here to help Harry solve this problem? To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 power stones. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Protect the Rooster. Vade took out the cloth bag containing the rooster and deliberately hesitated for a moment. Helping him solve the problem is not the same as solving it for him. I also want to see what he is capable of and how he performs. This happens to be a good opportunity. You. At that moment, the mouth of Salazar Slytherin's statue opened, revealing a huge black cavity. An enormous creature crawled out of the darkness and dropped onto the stone floor, making the entire chamber tremble violently. Don't look into the basilisk's eyes. Harry hurriedly turned away and shouted in panic. Run, Ron. Take Ginny with you. Vade's eyes widened slightly in surprise. After a moment, he shook his head in disappointment and opened the cloth bag. Hiss. Kill them. Riddle ordered the basilisk in Parseltongue. Parseltongue won't save you, Potter. It obeys only me. The basilisk's enormous body scraped across the damp floor with a heavy, slithering sound. Lockhart dropped to his knees, rolled his eyes back, and fainted. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster's crow echoed throughout the chamber. The basilisk, which had been about to attack, recoiled as though confronted by something terrifying. Every inch of its enormous body trembled violently. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster crowed again. The basilisk let out an agonized hiss and began thrashing across the floor. A rooster. Why do you have a rooster? Riddle shouted furiously. I specifically made Ginny kill every rooster near the castle. You may have forgotten that I am not a Hogwarts student. I was also surprised that Headmaster Griffin's secret weapon turned out to be a rooster. Judging by the basilisk's condition, though, I think I understand why. A rooster's crow is fatal to a basilisk, Harry said in relief. Enzo, did your headmaster know exactly what we would face? I do not know, but as far as I am aware, there is very little that Headmaster Griffin does not know. Damn it. Stop that. Riddle raised his hand in fury and fired a blasting curse directly at the rooster. The rooster's crow was doing far too much damage to the basilisk. If this continued, the creature would not merely be unable to attack. It might not survive another half-minute. Bang. An invisible barrier blocked the explosion, while the force of the impact scattered harmlessly around it. Riddle looked towards Vade in alarm, then released a violent stream of fire from his palm. Vade swept his staff across the ground. Clear water rose in front of him and condensed into a thick shield. The flames struck the water barrier and instantly burned through more than 2/3 of its thickness, throwing up sheets of spray and great clouds of white steam. Just as the flames were about to break through completely, they suddenly lost control. The thick column of fire split into several smaller streams, its power dropping sharply, and ultimately failed to penetrate the water shield. Who exactly are you? Riddle asked grimly. I believe I have already introduced myself. Your magical talent is quite impressive. You are almost comparable to me. Killing intent filled Riddle's voice as he turned his hand towards the serpent statues lining both sides of the chamber. Magic poured into them, and the stone serpents came alive. Dragging their heavy bodies across the floor, they began crawling towards the group. What do we do? We're surrounded, Ron said anxiously, fear obvious in his voice. What will you do now? Riddle asked mockingly. Those statues will not be frightened by a rooster's crow. Why are you panicking? Vade said calmly. Just fly. Those statues cannot. What? But we can't fly. Harry said miserably. Then destroy them. Do not tell me you have not learned a single offensive spell. Expelliarmus. Harry gathered his courage and fired a disarming charm. The red light struck one of the serpent statues, but it continued crawling towards them without slowing. What else can you cast? Harry heard both surprise and disappointment in Vade's voice and could not help feeling embarrassed. I'm only in second year. And both of our defense against the dark arts professors have been about as useful as Lockhart. Then cast faster. Vade raised his staff. Red flames condensed into a barrage of fireballs and shot forwards at high speed, blasting the nearest serpent statues into pieces. Or make your spell stronger. Vade demonstrated again. A broad torrent of flame erupted from the end of his staff and swept away an entire group of serpent statues. Harry stared at him in disbelief and momentarily had no idea what to say. Did he even hear himself? That spell just now had been Harry's full strength. If he were as powerful as Enzo, he would never have considered running away in the first place. At that moment, the basilisk suddenly released a violent roar. Large patches of its scales began cracking apart, its flesh swelling beneath them. Fresh bloody wounds opened across its body, making the creature look even more hideous and terrifying. That damned rooster. Riddle flew into a rage. A sickly green light appeared at his fingertip. Avada Kedavra. Vade immediately pointed his staff towards one of the serpent statues and sent it flying into the green light. Boom. The stone serpent shattered across the floor, blocking the killing curse. No. You won't. Riddle roared and swept both hands forwards. The broken stones scattered across the ground all rose at once, then shot towards the group in a dense barrage. We're finished, Ron said despairingly. Vade raised his staff high. The magical crystal at its tip erupted with brilliant white light. An enormous bat-shaped Patronus appeared above him and spread a silver-white barrier across the group. The instant the incoming stones struck the barrier, they were reduced to fine powder and scattered harmlessly to the ground. The Patronus charm. Riddle ground his teeth. Impossible. The Patronus charm is only supposed to defend against Dementors. The wizards here are remarkably narrow-minded, Vade said calmly. Patronus magic is one of the oldest and most powerful forms of defensive magic. It is indeed particularly effective against Dementors, but that does not mean Dementors are the only things it can defend against. The ancient Greek wizard Andrus once summoned a Patronus in the form of a giant. You surely do not believe such a Patronus could only be used against Dementors. This magic consumes an enormous amount of magical power, but as one of the oldest forms of defensive magic, it has many uses. For example, Vade raised his staff and slowly pointed towards the serpent statues surrounding them. The bat Patronus flapped its wings and transformed into a stream of silver light, circling through the chamber. Every serpent statue it passed shattered into pieces. Do you see? Attacking can also be a form of defense. Riddle's expression darkened. He had not fully revived yet, while the basilisk was already close to death. Worse still, there was a talented wizard on the opposite side whose strength was almost comparable to his own. He had to reverse the situation. Otherwise, even if he completed his resurrection, he might still die inside the Chamber of Secrets. To be continued. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Recognition by the Sword of Gryffindor, Bonus. Ginny. Ron suddenly cried out. Ginny's even paler, and her body feels stiffer than before. That is perfectly normal. I have not fully revived yet, so every spell I cast consumes little Ginny's magic, Riddle said with an easy smile. I originally thought only you and Harry would enter the chamber. I did not expect so many complications. But that does not matter. I can keep this going for as long as necessary. Harry and Ron's hearts sank. Did that mean every exchange between Enzo and Riddle was accelerating Ginny's death? No. We can't keep this up. Ron looked pleadingly at Vade. Ginny can't die. Please, you have to save her. I would like to help you, but I am not confident that I can defeat him quickly, and he also has to divide his attention to protect the two of you, Riddle said mockingly. Then he turned towards Harry. The famous savior, the one loyal to Dumbledore. Are you really capable of nothing more than hiding behind someone else? Harry, don't fall for it, Ron warned hurriedly. What exactly are you suggesting? Vade asked, looking meaningfully at Riddle. I have a small proposal. We are evenly matched, and neither of us can defeat the other easily, so why not call a temporary truce? Let the basilisk raised by Salazar Slytherin in the Chamber of Secrets face Harry Potter, the boy favored by Albus Dumbledore. Stalling for time is meaningless, Vade said. It still has value. In fact, both sides benefit. It delays Ginny Weasley's death by several minutes, giving you time to think of a way to defeat me. And I can use those same minutes to recover more of my strength. You have some nerve calling that mutually beneficial, Vade said contemptuously. You get a chance to kill Harry Potter and recover more power, while all we can do is stand by and watch. Then let us continue this battle of attrition. When Ginny dies, you will finally understand despair. Hearing that, Vade became a little serious. He only wanted to make a profit. He had no intention of getting anyone killed. Unless Vade could kill him in a single blow, no matter how badly Tom Riddle was injured, he could simply use Ginny's vitality to repair the damage. Who could have expected the diary to create a physical body? Voldemort's Horcrux truly refused to play by any reasonable rules. Wait. The Horcrux. Vade suddenly seized upon the crucial point and casually glanced at the diary lying near Ginny. That was right. The diary was the true body. Tom Riddle could only be considered an extension of it. At least until his resurrection was complete, his soul could not truly separate from the diary. The problem was that the only method Vade knew for destroying a Horcrux was Fiendfire, and he had not completely mastered that spell. One mistake could burn the Horcrux along with everyone else. It might also destroy the basilisk, which would mean losing its eyes and venom as well. After working so hard for so long, ending up with nothing was unacceptable. With that thought, Vade looked towards Harry and gave him a firm nod. I'll leave it to you. I trust Headmaster Griffin's judgment, Vade said solemnly. If you truly are the fool, then you absolutely will not die here. Sorry, Harry. Tom Riddle was right about one thing. Vade needed time to think. Besides, Dumbledore had already sent his phoenix down here. Harry's life was almost certainly protected. What? All I know is that if I keep fighting him, Ginny will definitely die. Harry lowered his head and fell silent for a moment. I'll do it. But can that rooster? Before he could finish, an image suddenly flashed through Vade's mind. A brilliant green light shot towards the rooster and struck it in the neck. Avada Kedavra. Almost the instant Riddle cast the killing curse, Vade closed his eyes and raised his staff. But he did not attempt to block the curse. It was already too late. Instead, relying entirely on instinct, he pointed his staff towards the basilisk, which was already barely breathing. Using the status of Sequence 6 to force his magic beyond its usual limits, he tore both of the basilisk's yellow eyes from their sockets. Riddle had barely begun to enjoy the relief of knowing the basilisk was safe when, in the next instant, he heard the creature's agonized roar. The yellow eyeballs were smeared with black blood and mucus. Vade showed no disgust whatsoever. He carefully placed both eyes into a clean cloth bag enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. One of the main ingredients for Sequence 4 was finally in his hands. At least all this effort had not been wasted. How dare you? You attacked first, didn't you? Vade replied righteously. I was merely trying to make things fair. Coincidentally, so was I. Riddle's face twitched. Then let us begin. Even without its eyes, the basilisk can still hear, and it can still smell Harry Potter. Harry stared at the basilisk's bleeding eye sockets and weakened body without feeling the slightest bit reassured. He no longer had to worry about meeting its gaze, but the basilisk was enormous. Its mouth alone was large enough to swallow him whole, and it still had 2 rows of long, venomous fangs. Me. Fight that. This wasn't even remotely funny. Harry. Ron looked at him miserably and forced out a single word. Run. Right. Run. He needed to run. Now. Move, you useless legs. The basilisk caught his scent and slowly began slithering towards him. Harry was about to flee when its tail suddenly swept towards him. He threw himself flat against the ground and narrowly avoided it. Then his hand struck something beside him. Harry immediately grabbed the hilt and pulled. A gleaming silver sword emerged from the sorting hat. This is recognition by a sword. Vade deliberately sounded surprised. In truth, he really was surprised. He remembered that Harry would be acknowledged by the sword of Gryffindor, but he had not expected it to happen today. Enzo had only just said that the fool would be acknowledged by a sword, and moments later Harry had drawn one. If Harry was not the fool, then who else could be? Perfect. Everything had come full circle. And that sword was unquestionably a top-tier alchemical artifact. Numerous high-level runes were engraved upon it, granting it many extraordinary properties. Perhaps it could even destroy a Horcrux. It appears Headmaster Griffin's prophecy really did refer to Harry Potter. Prophecy. Riddle sneered disdainfully. Every prophecy ends before Voldemort, because Harry Potter will die here today. Go. Kill the boy. He is to your left. While Riddle directed the basilisk after Harry, Vade quietly stepped forward several paces and used a summoning charm to pull the diary into his robes. Whether the sword of Gryffindor could destroy a Horcrux was something he would need to confirm through divination. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 300 power stones.